So, well, a delayed really good morning to Durham, and welcome to day one of the Rothesay County Championship season. We've had a couple of little gremlins in the system, but we're back and we're ready to go with some cricket. Ben McKinney's got us off to a lovely start with a couple of boundaries, and Alex Lees has joined in this over. Mills continues around the wicket, and Lees in defence. Well, I reckon you know what's happened at the toss. That Kent have won the toss. And rightly elected to have a bowl. There's a lot of grass on, and we'll go into the spec of the pitch in just a moment. With myself, Ash Thorpe, and Rob Rush in the house for all 4 days of this county championship game, and we'll be joined by various guests as we go through. Rob, do you just want to run us through the lineups, boy?
Yes, we'll do. So for Durham, it's Alex Lees and Ben McKinney out there in the middle. Emilio Gay will be in at number 3. David Bedingham back for a 7th season at 4. Graham Clark, Colin Ackerman and Ollie Robinson make up the engine room. Casey Aldridge and Kemar Roach are on debut, and Ben Rain and Matt Potts round up the lineup. For Kent, Ben Compton and Zach Crawley are the openers, with Sam Northeast at 3. Twanda Mayeye carded at 4, Daniel Bell-Drummond the captain, 5, Joey Everson, Chris Benjamin the keeper for Kent, and then Kent have also gone with a very seam-heavy attack. Grant Stewart, Matt Milnes, Keith Dudgeon and Sturman, who you can see is bowling right now, just getting that one to move away from McKinney.
So welcome everybody, Durham and Kent fans, to the new season. Very overcast day. The lights are actually on here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Very gloomy, very blustery. But it is autumn in the north. Autumn? Spring. Trying to break out in the northeast, but it feels like autumn. A bit of fielding there in the covers. But yeah, a few debuts going on, and yeah, have a look at that pitch. 12 mils of grass on the pitch. And when we went out and had a look at it this morning, Rob, that grass is standing right up. So good toss to win, you would think, that new Duke's ball. But there is a little bit of moisture on the grass, so that we'll see how the old Duke's balls last this year. Full and sliding down the leg side. In fact, the finger goes up. Well, that's a great start for Kent. McKinney will be disappointed. The finger has gone up very, very early there, and you might sense from the disappointment in my voice, I felt that one was going down the leg side. But we'll have a look at the replay here. I still think it's going down the leg side, but it's an early wicket for Kent, and exactly what you want when you win the toss and bowl. Durham, 1 down, 12 on the board. McKinney goes for 8, LBW to Stearman. So Kent and Durham fans, if you want to get in contact with us, yeah, feel free to drop some chat on the YouTube stream. We'll be happy to interact with you guys throughout the day, hopefully throughout the 4 days if we get some good cricket. Both sides looking to really bounce back from disappointing seasons last year. Durham relegated on the final day when they had that sniff of staying up, and Kent not having a great season in Division 2, but you would have to say 2 powerhouses of this division, you would think, meeting early, and both looking to try and get off to the best possible start. And Kent have got the first blow in, Rob.
Oh, absolutely. It's exactly what you want when you win the toss on a morning like this. You look up and you look down and everything screams bowl first, and calling correctly at the toss sort of, you know, it's one of the big things that you look for as a away captain. Daniel Bell-Drummond got his wish, and he's also got an early wicket to go with it. So, as you mentioned, Emilio Gay in at first drop.
First drop. Oh, they got the Aussie going. I like it. It's been an interesting scenario here. 3 opening batters, really. 3 left-handed openers. Right on the money from Stearman.
Yeah, welcome to county cricket in April.
Yeah, it's a battle, and I think every batter would have been looking at that pitch this morning going, you know, hopefully we win the toss and we're not batting first. But seems to be some good pace in the pitch. There's a couple of nice shots forced off the back foot by McKinney early doors, but he's no longer there, and Stearman just seems to have settled into his line and length. believe, and good carry through to Benjamin, who took that just around shoulder height. And fair play to the media guys there that have worked really hardly and reacted quickly. We saw from your comments that there was no sound coming through. Mate, we gave the best introduction of all time there.
Never going to be heard from again.
Absolutely killed it. Happy to be back. Happy to see cricket. I was here for some of the Durham University match in the warm-up, and man, it was cold. There'll be some hand warmers. Definitely in the pockets of all the players. Just finding a seam away there, drawing Media again into a ball that he didn't need to play, but that ends a successful over. A wicket maiden for Stearman. His figures of 1 for 8. He'll be a lot happier than after he finished his first over. Durham 12 for 1.
I think it's good news for the majority of the games around the country in terms of starting on time. I think the only 2 delays we have are at Southampton between Hampshire and Essex, and at Cardiff between Glamorgan and Yorkshire. Everyone else looks to be up and running. And for a club that have been in the news for all the wrong reasons recently in Sussex, they've got off to a flyer. They are 38 without loss after 3 overs and 4 deliveries. Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes putting the Div 2 champions from last year to the sword.
Just to round off the officials, we have umpires Ashraf and Shan Magugum, and the scorers Mr. Dobson and Mr. Hart. Match referee Phil Whittycase. Just reiterating, obviously, that Kent have won the toss and elected to bowl here at the Banks Homes Riverside. A little bit of feedback coming through on the chat for the umpires already. I'm assuming Durham fans.
This is very high quality bowling from Matt Milnes. Really giving Alex Lees a working over, and anyone of a Durham persuasion knows what Matt Milnes was able to do on the last day of last season.
Yeah, broke some hearts here in the northeast. That is for sure. Very talented bowler. He seems to have zoned in on a really good area, just on off stump, challenging Alex Lees, making him play, which is exactly what you want with that new ball. Plenty of company for Chris Benjamin, as you would expect on a day like today. Probably 3 slips and a gully or a 5th slip in place. Catcher's waiting for an opportunity.
Right out the middle of the bat. It's a long old chase down there towards Bannatynes. Fielder's done very well to pull it up and save Milnes a run. Lees moves to 7.
Yeah, really like the control there from Alex Lees. The point of contact right under the eyes. And that is going to be so important this morning. That new ball, these overhead conditions, a little bit of grass on the pitch. You're going to need to play that ball as late as possible. And he's met that beautifully with the full face of the bat.
I'd have been tempted with the early wicket, Ash, to maybe bring that gully into 4 slip and really pack that cordon. See if one can bring 2. As mentioned, it's very good carry early on. Very good.
I think Vic's, when I spoke to him earlier, head groundsman Vic Domain, and the team are really happy with the firmness of the surface. There is obviously going to be moisture, as you would expect. I don't think the temperature's cracked the 15-degree mark as of yet. But he's very happy with the firmness, and with that extra grass on, it should carry through. So it should be good for stroke making as well as good for seam bowlers. And you'll see both sides have elected to go in without any spin.
Just the 3 from Alex Lees for that over, 15 for 1.
Yeah, Mills asking plenty of questions there. Good contest. This is what we want to see. County Championship cricket's back. My favourite form of the game, definitely the red ball. Lots of T20s and things like that been going on recently, and the IPL's just started off again with a lazy 200, playing 200 just about every game. But this is a real contest here between bat and ball. Two good lineups, two solid lineups who are expecting bigger and better things than what they've produced last year.
You aren't going to find any disagreements from me, Ash.
That's okay, mate. Maybe not on that anyway.
No, definitely not on that.
We'll disagree over plenty of things. Very floaty, that from Stearman.
Pushed it up there a little bit as well, which it's not the worst thing. Everyone's expecting the line and length delivery, trying to get a little bit of movement, so maybe just keeping Lees on his toes, but I wouldn't have thought that would have been where he was liking to aim it.
Well, he looks, I mean, not seen anything of him, but he looks at a big human, and he looks like he's a man who likes to hit the ball hard into the pitch. Just there. Just there looks his natural length, and that is going to cause questions. This is a day as a batter that you've got to have a really, really short memory as well. You just got to keep focusing on what's next. The next ball, you're going to play and miss a lot this morning, and that is the nature of opening the batting. You just hope that sometimes the cricket gods are on your side, and that you miss those ones, or a nick doesn't carry. You just hope sometimes that those decisions go your way as well. Unfortunately for McKinney, that wasn't the case. New additions to both sides. You've got Stearman, Dudgeon and Milnes back in. Sam Northeast coming back in for Kent. There's a few changes there to the regime last year. Well, they say there's two kinds of leaves. That's a good one. That's over the top of off stump, trusting the bounce.
Yeah, we saw one last week down at Sussex that was definitely the definition of a
first
bad
ball
leaf.
of the game, was it? Yeah, not good.
He spent all that time in the indoor nets, finally get outside to play some cricket. First ball, timber.
Looks like they've taken a different approach today. They're not leaving any today by the look of it.
No, Dudgeon, I think he was with Kent last year, 8 wickets in
he got injured,
G2.
didn't he? Did his knee.
Yeah, but very quickly made himself a fan favourite, and everyone from a Kent persuasion, certainly that I've spoken to, and just looking at the comments on social media, very happy that he was brought back as a priority for this year. They've done some canny business over the winter.
I think that they'll have identified that their seam bowling was probably a weakness of theirs, and they've obviously bolstered that. Playing at Canterbury as well is one of the graveyards for a seamer, so they might have to look at their approach from a ground preparation point of view as to maybe leaving a little bit more grass on the pitch. I know there's always discussions up here around, the length of the grass and how can we make it better. That's short and wide and carved away from Lees, and it will run away down to the third boundary for 4. Got exactly what it deserved.
He was waiting. He was waiting on just anything with a little bit of width, anything that was slightly, well, like you say, that was inviting, and he was going to go at it. And that's something that head coach Ryan Campbell, I'm sure, will come and join us at some point throughout the game, spoke about at media day last week about getting back to what Durham are about with the bat, which is being positive, putting the bowlers under pressure and putting them on the back foot, and it's those sorts of deliveries. If you need to put those to the boundary.
Yeah, you do, especially when you're going to get so many good balls that you need a little bit of luck. When you get the opportunity, you've got to score.
Soft hands probably bring 2. Emilio Gay is quick enough to make that a comfortable 2. He gets his account up and running for this year.
Yeah, Durham also with a few changes. Kemar Roach, I mean, what a career he's had. with the West Indies and with Surrey. And we're delighted to see him in the North East, and we're hoping we can keep him on the park for his entire stint here. We haven't had the greatest of luck when it's come to our overseas fast bowlers in the last few years. I am now touching my wooden head. Because we want to see a lot of Kemar Roach. And you look at that attack with Matthew Potts, who probably will admit he wasn't at his best last year.
He's got a point to prove.
He has, he's been in and around that England setup, and he'll want to, work really hard. And if we can pan down right to the front of us, there's the England captain.
Yeah,
for a hit. It'd be nice to see him on the park at some stage. Just recovered from being hit in the face with a cricket ball. I'm sure you saw that on social media. Nasty blow.
That's another shout. Second of the day for Milnes for LBW, but not going to get that rub of the green.
Yeah, just outside the line from my eye there.
If it wasn't for that injury, Ash, we would be talking about Ben Stokes being in the playing 11.
You would hope
today.
so, but no, Ben, he'd probably nick off on holiday or something like that. But no, Ben, I spoke to Ben last week, and he is really keen to get out there for Durham. And we will 100% see him in Durham colours this year. Really keen to get going. But yeah, just obviously on the caution side, he's off to have a hit in the nets there with Scotty Borthwick and Cole Pearce. A couple of the player coaching Scotty Borthwick, who's having a testimonial year. Fantastic to see Ben just around the place. He lifts everybody around here. I'm sure that Kent will say the same when they get the likes of Zach Crawley back in their ranks, having those people around the group just rub off on everybody else. And Casey Aldridge, I was a bit sidetracked there by superstar Stokes rocking up, and Casey Aldridge, who we saw in the T20 last year, a real triple threat, real handy seamer, good batter and incredible fielder. So he's made the move up from Somerset over the winter. I love that.
It's what Durham did so well in 2023. Just the quick drop and runs, not allowing a bowler to get set at a certain batter and just line them up. As much as we can talk about, and everyone will talk about that season of the boundaries, the run rate, the aggressiveness, it was the ability to create ones out of seemingly impossible situations.
Just keep that scoreboard ticking over and just take the pressure off yourself. Much easier batting at the non-striker's end.
So it's also easier when you get a nice juicy full delivery. They'll settle for 2. So 5 from the over without taking any real risk.
Yeah, lovely timing from the skipper there. Just lent on that one. It's full. You'd rather be having the bowlers err on that side on this pitch rather than that. I guess the short and wide one that we saw at the end of the last over from Stearman. So keep challenging. But Durham need a partnership here. 24 for 1. Lee's 13. Emilio Gay on 3.
You mentioned this game, Ash, being a clash of titans in Div 2. In Div 1...
Definitely one in Div 1, isn't there?
Surrey, Warwickshire at Edgbaston, and Warwickshire are currently in the ascendancy. Surrey 17 for 2. Rory Burns, the first wicket of the season, a horrible run out. A horrible run out.
Wow. Not what you want on day one, or ever. And again, that's short and wide. Emilio Gay just a little bit in between shots there. Do I cut it or do I drive that off the back foot? In the end, it was neither, and that, I guess, going back to all the way through the winter, and I won't tear open old wounds about the Ashes too much as that brings a smile to my face.
I had Cambo trying to do this to me last week, Ash. I don't need you doing it as well, please.
That 45-degree angle on the bat, I saw a lot of dismissals like that in Australia, didn't we?
Yeah, Rory Burns, and quite interestingly, Jamie Smith pushed up the order to bat 3 for Surrey.
No Pope.
Pope is now in at number 4.
Okay.
I wonder, obviously, if Ben Folkes will have the gloves for Surrey, but even then, Smith has sort of batted in that middle order, so...
Yeah, they don't have much to choose from at Surrey, do you? You've got to feel sorry for them.
Absolutely. They're pulling it, they've got bare bones down there.
Scraping the barrel.
But may just be something to maybe something to keep an eye on as the opening part of this county championship season progresses. Maybe a little indication of some future planning.
Again, short and wide. This time Emilio Gay decides to cut and cuts beautifully. Behind point for 4.
That's something we didn't see enough of from him last year. You know, he was signed as this aggressive but controlled shot maker who can put the runs on quickly. He's got all the shots in the book. And last year, I think if you go back and look at his scoring rates, he'll probably be one of the first ones to admit it. He wasn't as fluent as he would have liked. And so that's something I think he would have put a lot of thought and effort into over the winter. And that'll do him the world of good, seeing that one race away to the fence.
Groundsmen of the world unite. There's sawdust. The scourge of every groundsman in the world.
What do you reckon's worse?
We've lost a hat.
What do you reckon's worse, that or the spray, the cans of spray paint the bowlers?
I think they'd prefer the spray paint to the old. They just used to scratch a big hole in the ground. I'm sure they're happier with spray paint. Again, not quite ready for that one.
Sussex have lost a wicket, but they've already piled on 62 runs against Leicestershire. Somerset are 7 for 1 against the reigning champs of Div 1 Notts.
That's contrasting scorecards, isn't it?
Derbyshire 35 without loss against Worcestershire. Middlesex and 9 without loss. Lancashire 19 for none against Northants. Still waiting to get underway, I believe, at Cardiff and Southampton.
Good cricket, that. Jeffrey Boycott would be thrilled with that. Good area and a fantastic leave. We don't praise a leave often enough. A good friend of mine says, well, statistically, you don't score any runs when you leave them. But that was a good leave. This is, for me personally, a favourite match of mine. So my mum was born in Maidstone. So obviously have an affinity with Kent. That's edge, but doesn't carry.
There is that fourth slip.
Yeah, soft hands again from Emilio Gay. But yeah, a little bit of affinity. A good friend of mine, Jimmy Adams, was head coach at Kent for quite a while as well. And he still has really good things to say about Kent. Went down to Canterbury a couple of times. Also had a 10-hour drive back from Canterbury one day that I will never ever forget.
Not as nice.
No, but beautiful part of the world.
It's an amazing place to watch cricket. Yeah. Lovely. If you get it on a nice summer's day, there's not many places better around the county circuit to go watch a day's cricket.
I agree.
Just that boundary from Gay for the over, 28 for 1.
Both sides will be happy probably where that is at the moment. What would you be thinking, Rob, looking at if you've won the toss and bowled first, you'd be looking at a minimum of 3 down at lunch, you would have thought?
Yeah, you want that first bowling bonus point in that first session. Durham's point of view, you kind of just want to get to lunch as little down as possible. Ideally it would have of course been none, but you definitely settle in an hour and a half's time if Alex Lees and Emilio Gay are the ones strutting back up.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, David Beddingham's not a bad bat to bring in at number 4, is
okay.
he?
He's okay. It's great to see him back.
Ooh.
That was a flirt.
He was 50-50.
He's absolutely filthy with himself as well.
Yeah, I spoke to Bellingham last week. That interview's up on the YouTube channel. Spoken to him about coming back for year 7 now. For him, looks like it's set in stone in terms of playing county championship and T20s from the get-go. There won't be, as it has been in previous years, a little bit of is he playing white ball cricket, is he not? He's going to be around, obviously South African international as well. Another 1-year central contract for him announced by Cricket South Africa earlier this week.
I'm pleased for him with that. I mean, he really earned that spot for South Africa and then burst onto the scene. And then kind of, there's a couple of youngsters who have really put the pressure on and a little bit of injury, and he hasn't played probably as much as what he would have liked in the last few months. But
the winter, especially for him, South African summer, I think if something like 3 List A games and 2 first-class games were already managed in, 4 months?
Yeah.
For a guy that's so used to playing, cricket basically 12 months consecutively, it's quite the difference. But he's feeling good. Everything from that front is behind him. No doubt he'll be looking forward to getting his time out in the middle. Thing is, well, there's in Durham's middle order there is that flexibility option there. It's carded Bedingham, Clark, Ackerman, Robinson, but could be that all of them could come in any order really.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see who does bat 5, if I'm honest with you. I think it might be Ackerman, but we'll see. Going to raise his arms? No. Might be quite happy keeping nice and warm and compact. I'm not sure you could get a ball any wider than that. And I tell you who is another great man, if we can get a pan down just to 2 guys walking. Dale Benkenstein back in the house. What a fantastic man he's been for Durham over the years. Hasn't quite worked out for him as a head coach, around. Had stints with Gloucester and Lancashire. But he is an absolute Durham legend. He's come back as our batting consultant, and he's more than welcome in this house every day of the week.
There we go. A lovely punch through the covers. And Lees will move to 17.
Just watching, it was a good test for the outfield. There's a little bit of length in the outfield, but that's raced away. That good bit of timing, obviously to the shorter side of the ground, over towards Bannatynes and the Jeff Cook members' pavilion. But lovely bit of control and lovely bit of timing. That will please the skipper.
Mills has got 1 ball left of his 5th. Do you reckon 5 overs each for the openers, and then Kent would look to get into some changes?
Well, it's not hot, is it? That's definitely one thing for sure. Wow. I guess look at, Stearman. It's funny, I don't know these guys, so you kind of you want to look after them. It's the first game of the season, so you probably don't want to overexert them. They'll have the scourge of many head coach at the moment is the overs and how many overs people can bowl and things like that. But listen, if you're feeling good and you're a fast bowler, you want the ball in your hand this morning. That is for sure. This is where you can really make a mark on the game. And let's be honest, it's funny how just even a session this morning could set up somebody's season who had, Kent and Durham, as we've mentioned, didn't have great years last year. It's where you want to get on a roll. Nicely played, but can't beat the field. As I said, keep your comments and things like that coming in. I've got an eye on them. You've got there Tom Warbrick just saying huge summer for Durham's top 3. Big season for him, Lee Zangay, and I mean that sets the tone, doesn't it? Your top 3. You want, if you have success there, like Ben Compton's had some great years for Kent.
It's the building blocks. It's the building blocks of how you're able to control games and situations, and turning fortunes around. As we mentioned, Kent probably would have looked at their squad this off-season and gone, yeah, seam bowling is a big issue. But as well, if you can trust that your openers and your top 3 are going to get you off with solid starts, good partnerships, it then allows your middle order players to come in a little bit more freedom. They're able to go at it a little bit harder. And if that then breeds that confidence, you're then able to it just breathes then throughout the rest of the group. And then it's incredible what just that little bit of spark can do at the top of the order.
Just breeds confidence, doesn't it? You see lads up the top doing well and you're coming in behind that. Cricket is literally a game of control. Can you control where you bowl the ball? Can you control where you hit the ball? And then that feeds on to how you control sessions and games. And absolutely right. The men at the top, the men with the new ball in their hand, and the men that go out to face that new ball, start that process off.
I think as well, that's where, from a Durham point of view, having Gay at 3, having that third opener in an instance is sort of, it's not completely out the realms to him. You know, I think speaking to him last year about it, it's sort of the thing he was just adjusting to was just the uncertainty in terms of, obviously as an opener, you know, you're going out there for that first ball, and number 3, it could be after the first ball, it could be 70 overs in. So it was just that adjustment, but he feels a bit more confident going into his role this year. And so when he has to come out relatively early on, it's not exactly brand new to him. He's done it. He did it for many years at Northants, opening the batting. So coming up here and just having to adjust, you know, I think he's definitely going to back himself for a big year.
He leaves no stone unturned, I'll give him that. He prepares as hard as anybody that I've seen. He hits as many balls. I take the mick out of him all winter because he's constantly in.
It works. It works when he's playing shots like that.
When we talk about control, I'm not sure he's 100% in control of that. I think ideally he's wanting to hit that in front of point, but there's no doubt he'll take the 4. And as a bowler, that's the kind of shot that you want the batsman to be playing, just playing a little bit away from their body. Everybody's in the game, and that's what you love about it. We are going to see a change of bowling, I think. Everson?
Yeah. I like this move. Milne has bowled really well, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Couple of LBW shouts that on another day maybe the finger goes up, but you know, really extracted a lot of bounce out of the pitch, targeting the stumps, but maybe just hasn't quite got the luck. And I think Everson's probably up there as their next best with the newer balls, so he's going to get a go from the Lumley end.
There's a serious obsession with who the scorers are for some reason. Maybe we need to get a camera in there. It's Dobson and Hart, if you're that interested. Everson. He's the man providing the balance to the Kent side in that all-rounder role. A bit of shape there early doors. I don't think I've ever been asked as much on this stream who the scorers are, but maybe I know we love Will Dobson. Maybe the Kent scorer's getting some love as well.
Not the best start from Everson, and Emilio Gay is not going to turn down a juicy full toss.
The bit of swing there is all that probably was going for that, and it was out of the hand. It was a bit loopy and a bit full, and well put away by Emilio Gay. First time we've really seen swing, isn't it? We've seen some quite nice seam movement from the 2 opening bowlers. Joey Everson definitely getting it to swing.
Yeah, nice. That's more what he wants to be aiming for. That middle and off, coming back into middle leg, really bring all 3 modes of dismissal. I'm just looking at where Emilio's setting up here, so he's taking his guard on leg. He always has that. He has that little trigger movement to go across.
Just needs to make sure that front foot doesn't plant too far across, so he overbalances. But at the moment, seems to be in nice rhythm. I know people talk about bowlers having rhythm, but as a batter, you need rhythm as well with that trigger and with your hands.
I think we've probably spoken about it before on the stream, but from a coach, your point of view, is it you let the batter just find what comes naturally to them rather than, obviously you'll make suggestions, but especially when it comes to something like a trigger, everyone knows Joe Root's trigger movement. Is it just a case of if it works for them, you just leave it?
It is a really natural thing, and I think the point of a trigger is as the ball's released, you've got to be able to move and react to whatever's delivered to you. So I think sometimes if you've not quite got the timing of that trigger right, then you can plant your feet or you don't move your feet again, so you're really relying on that hand-eye coordination.
Aggressive from Emilio Gay, but there is no fourth slip in that cordon, and so it flies away through that gap. He gets another boundary, and that's 9 off the over. Durham 45 for 1.
Yeah, I think if that ball is there, you've got to back yourself. I'm not sure he executed perfectly, but again, you're going to take that boundary all day long. And first morning, it's a good snood that there from Miei, I think it is. In the slips.
It's very good.
Strong. I think we're going to have a double change now. I'm going to see Dudgeon into the attack, 75 on his back. He looks a big, strong boy too. Just in conversation with his skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond. The right arm seamer. Durham just got that scoring rate just above the 4 and over, which you talked a little bit about earlier, about intent to score. Just transferring pressure back onto the bowling unit. Short and negotiated comfortably by Lees out into the covers.
Looks like Hampshire and Essex are finally going to get underway down at Southampton, which just leaves Glamorgan and Yorkshire as the only game yet to see any action so far on this opening morning.
I didn't think he was going to look at the second one the way he looked at the first one. He looked like that first one was banged in. He looked... I thought, if he bowls that again, I'm going to have a crack, and it's exactly what the skipper did, and that was ferociously put away for 4.
Are we sure this is a 4-day game?
Love it. Love it.
That looked like a 1-day shot.
It probably didn't get up as high as Lees thought, but he was fully committed to that pull shot and absolutely belted it away for 4. Few question marks over whether Alex Lees would be the captain going into this season. Durham have decided to go with it again, and I think speaking to Ryan, just offer him a little bit more support. He felt he was a little bit isolated last year, and that can tend to happen when things are not going well. And that one just shapes back in.
I think from an outside point of view, sort of like looking in, it felt like during the One Day Cup campaign was probably when it was starting to look a little bit, when he was... I think Ryan had said that Leesy was going to be given a bit of a break, and then it turns out he wasn't being given a break, and then he was captain, and it was like, all right, well, he's still going to play, but Ollie Robinson's going to take the captaincy to take something off him. So maybe that's a bit of infliction, but I think as well, speaking to Ryan last week, it wasn't just we're absolutely going to stick with him, we're not even going to think about it. They took their time with every decision that needed to be made. They had the reasons for what they... And also, it's very easy for people to say, new captain. All right, great. You need to provide the alternatives. Who would be the captain? And I think ultimately, knowing Alex like we do in our sort of... There is no one better really to sort of lead the club right now.
He is a natural leader as well, and he'll want to lead by example with the bat, and that's where he started so far this morning. Can you get a club shirt with the name on the back? Yeah, pop into the club shop. I'm sure they'll sort the job. Speak to Michael. If he doesn't sort the job, let me know. I'll put his board up. Now, here's the 50 here. Durham 50 for 1. Just the loss of Ben McKinney so far this morning. As you can see, the scoreboard in all its glory there. At a pretty healthy rate. Going at just over 4 and over. They have been positive when there's balls been there to hit. They've had a crack. They've left well. They've played and missed well. You need that luck as an opening batter. It's just a bit of sunshine starting to break through.
I think as well, just finishing off on Alex, you don't become Yorkshire's youngest white ball captain and all of that if you're not a leader. You know, there's a reason why, and there's a reason why when we came to last year and Scott wasn't going to be playing as much, as a reason why the club went with Alex.
So we've got there that Shaffin, is it Driz?
Looks like it.
George Drizzling. Schaff going over to the nets. There'll be a steady conveyor belt of players going backwards and forwards all day, no doubt, as they're still trying to prepare as best they can for when they get their first cricket.
When does do we know when the 2 season?
I think there's some stuff this week coming up with Durham University again. The girls are at home here in a friendly the day after this game is due to end. So yeah, I think it's pretty much all systems go from now. Bit of movement down towards the sight screen there, even though it's about 30 foot wide. He's hitting that one nicely, but can't beat the field. Emilio Gay. $51 for 1 here, day 1 of the 2026 Rothesay County Championship season.
Should be 2. Yeah, comfortably.
From our Kent viewers, tell us what you're expecting from the season and who we should be keeping an eye out for this week. And maybe if there's anything in the future that we should be looking for from Kent and your expectations of the season.
That's glorious. That's such a lovely shot from Emilio Gay. Just open the face and gently run it down to third.
It's a bit Steve Smith-like afterwards as well.
Admiring the hand gestures.
Yeah.
I think I'm really looking forward to Twanda Mayeye batting. He's such a, we've seen him in white ball comps over the last couple seasons, but I'm looking forward to seeing him in red ball cricket. I think he's got the shots for it. Obviously, Zach Crawley is the big name, and everything that's surrounding just a test team in a minute. This is obviously a crucial block for him.
It's interesting that, the easy thing for him would have been to go, listen, mentally I need a break, and just to go away and kind of reset, knowing he's the England opening batsman. But I think he's played, from what I've seen, some of the warm-up games and everything, so he's fully invested on making as many runs as possible.
Oh, good stop. Good stop in the follow-through, Babson. Definitely going to hurt.
Yeah, lucky he's bowling at the moment. Warm the hands up.
57 for 1. You also look at the other opening batter, Ben Duckett, pulling out the IPL and everything like that now comes with 3-year ban. The money from this contract gone. Like I said, it would have been very easy for those two to just, it would have been easy for Ben to turn around and say, I'm just going to go play in India, lads. Don't worry about me. I'll come back for the first test. And like you say, for Zach, for Crawley, it would have been so easy to just go, yeah, you know what? I might play 1 or 2 games, but at the back end of the block, I'll decide when I'm ready. And I'll just go back off for England. So I think it says a lot about, obviously, the review that everyone's been talking about, how the Ashes went and what they need to improve on. But it's easy for that to fall on deaf ears. So it's nice to see that it hasn't from their point of view.
Dudgeon in again, and looks like another one who's happy to hit that back of a length. Drawing an inside edge there from Lees.
I think Kent have another Denley coming through as well. Jaden Denley.
Yeah. Is Joe still knocking around?
I think he is. I think I want to say he's white ball predominantly. I want to say that. I'm not entirely sure. So
maybe our Kent fans can give us a shout on Joe Denley's plans for the season. If you don't know, just make something up. That's what we do.
Don't tell them that, Ash. They're going to come for our job next.
Yeah, Ben Parsons just mentioning there that Dudgeon played in the one game last year and took 7 wickets before injuring his knee. I think he ruptured his ACL.
That is
not good.
For a fast bowler, that's probably the worst injury you could get, really.
It's up there, isn't it? Looks a big, strong boy, though. That is for sure.
That's the positive of the rehab process. You're able to work on your overall strength for every other part of your body as well as the knee. I mean, we've had it with Bryden Carse. Bryden Carse has not exactly had the best luck with knee injuries.
Oh, his foot as well. His toe kept opening up, didn't it?
Mm.
I had the pleasure of watching Mark Wood be absolutely tortured in the swimming pool just over the road by some absolute monster from the ECB. He was absolutely goosed afterwards. Bless him. There's not much meat on that body of Mark Wood's. And he got absolutely hammered. He says he's trying to get me to swim the bloody English Channel here. But Mark Wood, another one, doing everything he can just to get back on the park. Desperate to play some cricket, had no luck. I'm not going to lie, I did turn around him and I says, mate, your body is not meant to bowl that fast. And he's just like, well, nah.
It's good. That's a good impression,
yeah,
that.
He's giving himself every chance. Short again, no ball called. But it'll just
Front
be the
foot?
single.
Front foot, no ball?
I would assume so. It was called very early, and 1 for the over, I would assume. Yeah, he's calling 1 for the over. Decided, interesting tactic that, to put a man out on the hook when we've seen so much seam movement.
Do you think they're reacting to what Lees did in the first over? Just that second ball from Dudgeon, do you reckon that's probably just an immediate reaction?
Maybe. I think you've still got to look to challenge the top of the stumps, and maybe it's just to put something in the doubt in the back of the Durham batter's mind. That does seem his natural length, doesn't it? Just hitting that back of the leg around, coming through around hip height to both of these lads who are well over 6 foot.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Somebody said that Joe Denley has opened a whelk stall on Margate Seafront. I hope that... do you know what it is? I hope
that's true.
I hope it's not true, because that is brilliant. If it is true, best of luck. But that's the kind of crack I'm talking about.
Another comfortable 2 for Emilio Gay, 62 for 1.
Also got a comment saying that he's been nominated as one of the original inductees into the T20 Hall of Fame.
Katie Levick.
Yeah, I saw that. I tried to give her a bit of a plug the other day to my 3 social media followers. That's the 50 partnership up for Durham. Okay, 27 of those. Alex Lees contributing 21. It's coming good time off just 64 balls. But yeah, it's a good honour, and somebody that, you know, I saw Ravi Bopara was another one. I'm not going to lie, I haven't seen a lot of the other inductees, but some serious stalwarts of the game that, yeah, rightly deserve some recognition. Durham will be happy here. There's just a little quiet phase in the game, isn't there? We've had the double change. They've just gone about their business, these two. 62 for 1.
Good stop.
That was a good stop. No, he's hurt his shoulder there. Stretching away. Sorry, that is that Compton, I think, fielding.
Yeah.
Backward point. Just going through a few stretches.
Yes, it's definitely Zach Crawley at first slip. You cannot miss him. Shot. Save your legs. You don't need to run them up. 4 as soon as it left the bat.
And that's beautiful timing and control, wasn't it? Simple movements into the ball, hitting the ball under your eyes. Gorgeous shot from Alex Lees. I tell you what, it'd be a good height for both first slips, because I'm assuming McKinney will jump in at first slip for Durham as well. That's 6 foot. How tall's Crawley? 6'6"?
Something like that.
Ben's a bit bigger.
Casey Aldridge is also in the slip cordon.
He's got serious hands.
Casey's got to be up there as well in terms of...
Yeah, he'd be 6'5", 6. Good wingspans. Robert Kahn just saying there, after losing the toss and with this cloud cover, I would have taken this start.
And the good news is the cloud cover is broken up.
See a shadow there. Alex Lees.
Square.
I'm sure Stevie will sort out Ross to get us a nice shot of the sky. See if we can... There it is. Look at that. Stevie's number 1. Bit like the Simpsons sky again, isn't it? The lights are still on. I'll probably stay on for most of the day, I would have thought. Just to run up the electricity bill.
Looks like Sturman's going to be coming back, is he? Oh,
Might just be getting the long sleever, I think.
Yeah.
Get an extra layer, as you can see in the bottom right of your screens. These are the days where, as a 12th man, you know, right, you're going to be...
Up and down.
I need a jumper. I'd take this jumper off. I need hand warmers. Can you bring me a drink? Can you? Absolute pain in the backside.
Up and down like a yo-yo.
Definitely. And the Riverside isn't the smallest of grounds either. You've got the...
So you can see away to the left-hand side of your screen. It's not exactly a short trip. I believe that's Ben Dawkins, who's currently on 12th man duty.
Get the young punk to do it.
England's 19. Along with James Minto.
Oh, that's full. Clipped away nicely. Good bit of fielding. Oh, Emilio Gate doing a bit of dodging at the non-striker's end. Made it comfortably. He looks like another long one, doesn't he? Dawkins must be well over 6 foot as well. Speaking of that, Emilio goes after a drink himself. So whoever's got 12th man duties on for Durham.
Edged and gone. Zach Crawley with a good diving catch at first slip. Alex Lees had played nicely for his 29, but he's got to go. Dudgeon has his first wicket back in a Kent shirt. Little bit of movement away, takes the edge, And Lees has to go for 29. Kent pick up their second. Ash, that is entirely on you for getting up out of your seat.
I did. I just stood up. Good area, good nibble, and a good catch. There's a good catch and a good wicket for Kent, because Durham were just cruising there a little bit. They just got comfortable in that partnership. Alex Lees will be disappointed. As an opening batter, that is. Somebody's put 6-7 as well. Incredible. David Beddingham, the new batter, as he comes out onto the Riverside for the first time this season. Alex Lees, one that loves to bat long. It's a big wicket, that, for Kent. And a good breakthrough. 67 for 2 now, Durham.
Members are reminded that 2026 memberships are available to purchase from the box office at Welcome. Head in and secure yours now, with an exciting summer of cricket in store.
This is an important hour, this, for Durham. And for Kent, in the context of this game. We'll probably say that so many times throughout this match. But what you don't want to do is lose wickets in clusters. This wicket is conducive to that, and it'll be down to the batters to see how their application can transfer pressure back onto the bowling units of each side. And this is a big moment. David Beddingham, absolute superstar. I guess these two might have played against each other quite a bit. I think they're both from the southwest. I think the two Kent boys are from Bowland, with Beddingham's a Western Province guy, so not far away. He wouldn't like to walk it, but they're both from the same areas in the southwest of South Africa. And that's, I don't know if that's nerves, but that was a waft. I'm going to go with a waft to describe that. Very un-Beddingham-like. Feet stuck in the crease. Moose on the loose. Come on, Kent. Ends a successful over. Durham 67 for 2. It doesn't end it. There's still one left. Hopefully it's not an even more successful over from a Durham point of view. That's why you're here, Rob. Keep me right. Somebody needs to. As I said, that ends the over. 67 for 2. Successful over for Dudgeon. He has 1 for 11. Beddingham yet to score. Gaze on 28. You can see there just some hearty members over on the western side of the ground. That odd-shaped building that you see right in the top and the middle of the screen is Bannatyne's gym. And you've got the electronic scoreboard coming around to the members area here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Some, no doubt, in the Jeff Cook suite.
Good change as well, bringing Matt Milnes back just after a wicket.
Yeah, Everson not particularly effective. Got a little bit of swing.
Just couldn't find his accuracy, couldn't settle in on a line.
Went for 20 off his 3 overs, so just lost a bit. We talked about control earlier, lost a bit of control for his captain. Milnes bowled a good spell. Still got Grant Stewart up their sleeve as well, who hasn't had ball in hand as of yet. The Italian, fresh from the World Cup.
Put on a good showing at the World Cup, they did. Is it safe to say now Italy are a cricketing nation rather than a footballing one?
Wow. Imagine that conversation.
Or a rugby nation?
It did okay in the Six Nations as well. Yeah, can you imagine going back 20 years and saying, right, it's 2026, Italy will play in the Cricket World Cup and the footballers won't have qualified for the last 3. That's incredible. It's
high.
It's a mile outside the line as well. Yeah, there's nothing going for that. Good appeal though.
We talk about Italy. Media Gay as well, played in the qualifiers.
Indeed, yeah.
For the World Cup.
Wayne Madsen, unfortunately, I mean, did he dislocate his shoulder?
I think first it was first game, wasn't it?
Oh man, cruel.
If anyone deserved it.
Yeah, he's been a good servant to the game, hasn't he? It's really good batting that from Emilio Gay. So he got outside the line, so he's trying to make Milnes come straighter to him, and then he's able to just tuck that one away. And for the first time, we've got a right hand and a left hand combination. So just see if that plays a little bit with the Kent bowlers.
It was going through my mind a little bit of finally you can now, if you work the singles, I don't want to overplay it, but as a fielder, it's just pure annoyance of just having to run round.
I tell you what, for big Stearman at fine leg, he's got about 100 metres that he has to run in between positions. Maybe more. I'm sure he'll have the GPS trackers on. Classy and elegant, but doesn't beat the field.
Trying to work out who's at second slip here for Kent. Crawley's at first. Looks like Miyeye at third.
Surely it's got to be northeast. You've got to be pulling rank at his age. Surely.
I said there's quite a big gap between them as well. There's not.
That's probably an indication of they're not as close as what they would normally be here, and obviously Crawley's wingspan.
Yeah, if you're a second slip, it's like, I can take another step.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, surely that's Sam Northeast. You'll have to give us a clue, Kent fans.
This is a chat we missed over the winter. Who's in the opposition slip cordon?
Yeah. What would help is if they had the numbers on their jumpers, but that's another matter.
They probably do. They're just probably hiding away in like the top left-hand corner of theirs. They're so small that we can't see.
Maybe.
Tidy comeback from Milnes. Just one. 68 for 2.
Yeah. Good over. Tidy over, as you said. For 2 from 17. Even my maths works that out at 4 and over. Thanks, Moose. It is Sam Northeast. I would have been hugely disappointed in him as a human if he hadn't pulled rank and gone in the cordon. It'll be Dudgeon to continue. He's coming in from the Finkel end. A little nick on that one. Probably pitched outside leg as well, but apart from that...
Good one. Good shout.
Yeah, it's a good area. I think that's more of the length that Dudgeon will want to hit. He's settled into his spell nicely, hasn't he, after that first over? A couple, probably not as full as what he wanted, but he's certainly worked it out that he needs to be fuller. Got the edge of Alex Leeser's bat in his last over. Nice low catch by Zach Crawley in the slips. Now through to Benjamin. Day one of many in the County Championship this season. And we've got a contest on our hands from the very first morning. Very watchful Emilio Gay allows that through again. It's Chris Benjamin behind the stumps. Found a home down in Canterbury. Was at Warwickshire after leaving university here at Durham. Came on loan to Durham after having a few second team games here as well. South African background. Lovely, lovely kid. Good player. Very good player. Just putting two men on the hook again. This time that deep square leg's gone behind square. Yeah, good, I like that. Nice and full. Excuse me. Nice and full even. Wide and just no bounce through to the keeper. Absolute nightmare. Them are the ones you just cop on the thigh. Just a little quiet period in the game here. As Durham are trying to establish a new partnership. Kent looking for another breakthrough. Trying to get that third wicket before lunch. Still got 45 minutes left before lunch. Oh, Emilio go right across his stumps. Exposing leg stump, but tucking that away nicely. Picks up the single. And that ends the over. Durham 68 for 2. I'm not sure how that's a maiden over. Well, he's just tucked one away at that on the leg side, but there you go.
I think the scoreboard is 1 run behind.
What do I know? I think I know better than that, actually. I'm not giving myself a lot of credit there. I'm blaming Will Dobson. Interesting field change now from Kent. There's just the 2 slips in place. We've got a gully, a backward point. They've got cover in. 2 men out still on the leg side. On the hook. With a mid-off and a mid-on. Slightly more defensive.
I was going to say, what's this reading for you?
Yeah. I guess what you don't want is for Durham to get away here. And just use that word control. I'll use it a lot. Kent just taking the wicket and just making sure that these guys have to work to get that partnership established.
I find it interesting, like you say, the 2 guys back on the leg side, just, like you say, trying to put the doubt in the mind more than anything, but they've not shown, the bowlers haven't shown any signs yet of going to it. But it's just that one thing you do have to keep checking as a batter, as are they gonna bang it short once and try and tempt me into it, and It's just a little mind game.
Yeah, no doubt. In these conditions, you really want to be challenging the stumps. But yeah, you're right. Knowing, I don't know what it is as a batter, but knowing there's somebody out on the hook, always in the back of your mind, do you commit 100% onto that front foot? Interesting as well, there's been quite a lot around the wicket. They haven't really used any angle across the left-handers as of yet. Although does seem, I mean, you see kids now, as soon as a left-hander comes in, you bowl around the wicket.
So it almost becomes a non-conversation, really. Do you reckon that's because, like you mentioned around the wicket, is that just trying to see if you'll get some of that swing away, some of that movement away, or is it just, you reckon it's a bit more of like a numbers game?
I honestly don't know. I don't know if there's been some... I know Stuart Broad a few years ago worked out that he was really poor to left-handers, so he decided to come around the wicket, and that kind of changed his outlook on it, and I don't know whether maybe that's influenced other people, but you tend to see it. And as a lefty myself, that I love it when people come around the wicket, I'm not going to lie. Normally takes LBW out of the equation. Didn't this morning though, did it?
Fine and 4.
And then you get those. And you get those there little freebies. That good batting from Emilio Gay, good patience. Getting a ball on the hip and tucking it away nicely, as you mentioned, down to fine leg for 4. And I think that's what tends to happen when bowlers come around the wicket a lot. They sometimes get a little bit greedy. If a batsman is patient and they can leave the ball well, then they come a little bit straighter, and then it's fill your boots. Oh, we've got presents. What? We've got a yearbook. Oh, thanks, Sam. Freshness. Beautiful. Hot off the press. Right, we're just going to leave you to it, and we're going to read the yearbook for the next half an hour. No, only joking. Another over down. 73 for 2. Again, an important period in this game. As Durham look to re-establish themselves at the crease, get a partnership going. Kent looking to get into the Durham middle order. Good mate of mine, Martin Hubbard, on the blower as well. He's just saying, as a lefty, he loves it as well when bowlers come round the wicket. He says it's a freebie. Hope you're well, mate.
We saw that with that shot from Emilio in the last over. If the bowler does stray just 2 straight,
yeah,
Bob's your uncle in terms of just flicking one away off your pads.
Oh.
Hello, Mr. Beddingham.
Oh, dear me.
Don't bowl there. Do not bowl there.
I was a little bit nervous watching that earlier. Just thought he got his hands out well in front. And this is where I probably just need to watch and relax and watch it as a cricket lover rather than get me bloody coach's head on all the time. But watching the replay there, the hand's just a little bit out, but geez, he timed it nicely. Such a stylish player.
This is the big one for Kent. You can see they've gone back to 3 slips for Beddingham now. You can't bowl there either. Keith Judgeon, you are learning very quickly that bowling to David Beddingham in April is not an easy task.
No, and he was a big miss for us last year. We didn't see a lot of David Beddingham either, and I mean, the man's a class act. Absolute class act. And that is, we talk, God, this word control. Within 2 balls, now the Kent captain is thinking differently than at the start of that over. He's thinking, right, so where do I put my field here? How am I going to stop Beddingham getting off to an absolute flyer and hurting us? I think Dudgeon would be better off going back to that ball. That I know the first ball of the over got hit for 4, but
See there, Bill Drummonds has recognised that he was at gully. He's now packed that
absolutely
cover region. Looks like Grant Stewart's going through some stretches at mid-off.
It's a funny thing sometimes, you know, with too many seamers, that if you're not bowling a lot or you're not feeling in rhythm, then
The captain can just-
everybody, I'm sure all 5 of the bowlers would want a really long spells here this morning. So it's, yeah, how do you rotate them and keep everybody happy?
He's not going to be happy with this over so far. Bedingham has gone 4-4.4.
I think you'd be happier with that ball. Let it swing. Give it, like, Bedingham is a classy player, don't get me wrong, but I think the time to try and get him is driving early, and that was a little bit uppish. But again, he's an entertainer. I would pay money to watch this bloke bat.
Fortunately, we don't have to.
Yeah, but yeah, we're extremely lucky. I get to watch it live and then on a monitor and then on a replay off the laptop. And again, it's forced a change in the field, so the skipper's going to go catching, and 2 slips now, well, 3 slips in the gully now becomes 2 slips in the gully. There you go. Let it swing. Let it swing. Bedingham edges. Crawley does the rest. And what was looking like an expensive over, they will take that every day of the week. David Bedingham, you can have your 12. We'll take your wicket. Durham 85 for 3.
You can see the grimace. It's soft, I would say. But I respect that the intent of, he's obviously feeling good about himself after hitting those 3-4s, but the work had been done for the over. It's just one of those that...
The man's a ball striker at the end of the day, and Graham Clark, to answer the question that was on a few of our minds, is the man who come in at number 5, and Kent have their first point before lunch, so they'll be happy, and they'll be looking at maybe trying to get 4 and 5 before the lunch break and taking advantage of winning a good toss here. But yeah, Bedingham is a ball striker, and with the amount of movement that is around, there's obviously risk involved in that. He took advantage a few times in that over, and then Dudgeon comes back and takes the big wicket.
Again, from the Kent point of view, it's just keep it pitched up there.
Keep it in play. Keep that ball moving. Make him do something that he doesn't want to do. From the Durham point of view, I'm absolutely gutted that he's gone, but that is a huge wicket for Kent. Huge wicket. The Moose is happy. You've just got to see ya.
I'd say outside of the Durham top 3, that is the biggest wicket that Kent would have been looking for.
Oh, he's a game changer. Absolute game changer.
So 3 delightful 4s in that over, but the wicket to follow it up as well. Kent starting to edge this morning, 85 for 3.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Durham won't want any further damage up until lunch, and if Kent can pick up 4, even 5, there's still half an hour to the lunch break.
And here comes the Italian stallion.
Oh, there you go.
Will be
Rocky Balboa and Grant Stewart have different sounds.
Change of bowling at the lovely end, Grant Stewart.
I mean, it's obvious to say with him sitting on 34, but the media gate does now anchor this innings for Durham, certainly for the rest of this session, and you'd think for the majority of the afternoon.
Yeah, well, Durham have played the extra batter, haven't they, really? When you look at their lineup, they've still got Ackerman, Robinson, Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, who got 150 a couple of years ago down at... No, watch that one again, tucked away nicely by Gay off the hip.
So
And Kemar Roach is definitely no slouch with the bat either. So there's a lot of batting to come, and I think both sides will have probably looked at the conditions, looked at the pitch, and gone, okay, then we want to make sure that we don't get humbled here and knocked over. And we're going to back the bowlers that we have to go through. Both obviously haven't picked a spinner either, but there's a lot of batting in both sides. A bit of shape there for Stewart.
good to know the effects mic is working.
Yeah, a bit of wind knocking around. Well, I haven't got the headphones on, mate, but I'm sure. I didn't need to have them on there. Grey clouds starting to roll back in. We haven't got the flags up on the old roof either. No flag watch. What are we going to do, Stevie?
We got one in the Daffabet stand.
What flag is that?
Not a Scooby.
Looks like one of the Aussie state flags, actually. Clark drives
Shot.
gloriously through cover point and gets off the mark in beautiful style.
I think that was Callum Parkinson there shouting at the end, shot Graham. I think it was.
He's just had a wander across, hasn't he? So there's every chance. And again, I don't think Kent will mind that. I think if the ball's moving, then get it full.
It's a
Let it
trade-off.
swing, yeah, and like you saw, you know, you might go for a few runs, but chances are that you might just grab that edge, and wickets are key. Stewart is really attacking the stumps. Down the leg side ends Grant Stewart's first over. It's gone for 590 for 3. I'll tell you what, more importantly, and I know what the answer's probably going to be to this question, we haven't been asked what the go is for lunch. Maybe that's just a blanket fish and chip Good Friday. Sam Blacklock, where are you, mate? There's questions to be asked here. And what about the Stevie's a vegetarian as well? So what's you've ordered? That'll be bloody right. There you go.
Game's gone.
Hopefully you just get mushy peas and chips as your vegetarian option. Hope everybody's enjoying their Good Fridays out there. Long weekend for us. Oh, he's just replied to me there, I'm sure.
Start of the sixth over on the bounce for Dudgeon. What's he said?
Yes, fish and chips today. What if I didn't want fish and chips? First world problems.
Just under half an hour till the lunch break. I'm not going to ask you to put a run total on this, Ash, but the obvious from a Durham point of view is that that wicket column needs to stay at 3.
Yeah, 100% for me, yeah. I'd take 90 for 3 at lunch right now. I mean, it might be boring for the rest of us, but I would take that all day. Scoring rate's been good so far. But Kent will be happy of picking up those 3 wickets, especially the 3 wickets that they've got.
Bit of a look back from
Yeah.
Emilio Gay after that bouncer.
I think he was expecting that to get up a little bit more than what
Oh,
it
yeah,
was.
it did not miss him by much.
No, he got himself into an awkward position. And again, that might be the beauty of having the two men out on the hook. That he knows he can't take that on. Tom's off to play some golf. Mate, good luck in the wind up at Bransworth Castle. Hopefully we'll keep you entertained as the afternoon goes on in the background. That's a good follow-up, you know, just drawing Gay into a full ball. Emilio will be thinking, I should have left that. I like what I've seen from this Kent bowling lineup. I think we could be in for some good fun this year.
It's exactly how you want to start the season. You know, you're away from home. You know that Durham are going to want to put a few wrongs right from last year. You also want to put wrongs right from last year. Get the luck of the green at the toss, get you guys in bowling and get those early scalps. You say it just breeds that confidence.
Oh, little. Do I play? Do I leave? Do I play? Too late. It's in the keeper's hands. It's been a good over, a good challenging over this. One ball remaining. Dudgeon has 2 of the 3 wickets so far to fall this morning. Picking up Lees and Beddingham.
It's easy to see why Kent fans were so happy to have him back.
Oh, it's a good area again. Do you know what it is? That's bloody good cricket. Really good cricket. Good challenging over. Emilio Gay solid in defence to finish it off. And that's what I love about the county championship. That's going to give us moments like that. There was no wickets. There was no runs. But that was good contest between bat and ball.
While Daniel Bell Drummond is obviously quite happy, a penny for the thoughts of Ian Holland, Leicestershire captain. Opening day of the season, win the toss, tell your lads you're going to have a bowl. You're not even at lunch. And Sussex are 136 for 1.
Oh, well, we've got 9 to go.
Who is doing the damage? Tom Haynes, 56 off 60, and Tom Clark is not far behind, 48 off 67. Nicely tucked away. Should be a couple. Stewart. Ooh. Stewart going a bit full, and if that was a clean take, maybe it's a little bit closer, but problem averted for Graham Clark. Obviously, Sussex in the news for the wrong reasons, unfortunately, with their off-the-field
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that from a Durham point of view.
Nah.
I think
We understand.
from punishment point of views, I'll leave it there.
Surrey have staged a little bit of a recovery against Warwickshire. 51 for 2 now they are. Essex and Hampshire are underway. Hampshire sticking their visitors in and picked up an early wicket. I think Ben Mays with an amazing slip catch. Essex currently 21 for 1. Glamorgan and Yorkshire don't look like they're going to get on before lunch, unfortunately, down at Cardiff. Somerset 65 for 2, so the scoring's got going a little bit against Notts. Notts winning the toss and choosing to put their hosts in. Lovely shot.
Clarky.
Will it get there? No, it's just pulled up, but they'll run 3.
It's probably the longest part of the ground out there.
Derbyshire and Worcester playing at Derby. Derbyshire at 87 for 1 after being put in. Middlesex and Gloucestershire at Lords. Gloucestershire keeping it very tight. 45 for 1 off 23.
Ooh. Attritional cricket.
Lancashire Northants, the other game in Div 2. Lancashire 83 for 1 after choosing to bat.
There you go, around the ground. 95 for 3 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Even contest, you would have to say, between bat and ball. Good toss to win. You've got to say it's a good toss to win. Getting that new ball in hand here. There's been movement.
You can hear the call of 2.
Excellent running. That wasn't that far away from the field, but it is a long boundary out there.
I think it's Compton who's had to do, like you say, it's not a long run around job from deep backward square to pick that up, and Gay has made that into a very simple 2. He's on 37 from 60. And you'll keep the strike on 38. 98 for 3.
Yeah, just getting 2 straight there, Stuart. Picked off a couple of times from Emilio Gay. 98 for 3. Not the greatest cricket conditions out there.
It's definitely one for the purists.
Yeah. It's a nice little crowd in over towards the member side, the western side of the ground. Hopefully they're protected from the wind, which has been bitter. It's definitely not as strong as it was in the Durham University game.
Change of bowling.
We've got Stearman back into the attack from the Finkel end.
Yeah, inspection at 1:15 down at Cardiff.
I don't care.
Cheers, mate.
Ooh. Leading edge. The White Rose down there. Yeah, let's not talk about them. Just brings back reminders of that last day. All the hope that we had with the result at the Oval, and then, yeah, we'll just leave it there. We are where we are. We're in a new season. We've got Emilio Go flicking them off his legs beautifully. That's 4.
That's raced away.
That's timed perfection.
So there's not a lot of running around out there to be done from, I think it's Compton again who's had to run from deep backward square all the way over as the 100's now up. But Emilio Gay has timed that so well.
They've just started to target. I don't know whether it's on purpose, but his leg stump. He is getting a long way across in his trigger, but Emilio Gay's feasting off it at the moment. Just got a couple of visitors in the com box with Bailey the Derg. How is it outside, gentlemen? It's a bit chilly.
Understatement of the season.
Probably the answer I was expecting, to be honest. And again, that's tickled away for 4 more. Don't know if that one's... No, it is runs off the bat.
Heart in mouth moment for a second there. I thought Benjamin was sticking out that right paw to
risk and reward,
snare.
isn't it? I think they're trying to target that leg stump, but Emilio Gay is not missing out at the moment. Picks up his second boundary in the over, moves on to 46. Durham 106 for 3. Oh.
Tapped into the onside for a single. Just going to leave Clark with the 1 ball to see out of this over.
Just getting wished happy birthday again. That's nice. 51 in a day. Yeah, don't feel like a young wicket. Left alone. 50's the new 30. I'll take that. I'll take that all day. 107 for 3, Durham. Gay on 47, Clark on 9.
Just one as well, if maybe Gay's are trying to take a bit of control of the situation, mate, the Kent bowlers would maybe feel a little bit on top, and maybe just, like you say, just trying to put that pressure back on them.
I just think it's free scoring runs for him. You know, the bowling at obviously trying to target that leg stump, which is exactly where he's happy scoring. He's raced on to 47. The scoring rate's nearly clicked up to 4.5 now, so again, just transferring that pressure, like you said, back onto the bowlers.
That's a better area from Stewart. That's 50 for Emilio Gay, the first of many he'll hope for this season. A quite wonderful innings so far, lots of clips off the leg side. Came in early, he's been able to set his stall out, 9 fours. He'll be hoping to make it a big one after getting himself in here at Banks Homes Riverside. Kent skipper just having a word with his bowler. Hasn't quite found his straps yet. Stewart, 2 overs and 2 balls, none for 17. Just the change bowlers haven't really worked, apart from Keith Dudgeon, for Daniel Bell-Drummond. And it's still not working. That's even better.
Flair. That Caribbean flair in him, hasn't he? That's beautiful from Emilio Gay. I think it's a big 50 for him as well. Like, we've talked about his role in the team and just making him feel happy at number 3. Like, it's a big moment for him. Can he kick on? Not just that, who's going to bat with him? No, he looks in, like I say, in good form, timing the ball nicely.
Someone's got to stay with him.
Yeah, get that big partnership of 100, 150, put Durham in a strong position. The nature of having a lot of grass on the wicket, that later in the game, that might get the ball to go up and down with a bit of variable bounce, because that might leave some indentations. We'll get out there and have a look at some stage. Oh, that's a peach. That is beautiful outswing bowling. I tell you what Clark has done really well is to not follow that. He's just held the line of the bat, but that's some ball. We've got 12 minutes till lunch.
$116 for 3.
Tell you what, I'm sure there's boxes and boxes of yearbooks that are for members, etc., in the club shop. But what a brilliant little publication that is. It's as professional as I've seen it. Player profiles on each of the boys and girls. Brilliantly put together. Well worth a look. Head over to the club shop if you're around the ground. I'm sure the usual suspects will have already snapped them up. Who doesn't want Ben Rain staring at you? Okay, again, so strong off the pads.
They're not learning.
And that's 4 more.
They are really struggling on where to bowl to him. They're going, like you say, targeting his pads and the leg stump and trying to get that. But at some point, you have to look at how the last 10, 15 minutes have gone. And every single ball, it seems that Gay's got there has either gone to the fence or he's got a score off it. And at some point, you do have to think about switching it up.
Yeah, do you change it? Put your cover across to mid-wicket if this is what you're going to do and leave cover open? It's interesting. They've gone again, and Emilio Gay's flicked it again away. And he'll just pick up the single this time.
I think at this point, Emilio's looking to put ones into twos because he just wants to keep batting. As you say, he spent all that time in the nets.
Yeah, get greedy. Get greedy.
What was it, the 99 he had against Surrey here last year?
Yeah.
Like you say,
I think he got hundreds against them down at the Oval as well, didn't he, in both innings? So
no, that was Lees.
Was it Leesy, was it?
He got a big one in the second innings.
But yeah, real obvious plan here from Kent to target the stumps, but I'm not sure they got the field right. Interesting to see what the Kent fans think of that. Are they happy with taking the 3 wickets so far this morning? Or were they expecting more? From the Durham fans' point of view, are you happy with where the score is at the moment? 121, we've lost Lees, McKinney, we've lost Bedingham. That's not perfectly timed. Beautiful shape. Get the full face of the bat. You'll pick up a couple there, Graham Clark.
I like this as well. 10 minutes before lunch, it would be very easy as a batting side to just set up shop. We're just going to make sure that, no chances, but that's when you might get complacent or lackadaisical. I think it just speaks to what Ryan Campbell was talking about, about coming into this year and getting back to the Durham way of never allowing the opposition to settle and always looking to be on the front foot.
Yeah, I mean, the run rate has that promotion season vibe, hasn't it? It's up around the 4.7 mark. And Durham, in that promotion season, really pushed most of the games forward, giving themselves every chance of taking 20 wickets. And I'm sure that'll have been a discussion. That'll be a blueprint for how they want to attack this season. I'm sure we'll hear from the master of that plan at some stage after lunch, after he's had his fish and chips.
Even there, that's a forward defence just prodded out, but
looking to run. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. 123 for 3, Clark 11, Gay 61. Where are we on the clock? 12:52. Probably get another 3 overs in.
I was thinking, yeah.
3. I reckon 3, yeah. Which will take us to 29 for the morning. 70 overs currently remaining in the day's play. And Rob and I will keep you company throughout all of that, whether you like it or not. I guess if you don't like it, you can put it on mute, like you were for the first 2 or 3 overs. But we've managed to put those gremlins to one side. The guys at the media company did a brilliant job in getting us up and running with the fantastic pictures that you're seeing here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
It's too far down the leg side. It's just Stewart's. We saw in the last over he bowled from the Lumley end. He seems to have settled a bit more natural line of length to the right-hander in Graham Clark, but to Emilio Gay, they can't really get anywhere in terms of a consistent line or length to stop him scoring.
Well, they're consistently bowling at the leg stump, so why wouldn't you put a leg slip in and
take that?
I don't know. I'm a little bit lost as to what the tactics are from Kent here at the moment. We're getting our fish and chips from our new caterers, Thomas Franks, here at the ground. So let's give them a rating, shall we? Oh, there's your length. There's your length. There's your line. And again, that nice shape that Stewart has just going away from the right-hander. There's a question there for us in the comms. Any Durham batters that need to step up? I think all of them, if I'm honest with you. I don't think anybody really broke the 1,000-run mark last year. Or
I think Clarkey was closest.
Yeah, and that in itself tells you that the lads haven't batted well enough, and I think they'll all probably pretty much take that on board and want to get greedy. You have success when lads are scoring 1,200, 1,300 runs and really dominating. And hopefully we get to see that again this year. Emilio started off nicely.
Yeah.
And it's about the most important thing is putting us in a position to take 20 wickets.
Yeah, I'd concur with that. I don't think there's no real batter you could last year say was good enough, consistently enough. Ackerman started the season with twin tons against Notts, but that came in a defeat after a late batting collapse on day 4. Alex Lees, Emilio Gay, everyone showed their class at some point, but there was
not enough.
Yeah, there was no one that sort of went from game 1 to the final game of, I'm going to get the runs here, I'm going to be consistent enough. They all had purple patches.
Yep.
I think Clarkey got a new first class best down at Hampshire, 161 or something like that. But it was just too far between. There was no, like I said, there was no one consistently averaging above 40 or high 30s. So, I would agree with you. I think Ryan has said it, and all the batters, if you spoke to them, would say it, that they weren't good enough, consistency enough last year.
I think if one does it, that drags 2 or 3 along with them as well. So, I think that's key for me.
And then on the bowling point of view, it's just keeping guys fit.
Indeed.
Just making sure guys can step onto the field and pull on the Durham whites and bowl. Ooh.
Right in the head. Emilio Gay. It's going to have... Well, this will take up a couple of minutes of time, so we might only see one more over after this, but let's hope Emilio is okay. It looks like that's hit him on the left side of his face, so he's just got through the shot a little bit early.
Yeah, Christian O'Connor joined from Middlesex in the summer. Over the winter, he'll be out there.
He's nearly there.
And in vision.
Nearly there.
Is it an automatic change of helmet for when you're hit, or is it part of the inspection?
Depends where it hits. I think on the helmet that one might have been a bit grill on the cheek and the bottom of the jaw. What you hope it doesn't hit is kind of miss the helmet altogether and hit the neck.
Yeah,
but that'll rattle the brain cells, no doubt. And Emilio will take his time and have a drink, and I'm sure all the Kent lads are making sure that he's okay.
Is indeed just the young'un. James Minto, been put on 12 duty.
It's just checking the helmet itself. Everything seems to be okay. I'll tell you what, the last thing, I know you need to do the full protocols and things like that, but if I'm batting and I'm on 60 odd and feeling good, I'm answering all the questions at the very best of my ability. Bill from Kent saying, let's get another one before lunch. Yeah, Thomas Frank might be change your career after football. But our new catering partners here at the Banks Homes Riverside are Thomas Franks. We had the members forum the other night where they gave samples to all of our members, and I think on a whole it was very, very well received. The samples that I sampled were very nice. This will be the last over now before lunch. 12:58 on the clock. No. There are no jellyfish launchers, dude. 125 for 3. Nice little partnership established between these two. Can they get through to lunch? Clark's solid in defence. Who'll be the happier Rob, do you think? Go on, give me you. So Rob works for Sky, right?
Here we go.
What do they use? WinViz or something like that? on Sky?
WinViz.
Yeah, we don't have WinViz or any. We are the tech. What do you reckon percentage-wise? Who where would you be right now?
55-45 Kent, I'd say. Just because you've picked up the 3 wickets, and it's the 3 you'd probably want the most.
Okay.
You'd want the 2 openers, and you definitely want David Bellingham in and out.
Okay.
But Durham will obviously take a lot of heart from Gay's innings. Clark has looked solid so far for his 23 balls out there. Hopefully at least 26 by the time he walks off unbeaten. But it also, from Durham's point of view, this morning session could have been something last year, that 3 wickets go down and it becomes 5 or 6.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that. Is it 10 past actually lunch? Have I got that totally wrong? Might be 10. I think it's 10 past 1, isn't it, lunch? My bad. I'm thinking test match times rather than county championship.
You've got me confused now.
So yeah, we'll get there.
Oh,
That's a big shot.
has Sam provided the answer? 1 o'clock or 10 past
No,
1?
last message from Sam was fish and chips. Sam's saying it is. No, it's 1 o'clock. There you go. That is optimistic, to say the least. That is lunch. That is time for fish and chips. 125 for 3. Been an excellent session of cricket. Early wicket of McKinney and a good partnership from Lees and Emilio Gay. Then back-to-back wickets for Dudgeon. Just turned things in Kent's favour. But then another nice partnership here between Emilio Gay and Graham Clark. See Durham go to lunch at 125 for 3. It's been 28 overs bowled. Sturman picked up the other wicket today. Rob thinks it's around 55-45. I think Durham, with the run rate, will be quite happy with where they are. Ideally would have been a wicket less down, but I think having lost the toss and been put in, I'm going about 50-50. Let us know your thoughts on the live stream. But from Rob and I, we're going to go and have some fish and chips, and we'll see you back in just over half an hour. Well, welcome back to session 2 of day 1 of the Rothesay County Championship game between Kent and Durham here at Durham's Banks Homes Riverside Stadium. 125 for 3. A pretty even morning. There was a lot of seam movement around. Kent would have been happy to pick up 3 wickets having won the toss. And I think anybody winning the toss here this morning would have elected to bowl first. Durham have had a couple of partnerships, notably Lee's and Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay being the star of the morning so far from a Durham point of view. He's on 62, not out. Dudgeon the star with the ball for Kent with 2 wickets. He's going to start off proceedings from the Lumley end. Sun trying its best. It's probably the clearest the overheads have been all morning so far. Hope everybody's had a fish and chip lunch and is ready to rock for this afternoon session. 28 overs bowled so far, 96 to be bowled in the day, so there's still 68 overs remaining in the day's play. And we'll be here with you for every ball here on Durham Live. As usual, thanks to those before who have commented, and we'll interact with you as best we can throughout the live stream, but feel free to whack a comment in the chat functionality and we'll be happy to interact. Here we go, first ball after lunch is a no ball and a little slip in the follow through. Hopefully we'll have a special guest on as we move through the afternoon, just to keep it fresh for you. But you're here with me, Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush in the house for the first game of the season. Coming down from his lofty Sky Sports tower.
I've got you at 2 of those jokes now.
There'll be more. We have seen a little change of tactics. So we've watched, I don't know, from a Kent point of view, I'd have been really frustrated that they looked to attack the leg stump of Emilio Gay, and he really cashed in on that tactic. But now there's a leg gully in place, and probably more of the field. They'll have had a chat over that at lunch, no doubt, and still think that that's a way that they can get the wicket of Emilio Gay, but the field now reflects a little bit more leg gully catching mid-wicket and a little bit of protection out at deep square leg on the boundary. Still 2 slips in place, as you can see.
I mean, better late than never, but that was probably needed about 20 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, indeed. Totally agree. One of the big anomalies that still I don't get English cricket as the 2 runs for a no ball.
Again, you're not going to find me disagreeing with you on that.
Yeah, I don't get it. It's like somebody's made that decision and they've gone, yeah, we've always done that. We're going to stick with it. Gets a little leading edge and gets his afternoon off with a single. 127 for 3. But yeah, that field, Rob, much more reflects the line that the Kent bowlers had toiled away with, probably for the best part of half an hour or more before lunch. Allowed Emilio Gay to really up his strike rate.
So just like from here, it was you had Durham kind of on the ropes after Bellingham went. You know, if you got Emilio, then you were into a middle order which didn't fire at all last year. You know, you had a chance to make that morning session very successful. Obviously, they picked up 3 wickets in the first bonus point, but you know, imagine it's a lot different mood walking into lunch when you've got the opposition 5 down rather than 3.
Yeah, or even maybe 100 for 3 rather than 120 odd for 3.
But this is that, as we kind of will always say, commentators cliche of just the start again phase after a break. You know, can you hit your line straight away as a batter? Is your eyesight zoned back in? Seems to be all right now. 128 for 3. There's still 1 left.
Yeah, got the no ball, mate.
There we go. We're 1-1 now.
Oh, mate, you'll win that battle. Don't worry. I have zero doubt you'll win that battle. Now, welcome back to everybody. Like I say, joining us for this afternoon. Feel free to add your comments. I've been having a few messages with Simon Willis, a former Kent player and coach.
It's been a nice little back and forth on the stream
Yeah,
to kick us back off.
Yeah, there's a good balance between Kent and Durham on here, which is nice. Nothing, nobody getting giddy yet. There's still time.
It's going to be Matt Milnes to start after lunch. You'd think so after morning session. I find it interesting, Ash, that they're changing ends for both of these two. Dudgeon bowled, I think, exclusively this morning from Finkel end, and then Milnes also was exclusively from the Lumley end pretty much in that opening session. So Daniel Bell-Drummond just switching it up.
Well, I've got a question, and there's no flag watch, so I can't really tell which direction the wind's coming from at the moment.
You got to look
But we've
over.
got that
You got to
one
look over to the
there,
Daffabet.
yeah.
You got to look over to the Daffabet stand, mate.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what that flag is. I'm going to have to ask the question, where's our flags?
Still those two men back out on the hook for Emilio Gay. Actually, square leg umpire decided he doesn't want to be in that line of fire.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, I don't blame him. Jumps across two slips. And sort of a leg gully, I would say, Ash, rather than a leg slip.
Yeah, very square, isn't he?
There was a game a few years ago. There was a fly slip in it. I was like, I've not seen a fly slip in a red ball game for God knows how long.
Yeah, sometimes if you're trying to bounce and they're trying to ramp it over the slips, or if you've got a tail ender who slugs a few up in the air, you might whack one down. But yeah, not a usual field placing. Daniel Bell-Drummond just moving his fine leg a little bit finer. Probably directly behind the man catching that leg gully.
I think that's going to be Twanda Miyeye in there. So Amelia Gay will run it off the face down to third. They'll come back for a very comfortable 3.
Get those old legs moving, Clarkie. Good boy. But yeah, that's what it does though. Like, so what have we got? 2 slips and then 2 fielders in the ring on the offside, but it just presents different gaps. Emilio Gay was in control of that one, down to third. Picks up another 3 and keeps his score. Moving on, he moves on to 66 now from just 81 deliveries. Has been the shining light for Durham so far here on day 1.
Like I said before lunch, someone's got to stick with him. Someone's got to be with him as he carries on. I know you say it's got to be that big partnership of, can you get a ton partnership, can you get a 150 partnership to sort of open the game up a little bit for the bowlers later on.
And you'd look at the variety of Kent's attack. They've got 5 right arm seamers, so there's not a lot there. Durham will face that issue again when we come to bowl, that they've gone in without a spinner. I guess Colin Ackerman is the man who may take up a few overs of that. I've horrifically seen Ben Rain bowling that over the last couple of days as well, so we'll wait and see.
Little bit of a lean there from Gay as well. I mean, David Bedingham has best figures of 0 for 2.
No comment.
I can't even remember what he was bowling on that final day of 2024.
I've got nothing. I've got nothing to add. I don't want to add anything. If we see Bedingham bowl, we're all in trouble.
Ooh. There are 2 men back for a reason. And that is one of them. Not perfectly timed from Emilio Gay. You can see him there rehearsing the shot he wanted to play. He gets away with it for a single. 1-3-3 for 3.
I think you just go with that and hit that in the stand. He's not quite controlled it. One bounce out to the man at deep square. I'd back yourself there, but good bowling that. They're bowling to their field there. Just creating a little half opportunity. 133 for 3 now on the board. We saw Emilio struck in the helmet before lunch. So maybe that is something, yeah. Young Miyagi there just forgot that he was at leg slip and went across to, leg gully. Went across to a normal gully. And again, bowling straight. This one timed nicely to the skipper for no run. Two slips, a backward point. Probably mid-off or more of an extra cover on the offside. And we've got a leg gully, a catching mid-wicket, mid-on, a man at deep forward square. He has to be in front of square leg, otherwise it would be a no ball. Just rushed Emilio Gay. It is a no ball, is it?
Yeah.
Looking at the umpires. Extended. It was extended briefly and then took the wing back in. Yeah, so that'll be 3 to the total.
That'll be 50 partnership as well, I'm pretty sure.
Oh.
Came together 85 for 3.
There you go. Rob Rush ahead of the game, as usual. That's what you get when you work for Sky Sports. Nicely played that by Clark. Got up tall, riding the bounce. But I like the work of Dudgeon here. Picked up the wickets early this morning of Lees, and then picked up the huge wicket of Beddingham after conceding 3 boundaries in the over. The sun trying to break through, teasing everybody outside. We're fine inside, but teasing everybody. The crowd just starting to build up a little bit more here on Good Friday afternoon. That's driven nicely, but well fielded by Dudgeon in his follow through. Strange question. Where do the opposing teams stay when they're visiting a ground that's particularly far away from their home base? Is it a hotel scenario or student digs? I'd love to see them in student digs, but I'm sure they'll be in a Radisson or a Hilton or something to that effect. They'll be well looked after, no doubt. Opposition teams not wearing Chesley Street here, which is right on the motorway, so probably stay in Durham or Newcastle normally. So they can head either north or south on the motorway. Should just whack them in the scoreboard, bunk them in, couple of hammocks,
Absolutely.
tops and tails. Flamboyant
Shot.
drive, not perfectly timed. They'll pick up at least 2, and I think they'll stick with 2.
Yeah, probably off the top half of the bat, just
I
more
reckon
towards the
bottom.
edge.
I reckon the bottom.
You reckon?
Yeah, right. It sounded toey. But good footwork and everything from Clark. I like his positivity as well. Saw an opportunity to score. Just going to get the messages I got off Simon Willis. So I asked him to feed me some Kent information. Oh, that's a great length. Got Clark just searching for that one just outside off stump. Lovely way to finish the over from the Kent pace man. Clark survives, 138 for 3. And Simon Willis, as I said, was part of the Kent system. I'm not sure if he's still coaching with Kent, but I know he runs his own academy down there. So he says it's all about the batter scoring runs, a bit of luck with injuries, as they've got a good bowling attack. He says the young lad Ben Dawkins is one to really keep an eye on, and he hopes Miyei has a breakout year because he feels he's ready to really have a crack at making Division 2 his own. And there could be opportunities there for higher honours, so who knows. Great to see, and great to speak to Simon, who I met a long time ago out in Australia in Perth in Scarborough Cricket Club. He came out there for a winter to play, and it's nice to catch up with him when we get the chance.
Yeah, he's going back to a traditional gully for this over. Still the 2 men out on the hook. Milne's really zeroing in on the stumps. Yeah, we talked about some of the business that Kent have done over the winter. Obviously, Milne's coming back from Yorkshire. Didn't really work out for him with the White Rose. I think injuries played a little bit of a part there. Sam Northeast coming back after some really fruitful years with Glamorgan.
Got some monster scores, didn't he?
Was it the Kookaburra rounds he potentially would have chalked some of those up in as well? Emilio Gay chalks up another 4.
That's as a captain, this is why I've got no hair. You've just seen that on the stream, but as a captain, before lunch you've spent 30 to 40 minutes bowling at leg stump without any fielders on the leg side, and then you put all the fielders in those positions and he bowls a wide half volley outside off stump. He's just showing my ball in this area. Ross, come on, mate. You're better than that.
Always said we've got the best stream guys in the business. I say it's just that inconsistency of the attack. That's more so where you want to reach.
Yeah, you can't bowl any wider than that. It's got to be off stump or down leg, really. Now the gully's come back across to the offside. So this is kind of hedging your bets a little bit here. Where do you want Milnes to bowl? I liked it with the leg gully in place, at least then.
Does it almost become a question from yourself, a captain's point of view, of like, where do we not want him to score?
Well,
would that question ever come in?
You could take the offside out of the equation unless he gets maybe a leading edge.
It's going to be 4 more. Kent just struggling to regain that rhythm they had to start the game. But the signs are still there in terms of, that's not exactly a confident shot from Emilio Gay.
It's an edge, no doubt about it, but all the way along the carpet for 4.
Got a question.
Again, you've got two slips in place. If you're going to bowl that line, have another slip in place and take that mid wicket out, or your deep backward square. What's it? He's wasted out there if you're going to bowl that channel outside off stump. What you got for me? I can see a big smirk on your face.
I feel like I know your answers to this, mate.
Okay.
The boss man is asking if you would like a cup of tea.
No, I'm fine with my water. Thank you very much. I appreciate the offer. I mean, boring fact, I have never had a cup of tea or a cup of coffee in my life. There you go.
You learn something new every day.
There you go. I mean, it's nothing. It's something you'll immediately forget, but there you go.
I think Ross has just shot you a dirty look from across the room.
Caffeine king.
146 for 3. There is some cricket going on in the background, we can assure you.
No, you can see it. There you go. Grey skies here.
Had the lights turned off.
Yeah, they might come back on, I think, because it looks a bit gloomy. I know we've got the the tinting, the window tinting here to keep Rob's complexion in check. I don't want to mess with that. But we have tinted windows here, so it often looks a lot darker than actually what it is. But it still looks pretty gloomy out there. I wouldn't be surprised if the lights do come back on, because the lights, there's a few in the car park at the far end of the ground, You can probably see just to the right of the sight screen are looking very bright from our point of view.
It's a nice beauty shot, that. Dudgeon for his 9th. 2 for 32. So they seem to have the plan to Graham Clark sorted. They're very happy to hang it in that channel outside off, try and get that edge.
It's pretty traditional, isn't it? You've had a little bit of shape from the right armers away from the right hander, so you've got 3 slips in place, and you've got a point to cover and a mid off. It's a pretty standard field, isn't it, really? You've got a man at mid wicket, a man at mid on, and you've got your fine leg. More traditional cricket, I guess. I just don't think they've got their, especially if you're coming around the wicket to the left-hander all the time, they've just fed his scoring zones. So I'm sure Emilio's not complaining.
Absolutely.
From a Kent point of view, I don't know if you're frustrated by what you've seen a little bit there. Miyeyi to get an England ODI call-up this year. We've got on the stream. He deserves it so very much. I've only heard good things. I haven't seen a lot of him play, I'm not going to lie, but I'm excited to watch him here this week.
After watching him last year a little bit, I'd say maybe a bit more in line for a T20 call-up, but with where he bats at the top of the order, England are always going to be very well stacked in terms of you look at what they're doing with Will Jacks right now, playing him as the finisher role in both the ODI and T20 side because there is that surplus of batting depth at the top, but no one questions the talent that Miyeyi's got. I think he's very much got the game for international cricket. It's just will he be able to get that opportunity?
Just changed it up a little bit here. Deep square leg has gone out now for Clark. And that doesn't bother him in the slightest as he tickles one down the leg side for 4. Yeah, and you've got the Moose. Moose, mate, I 100% agree with you saying that he feels that Gay is an LBW candidate, and I have no doubt that's why they're targeting the stumps as the 150 comes up for Durham. But they just need to set the fields that back that up, I guess is where I'm coming from. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but there you go. I definitely can understand why they're bowling the way they're bowling. I just don't think they've backed it up with the best field. .150 for 3. Graham Clark on 18. Emilio Gay on 76. A knock at the door. We have politeness. Oh, the one, the only. I'm going to keep it. And it's a brilliant pitch that we're playing on here today. As Clark allows that one through to the keeper. Rob's going to nick out because that's what high-profile people do. They leave all the hard work to others. Absolutely, mate. And I'm going to be joined by one of my favourite humans on the planet and on this very ground, the man responsible for the beautiful greenery that you can see out there. And I'm not talking about the 22 yards. I'm talking about all of it. Victor Main, a warm welcome, mate.
Good afternoon. You do talk some rubbish, don't you?
I do. Well, that's what I get paid for, I think. I think. But no.
Welcome back.
Are you happy, Grumpy Groundsman? Are you happy with what you've got out there?
Yeah, I think you'd have to be happy with that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, mate, it looks good. Bit of carry early doors as well.
Yeah, good even session. Charts for both sides now. Danger is, having been stuck in early April, you could be 5 or 6 down at lunch.
Yep. And
I think we'd probably settle for 3 down, wouldn't we, with the runs we got on the board?
I was just saying, I think if Durham were 100 for 3 at lunch, I think you could, as the lights are shimmering away and about to come back on, as I'm not surprised, as we just said, it's got a bit gloomy out there. As Milnes is going to continue around the wicket. That's short, doesn't get up. Mid-wicket, I don't know if that's Joey Everson at mid-wicket, as took evasive action. That was absolutely murdered by Emilio Gay and put away for 4. But I was saying that I think Kent will be disappointed that they leaked a few runs just before lunch. Emilio Gay went on a little charge there.
Yeah,
But now I feel that Durham are on top here at 154 for 3.
I may be being a touch harsh here, but
That's not like you.
thanks. I'm not sure they'll be particularly happy with their work this morning. I'm not sure they put enough balls in the right place. I think there were a few loose ones,
Yep.
which let some of our batsmen off the hook a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't. The answer's probably no. I don't know if you're listening, but I don't. They just got a bit confused around their fields. They've challenged Emilio around the wicket, but the field they have now is protecting that. If they want to bowl straight and bowl at the stumps, but he's got a lot of runs on the leg side with plenty of spaces to do so.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that I'm talking about. I mean, we had 3-4 slips in place, and to me, they weren't putting enough balls consistently in the right place to bring those guys into play, and runs did seem to leak pretty readily. There were a lot of 4s.
Nicely driven through mid-on. Brilliant piece of fielding. Brilliant piece of fielding. That Stearman there at mid-on. That will really please his bowler. But yeah, talk to us a little bit. I haven't really gone into details on the pitch. 12 mil we talked this morning on the pitch for those cricket tragics out there.
Yeah, it's there's a bit of length on the grass, but it's fairly dry. Bit of live grass there. You'd expect a little bit of movement first morning, but yeah, it seems to have gone through quite well. The word coming back to me is that it's coming onto the bat, which is what you want.
That's come onto the bat and gone off the bat beautifully. I'm not sure that's the length of the ball on this surface. That's just sat up and Emilio Gay in full control. Second pull shot of the over to the fence.
Maybe getting a little bit carried away because the one that got bedding them looked to me as if it just jumped a little bit.
I mean, you're much more qualified than I, but sometimes with that amount of live grass on, you will get a slight variation in the bounce on the pitch.
Yeah, definitely.
As obviously a cricket ball's a pretty hefty projectile to be thrown at something that is live, alive. That ends the over there, 158 for 3 now. Emilio Gay moving on nicely into the 80s. And Graham Clark, his ally, on 18.
But to be honest with you, that's something that we've spoken about quite a lot over the winter, and something that we're aiming for is to try and get the bowlers a little bit more help this year. For the past couple of years, the pitches have been pretty flat, and bowlers have really had to work hard for their wickets. And this year, we may see scores come down a little bit, but it also proves that if batsmen play well.
Oh, that will not please Dudgeon. Edge. Rob Rush was talking around the gap in between the slips, and we talked about Zach Crawley being a big man with a wide wingspan, but he's just moved a little bit late. I'm not sure whose catch that was, but it's a chance, really, a let-off for Graham Clark, and Durham will take that gleefully. Just watching the replay. Yeah, Zach Crawley's right hand, but Durham will take that all day. I mean, you talk about the runs being maybe a little less. I think this has provided a little bit more zip.
Yep.
And that for the batter as well, a little bit more pace on the ball. You're not complaining about that, and you would probably take that trade-off for a little bit of lateral movement.
Yeah, I think so. That was something again that we spoke about, is that if we can get that little bit more nip, batsmen can still score freely. I just think wickets might be a bit more forthcoming. Certainly early doors. That's a great shot.
Yeah, runs are forthcoming there as Graham Clark latches on. That wasn't that wide. He got the length that he wanted. He absolutely climbed into that, a real strong area for Graham Clark, and brings up a second boundary in the over. But I mean, let's be honest, mate. It's the 3rd of April.
It's crazy, isn't it?
The temperature hasn't probably got above 15 degrees. Hasn't really got above 10 degrees, so we're talking about a good day. So to get the pitch this hard, and you must be really pleased.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're very lucky in that we've got a decent sized staff. We've got enough sheeting. We've got protection to get the pitches dried out. They've been undercover for a long time. And also the thing that's made a big difference the last couple of weeks has been the wind.
Yeah.
There's still plenty of moisture underneath the surface, but that top inch or so has really been dried out by the wind whistling across it. And,
even with the ice in it.
Yeah, absolutely. We pulled ice off the sheets yesterday, that's for
There was
sure.
a frost on there. Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Pitches are hard, but I'm not sure whether they're frozen or or ready to go.
That's a good bouncer, good effort ball. That makes the groundsman smile, seeing that if a bowler puts effort in, that the wicketkeeper's going to take it around chest to head high.
Yeah, it's what you want to see. You want to see the ball going through, and I say it's something that we've struggled with for the last couple of years. Hopefully, the pitches continue to play like this, and but it's going to be interesting to see as soon as the roller comes onto it,
Yeah.
because the big heavy roller, which Kent will invariably use, will it has a habit of taking a lot of the pace and bounce out of the pitches, even though it's only on there for 7 minutes.
There you go. 166 for 3 at the end of that over. So you talk about the heavy roller. From a groundsman's point of view, I don't know, not banning the heavy roller. They're restricted to how many times they can use it, aren't they, the heavy roller?
Yeah, I mean, each side can use it twice in a game.
Yeah.
Again, it's a subject that there's been a lot of talk about. A few years ago, the heavy roller was banned. A lot of people thought that wasn't a very good idea at all. It certainly didn't mirror Test match cricket, and it was decided to reintroduce it. There's still people saying, should there be 2 rollers, should there be 1 roller, no roller, or unlimited, just as you have in Test match cricket.
Your thoughts?
I must admit that we had a straw poll on it this year, and my view was that it should be unlimited, as in Test matches. That doesn't mean that I like the heavy roller going across it. As I say, I think the heavy roller can take the pace and bounce out of the pitch. So I've no real strong concerns, to be honest with you.
I mean, the perfect pitch, you would say, will seam and do a little bit on day 1, get better for batting probably into day 2 and halfway through day 3, and then look to try and get some spin. I mean, that is the utopia of a pitch, but how difficult is that to get that with the weather conditions that we have?
I've never been able to achieve it in any weather conditions, so yeah, it's really difficult. It's very easy to say,
yeah, of course it is.
But I think probably for me, what I'd be looking at more is, as you say, a bit of seam movement, certainly before lunch on the first day, and then starting to flatten out a bit days 2 and 3, and hopefully by end of day 3, day 4, the pitch starts to sort of go up and down a little
Yeah, a bit of natural deterioration.
Yeah.
Bit of traffic from the players and the ball. Just been a bit of chat there between Milnes and Emilio Gay. I think with the 3 balls that he's just run straight to gully. There's now 2 gullies in place. And Emilio Gay goes, I don't mind where you bowl it, I'm going to hit it there this time. Square drive all the way along the carpet for 4.
He looks in good nick, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does, and you'll have seen him as much as any of us. He's an incredible worker. Loves to hit any amount of cricket balls. I bet he'd probably be your best customer in the nets.
No, there's one who's a lot better than him.
Well, yeah. Well, unfortunately, we don't get to see him in the middle very much.
Oh, that's true. Apart from at lunchtime.
Yeah. Sure, Durham fans will be hoping to see Ben Stokes out on that ground as soon as possible. And that is a better shot, and he got absolutely nothing for it. Middle stump out of the ground. I'll tell you what I did see during the winter. Have you seen the dismissal where the batter hits the ball straight into the non-striker's stumps? It then dribbles down and hits his own stumps, and he's out bowled.
No.
That is incredible.
Never seen that.
Yeah. So that apparently is in the laws of the game that's out bowled.
Yeah.
The MCC are looking to change it.
Only in cricket.
Oh, yeah. I've always said there's no value in playing straight, mate. We've got a weather update. It's starting to rain in Sunderland. Well, hopefully the wind's blowing against that. Oh,
Ooh,
that's a ball.
beauty.
Emilio Gay just throws his hands out and goes, yep, that was a good one. And we all move on with life. 170 for 3, 36 overs gone. Emilio Gay, 88, closing in. I'm not going to say anything more than that. His partnership of 85 with Graham Clark, who's on 26. And you would expect that all the way through, really, the first few days, that just every now and then something's going to grab off the seam.
Yeah,
that amount of grass.
If the bowler's got the skill, then I've no problem with that at all. That's quite good to see.
So we're going to see Joey Everson back into the attack, who was the only one who's really tried to swing the ball so far today. Maybe him and Grant Stewart, but didn't quite get it right. I think he went for 20 off his 3 overs. I'm just going to, yeah, that's right. 20 off his 3 overs. All-rounder. Are you, when you've looked at the teams, are you surprised that anybody hasn't picked a spinner, or do you think that's expected on what the overheads were and what the pitch was presenting this morning?
No, maybe disappointed, but not surprised.
Yeah.
It's, as you say, it's very early April.
That's glorious from Graham Clark.
And batters can play shots like that.
And did you have any? I mean, there's always that chat, isn't there? Do the groundsmen? Are you just preparing what you think is best, or do you speak with Ryan before the day, or not before the day, obviously, but maybe in the lead up to say, right, this is what we want to see from our pitchers, either this game or this year?
Yeah, we've had quite a lot of chats, yeah, Marcus and Ryan tell me what they're looking for, and we try to produce that. Quite pleased with the university pitch, the way that played, and
Yeah.
this one has just mirrored that. To be honest with you,
That
everything's
started
about
to
the same.
turn, didn't it, on the
Yeah,
last
it did.
afternoon?
Yeah.
As a spinner, you only really need a couple to turn, don't you? And then if you can
Well,
challenge the stumps.
Just put it in the batsman's mind.
Mm. Oh, that might be a bit of flesh, that. That's Mr. Thigh Pad, as you can see from the reaction of Graham Clark. Always makes everybody else smile.
But I think as a batsman, if you're asking yourself, who would you prefer to bat against on this sort of surface, in this weather, overcast condition, the lights on, I think they'd take a spinner any day.
I think you're right. I think you are right. 174 for 3. So that long winter, you've had the uni game, you've got this game, and it's all systems go, isn't it? There's a lot of cricket coming up in the next few months.
They come pretty thick and fast. Yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot of ladies games, a lot of junior games.
Everson still trying to get that ball to swing. Little thick inside edge there from Clark. And the girls start with a friendly Tuesday straight after this game. Is that
Friendly
right?
on Tuesday, yeah.
Yeah.
Day after this game is due to finish.
Will they just jump on the same pitch?
Same pitch,
Yeah.
yeah. That was part of the agreement for taking that game.
Yeah. It's got through him. And then they have a game Saturday, is that right? Their first?
Yeah, there's a game Saturday and a game, is it 4 or 5 days after that, I think?
Wednesday, yeah.
250 over games. Yeah. Then we'll be back for the Lancashire game, I think it is.
Yeah, the lads travel to Gloucester for the second game, and then they're back here. 2 big home games to start. You would think, looking on paper, that Kent, even though they had a disappointing season last year, will be one of the heavy hitters along with Lancashire. And obviously we feel that Durham will be right up there as well. It's important to get off to that good start, just to try and get some momentum into the season and try and pick up that feeling of the promotion season where Durham was so successful in scoring quickly and heavily and giving themselves time to take 20 wickets. It's just starting to really grey up over to the west. Might be a bit of rain in the air.
Very important, that good start, isn't it? Get people away, first couple of games. Want to get a win or 2 out of those.
Okay, in control of that one. We'll just pick up the single. Yeah, it is. It's that belief, and I think when we talked about it earlier with Rob, and you just find that method of winning where you get 2 or 3 of your batters are always going to get you that score on the board, and giving you time to bowl the opposition out twice is absolutely vital. You can see here with the run rate at 4.7, that was similar to probably where we were in that promotion season. Stearman into the attack. Picked up the early wicket of Ben McKinney. Just a couple of adjustments to the field there. They're reinforcing the ring in effect. Only 2 slips in place. Which really at this stage, after winning the toss and bowling, you really want to be attacking, and you hope you would have Durham probably 5 or 6 down at this stage. Durham, not that I want to keep getting too far ahead of the game, but at 175 for 3 after losing the toss, we'll feel that they've done a pretty good job so far here on day 1.
Yeah, you'd think that this field setting is pretty much a positive for Durham. As you say, Kent, having put Durham in, really would have hoped to get a little bit more, I think, than what they have now.
If we're missing some rain there, it looks like up to the north there might be a bit of rain sweeping across there. But
there's some around at the moment, I think.
This ground's incredible, isn't it, though? It just misses.
No, don't say that.
No, it does, though, doesn't it? I've never known a ground like it. You can see rain everywhere, and it somehow, hopefully that continues for today. Graham Clark, you can't bowl there to Graham Clark. One thing that we can tell you, Kent fans, that if it's short, it will go. Sometimes it's a strength, sometimes it's a weakness, but you won't miss out.
That was a poor ball.
It looked tired, didn't it?
Yeah. Halfway down the track, no real venom at all. Waist high.
Make sure he keeps them spikes off your covers, mate. Grant Stewart, I believe, that is doing the retrieving. I'm going to have to retrieve his hat now as well. Wind might just have picked up a little bit.
Hopefully that'll blow the
Yeah.
showers through.
Yeah. Storm Dave. Where's the creativity in that? Storm Dave. Yeah, a little bit more on that one. Just defended by Clark. It's moved on to 34 now. How are all the lads feeling? Ready for the season to start? Or
Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Everything's going well at the moment, and just want this weather to pick up a bit. Get another 10 degrees or so, and we'll be happy.
Clark just beaten. Yeah, I think that's what we're all waiting for, isn't it? Just that, for that to really turn. Get some spring, but it keeps knocking us back to autumn. It feels pretty quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
And over number 38, as you can see there, grey clouds surrounding us. There must be a bit of blue sky behind us because a bit of light coming from the south. But all the way to the west and the north, it looks pretty grey also to the east. So, yeah, hopefully we can carry on and get plenty more cricket in today. Long weather forecast, where have we got? A bit of mixed bag. And hopefully the wind keeps it away.
Yeah, I think we should see quite a lot of cricket during this game. I think a lot of the weather seems to be coming at night.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Which is
Well, not for you. I guess you batten down the hatches anyway,
down
don't
the
you?
hatches will hopefully be okay, as long as the wind doesn't whistle the sheets off overnight. But yeah, hopefully we'll be okay and get a full game in. We might lose the odd half an hour here or there.
That is a gorgeous shot from Emilio Gay, who moves into the 90s. Been some real flair about his stroke making today.
Seemed to have a lot of time there, didn't he? He looked as if he was almost waiting for it to come.
Sometimes as a batter you just feel that you're just ahead of the game and things are going right. Good to set a marker down early in the season. And he gets cute and runs that one down to third. And he'll pick up 4 more. Just allowing that one to run off the face of the bat. Full control. Oh, we've got a fun fact. Here we go. Storms named after men kill less people than storms named after women. People think the women named ones are less intimidating and go out in unsuitable conditions. There you go. 100 partnership between these two. Very, very important after the loss of Beddingham. And a crucial half an hour before lunch as well. And the run rate's really climbed since then. It's nearly up to 4.9 and over now.
Where do people get these stats from?
Hopefully it's made up. I've told them to make stuff up.
I'm sure it's AI.
It might be. Somebody told me Joe Denny had a whelk stall.
A whelk stall?
Yeah, that's what he was doing with his time. I hope that was true, but I also hope it's made up because that made me laugh.
Where was his whelk stall?
They did tell us. They were quite specific. They did name a place as well. Let's see if I can find it. It was early doors. Again, guided butt to the fielder in the gully. I'll be there somewhere in the comments. I'll fish it out, so to speak, later.
Tell me it was Southend.
No, it wasn't. It was like a, yeah. I don't know. Whoever made that up, or if it's true, whack it back on. Gay drives, doesn't time it perfectly. And he'll pick up 2, and that'll be enough. Don't want a 99 run out, thank you very much. Crowd just got a little bit giddy there. But not perfectly timed by Emilio Gay. He'll pick up a couple and moves on to 99 from just 109 deliveries. Been a real statement of intent so far.
Sounds windy out there
Yeah,
now.
it's just picked up, hasn't it? Oh, easy, just relax. It's incredible the difference one run makes, isn't it? He's batted beautifully to 99, and now everybody's on edge with just one needed for a well-deserved century. That ends the over, so he'll have to wait a little longer. 189 for 3. Somebody says Denley's got a 1-year contract extension, and he said it was Margate.
Margate?
It would have been a bit more believable if it was Whitstable and an oyster stand.
Now, what was the fun fair at Margate? Was it Dreamland?
Oh, I've got no idea.
Dreamland, I think, was the fun fair at Margate. So maybe the Welk store was just outside the fun fair.
There you go. But now been some great interaction with our Kent fans on here today so far. Really enjoying your comments. Keep it coming. Steam.
One of my very best friends is a Kent Life member,
Okay.
and he's normally he would be due to come up here for this game, but he's got to go in for a knee operation on Tuesday, so he's not made it.
Yep.
But he tells me that he'll be listening and watching everything, so I hope everything's going well, Days.
Yeah, best of luck with that, mate. Hopefully we see you back up in the northeast.
We were at
Future.
college together as 17-year-olds.
How long ago was that?
Oh, a long while. About 90 years, I think.
Nah, all the best for your operation. And your new lease of life with a new knee.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's a replacement one. He had one done.
Okay.
He had it done a couple of years ago, and I think it hasn't particularly worked.
Right.
I told him to come and see me, and I'd chop it off for him.
Jeez, yeah. Plenty of apparati in the shed to do
Yeah,
that job,
we
isn't there?
We could have done that.
Yeah, little
I mean,
wood
back-
chipper out the back.
Back off for the long running, short while.
Clark defends. When did you feel the ground was ready? Because at my club ground at Chesley Street is literally a couple of 100 metres up the road, and I was walking on the outfield, I reckon 2 weeks ago, and thought this is absolutely nowhere near, and then all of a sudden it just changes, doesn't it? I think you might be right with the wind.
Yeah,
That it's-
the wind dries the top out. I would say probably,
Oh, it's a big shot.
I would say mid-March we were fine.
Is that when you would be happy if the lads were to do any fielding on there, or
Oh no.
on your garden?
No.
But you're normally pretty good with that, aren't you? You're a groundsman who thinks that this is there to be played on. Not,
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
There's a lot that aren't like that.
Doesn't mean that I like it when I start seeing them hurl the ball into the ground
And
and
it plugs.
they dive across it and slide. And I think, oh my goodness.
Edged and gone. Crawley, is that his third catch of the day?
It may well be.
Maybe a little wrestle into the chest. It's similar to the Bedingham dismissal. Back foot drive ends with a wicket. That really has come out of nowhere. Stearman takes the wicket. It's gone for 34. Caught by Crawley. And Durham are 189 for 4.
And I think it's raining.
Yeah, looks like there's a few spits on the window. Do you need to disappear and round up your troops? or-
I'll run if we have to go on.
Normally the troops are out very,
Oh.
very quickly from here, aren't they?
Hopefully this will just blow through.
Yeah.
We had a couple this morning.
Colin Ackerman, the new batter to the crease, wasn't in the squad up until this morning. Just recently come back from the T20 World Cup with the Netherlands.
Not a bad man to have coming in at 6, is he?
He's a good player. He's a
a
great
good
ball
player.
striker. And we've got a Yorkshire fan on instead of watching the opening day thriller at Sophia Gardens. I've no idea what's happening there. Rob's the man who keeps me up to date with what's happening around the grounds, but still nothing. There you go. There's a few. You're right, mate. There's a few drops.
A few spots
Just hitting
around.
the window. Yeah.
Yeah.
The boys don't seem that bothered. Just eased up on the blotter over there, mate. Just chilling.
Yeah.
Literally chilling. It's right on the money. Ackerman defends back to the bowler. That ends a successful over. And like I said, I didn't see that coming, if I'm honest with you. Durham were just looking in good control. An important wicket for Kent, 189 for 4. And the Moose is happy, he says. Stearman has looked good alongside Dudgeon. 2 overseas signings for Kent this year. 2 South African lads.
Yeah, they've strengthened a bit, haven't they?
Yeah, they look good. They look good. It was an obvious weakness looking at the stats and everything like that their bowling was an issue, and they've strengthened that. They've got Sam North East back.
Yeah, good player.
He scored a lot of runs over a lot of years. And here's Emilio Gay on 99. Keeper standing up to the stumps now. One slip, Ringfield. And he clips that away like he's done so many times today. And brings up a brilliant century. Well played, Emilio Gay. Thoroughly deserved. It's been an innings of flair. And you can see the passion in the man. He's absolutely thrilled. Brings that up off just 111 deliveries. Well played, Emilio Gay.
That won't do any harm with the England captain watching.
Well, there's a lot of chat, isn't there, around who's in for England and who might be coming along, and he's probably one that's gone under the radar a little bit. He's probably batting at 3, which he'll feel that he's an opener, but he's grabbed it by both hands today. And again,
Well,
a long way across.
Let's face it, after the winter, there must be a few places up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got decisions that people have made. You've got Crawley that I didn't think we'd see a lot of in county cricket, but he's even been playing the pre-season games. Rob mentioned that Duckett pulled out of the IPL. Things like that. So people are aware that maybe they need to change their approach or whatever. But
Yeah, it looks like quite a few of the international players are around at the moment.
it's good to see them in the county game.
It is.
This is what, members are desperate to see them. We hear our members talk all the time about wanting to see Ben and Mark Wood and Bryden play, and that Ben, I think we will see quite a bit of Ben this year. I'm hoping we will.
I think we'll see something of him at some stage. I'm
Yeah.
not sure when. I'm not sure we'll see a lot of Woody, which is a
Yeah,
massive shame.
Bryden's at the IPL.
Yeah.
Kent will probably feel the same with the likes of Sam Billings being away, quite franchising around the world as much as he does. But I'm sure you, even as a groundsman, you want to see the best players playing on your
Oh,
surfaces.
of course you do. Yeah. No, of course you do.
You watch as much cricket, if not more, than anyone. Until he disappears to his house around the corner and
Yeah.
has an afternoon nap. And
You've been spying.
jealous. That's a beautiful delivery. There's that swing that we talked about a little bit earlier from Everson.
That's good to see. I mean, hopefully we'll see that continue throughout the game.
It's something you sometimes miss, don't you, with a little bit of moisture being around in the grass, and there's a bit of rain, that sometimes a swing disappears with these balls, but there's definitely a bit of shape there. And it keeps all the bowlers interested, whether you're a
Yeah.
swing bowler or a seam bowler. There's something around, and the umpires are just having a little get together here. I'm not sure what for. It doesn't look particularly heavy out there.
Yeah, what you're saying about the swing there is it's interesting because I got a report during the winter on last year's pitches and conditions and what have you, which said that the Riverside last year they're going off.
They are too.
They are going off. So
Right, you'll have to disappear. Vix, thank you
gonna
so
have
much for your time. I'm really surprised at that.
Cheers, welcome.
Doesn't look as if it's raining that heavily. In fact, a few of the Durham lads are going round for a net. So while the players leave the field, we'll leave you to it as well. We'll leave the pictures on, but we'll mute the mics. And Durham will go off at 192 for 4, with Emilio Gay just bringing up his century. Ackerman yet to score. Well, I've just put on the comments, you've seen that it's under Parkview Cricket, but we actually went off for bad light, which I find absolutely incredible. And it doesn't look any different, and they've come straight back out. So there you go. We're back. 192 for 4. I'm sure some of the lads might have got a little drink or a loo break, but...
Stock up on hand warmers.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, bad light.
We played in darker conditions this morning.
I think so. Emilio Gay might have been happy just to take a little breath and just take the emotion out of the moment and
take the helmet off, take gloves off.
Yeah, start again, maybe get some new gloves but after a very, very short delay, we are back.
Thing as well, that is the bad light reading for the game. So if it now
I
drops
didn't even say
below.
them take a reading.
Anyway, Sturman. Back of a length.
It's forced you to come back into the comms, mate. Vic was having a good natter there.
Mate, I was enjoying my rest. Always good to get Vic on to cast some of his wisdom onto us.
He loves to chat, doesn't he? He loves it.
No doubt at some point during the game, head coach will come.
Yeah, he said he would pop in
through.
today. I spoke to him this morning. He said he'd pop up.
Is that Minto coming back round from the nets?
It is indeed.
Can tell he's really worked on his upper body strength over the last.
It's a strong boy.
You read the? I saw the Crick Info article.
Excellent.
Very good piece.
Yeah, excellent. Just giving you a bit of his background and some of the issues that he's had to put up with in the last year. Losing his mother, unfortunately. Well, Durham were in Zimbabwe, I believe, on pre-season tour.
Quick single.
That was a quick single. I think that took the fielder by surprise that they even ran there. All's well that ends well from a Durham point of view. Still can't believe they went off for bad light there. I'm absolutely stunned. Bit of blue sky breaking through now. Probably see conditions are definitely better. That wind is definitely amped up a little bit after lunch. Two wickets each for Stearman and for Dudgeon. Ackerman not interested in the slightest in that one.
It'll just be the one run off that. Returning over 193 for 4.
Young Minty sprinting across the screen there. Forgot his GPS vest. That might be a fine. As you can see there, we've got some blue sky. Strong wind has blown the greyness away. There's a little bit of rain in the air as well, which is what confused us. We thought they were going off for rain, but there you go. It was bad light on a day where really, apart from the floodlights, Emilio Gay has lit up the day with a fantastic century so far. He's on 103 and looking to build now a new partnership with Colin Ackerman.
First centurion of the season.
It's always a nice little thing, that, isn't it?
I think he got beaten to first 50 by Tom Haynes
Okey-doke.
down at Sussex, but he's got the first century of the year.
Little wrestle and a juggle from Benjamin.
It's a good take.
Yeah, it's always nice as a keeper to get that one in early, the first one, that, especially if a seamer down the leg side and you feel it in your gloves. It bathed in sunshine here. It's like Costa del Chester right now.
Well,
It's at least double figures in degrees as well. Maybe not. It's beautifully driven, and Amelia Gay will pick up a single.
it's very well stopped. I think it's Grant Stewart.
Indeed.
Why do you reckon his keeper's standing up to Gay but then going back for Ackerman?
That's such a good question, especially for the left-hander. Maybe just to try and keep him in the crease. I couldn't see really if Emilio was batting outside of his crease at the start, so it would be just to check that.
Another good stop.
That's a great piece of feeling, that, from Grant Stewart.
That was my initial thinking. Is like when we've watched Emilio bat this morning and watching his trigger, he's been very much within the crease and not really looking to step out. But I guess it's an extra mind game on 99. Don't try to come down the wicket and stuff. Make sure you've got that back as well.
A little bit of nip backage. Not a load, probably did plenty after the ball went past the stumps. Keeping Chris Benjamin there with the gloves on, honest.
Ackerman rocks onto the back foot for that one.
So tea is now scheduled for 3:40. For those who'll be keeping an eye on that. Scheduled close of play is 6:06. There've been no overs lost with that short delay. Oh, Harry's just brought in a stat sheet, I think, for us.
It's Kent's pronunciation
Oh.
guide. Think I may have made a mistake with Stearman.
Yeah, easy. To be fair, I got a tip off from Dan, so that might be on me, that one. That it was, yeah, it is Stearman, not Sturman. Interesting.
I think it's a great little.
I like Chris Benjamin.
What have we got here for Stearman to Gay? Still two men, leg side. Third has dropped back to the boundary. And just the two slips. That's a peach. It's really good bowling.
There you go. It's very nice of them to give us that. Maybe 3 hours late. No, all good. Brilliant. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Kent Cricket. Oh, it's cut him in
Oi.
half. Was there an edge? Or is it back hip? Just looking at the umpire, who is signalling leg by. It come beautifully into shot there just to signal leg bys.
Stearman just giving Emilio a pat on the back as he walked past. Lovely bit of movement.
Yeah, they're the ones as a batter. If he catches it, it's hit my thigh. If he drops it, yeah, I've got a little scratch on that one. Give me another run, please. $195 for 4, Durham. Patience being showed by bowler and batsman. Now have beautiful blue skies overhead. Ackerman keen to feel bat on ball there. Pushes away but can't get a run. Drives, but won't beat mid on. Tell you what, mate, we're in for a long day here. I've just looked, there's still 52 overs left in the day's play. There's what? We've got 45 minutes till tea, so how many are we going to get in? Yeah, we're going to have about 40 overs, I reckon, after tea. Just what you want on the first day back. Be a good test for the Kent legs as well. A long day in the dirt, hopefully from a Durham point of view.
There we go now. Benjamin now standing back.
Yeah.
4 goes. So just a 1 slip, Zach Crawley. We got there a point. Extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket.
It's a proper ring, isn't it?
Yeah.
Crawley just inching a little bit wider at slip, and Everson just moving his deep backward square. Oh, that's right on the money. I like this bowling back over the wicket. Just brings in all modes of dismissal. If that shapes back, you can potentially trap Emilio Gay in front. If it slides across, you've got the chance of a nick. Just think bowling around the wicket to him is really... It's allowed him to flourish today. Hooked. Not in control and trickles away down to backward square, and he'll pick up another single.
Slip cord in reinforced now for Ackerman. So flicks this away down the leg side and will pick up his first runs of the season.
Yeah, nice little freebie to get underway. He'll have been feeling a little bit of pressure, been out there for a few balls now. Always nice just to get that first run and even that first boundary. Brings up the Durham 200. Just doing a little bit of digging.
I was wondering what you were...
Emilio Gay's wagon wheel.
I was wondering what you were analysing.
So, Emilio Gay has scored 11 runs in front of square on the offside. He has scored 39 behind point on the offside. And the rest have come on the leg side. So you can see where he's scored really, really heavily. 25 in front of square on the leg side and 23 behind square on the leg side.
A solid forward defence to end the over. 45 gone. 204.
The caveat I'll put that is he hit a beautiful straight drive that knocked middle stump out of the ground, and
They got
that would
nothing.
have been nice to just round off the wagon wheel. But yeah,
Just one
got
directly.
absolutely zero for that. But that'll give you an indication on them bowling both sides of the wicket. And then at that time when they went really try to attack his stumps, that they didn't have the protection on the leg side. It's been a fantastic century from him. Short and hammered away. Will that find the boundary? Is a dive in the deep, but it gets through. Brings up another Emilio Gay boundary on the leg side.
Just not really. Can you say not really short enough for a short ball? Or just didn't really get up?
I'm not, yeah. I think if you were trying to bowl the short ball, there'd be a bit more venom on it than that, and that's just sat up. And Emilio Gay's been batting now.
Since about what,
For 20 hours,
I guess
yeah.
20 past 11, something like that.
The best part of 3 hours out of the crease. And wasn't going to miss out. That's a brilliant single. Emilio Gay dropped it. They looked at each other. Ackerman went, I'm coming. And they've got through so comfortably for a good single there. That keeps that scoreboard ticking over for Durham. Run rate above 4.5. Wind's picked up the ground staff just down in front of us. I think they're going to start maybe pegging the old Toblerones down so they don't blow around too much. There they are, a fine crew of men. Ben there on the right, celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday, Ben. Not that you can hear us because you're down there doing your job, but all the very best, mate. There he is there, Ben Hall. Barry and Mark. Barry in the middle. Mark on the left. Part of Victor Main's fine crew have got this ground looking in fantastic condition, especially when the sun's shining. It looks incredible, doesn't it?
Mm. Just to mention that, Ash, I'm just about to, why do we know why the lights would still be on?
No. I wonder if there's a rule if you've been off for bad light that you've got to keep them on. I don't know but that would be as cricket gets with some of the bizarre intricacies of our rules and things.
Because I just looked up there and see the floodlights on. There's absolutely no need for them.
Well, there's zero. Some of our T20 games that we have, I don't know if that's a rule that they've got to be on there as well, but as if by magic, Ross. It's like you're listening. Ross the man behind the curtain. See bright blue skies here in Chesley Street. Ackerman whips that away beautifully into the leg side, but there is a sweeper. Out there, Grant Stewart doing the fielding. Fires that back into Benjamin. Ends the over. 46 now done. 206 for 4. Ackerman moves on to 5. Emilio Gay on 110 not out. Here on day 1 of the Rothesay County Championship game here between Durham and Kent. With myself, Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush on the comms. And somebody's just put on the stream, turn them off. Have you seen the energy bills? Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Three slips in place.
catching mid wicket as well.
Still some swing there for Everson. You wouldn't expect the shine really to come off this ball, the square, apart from a couple of pitches to the leg side of Colin Ackerman. So to your right is where the Durham University practice game was played. It's got a beautiful bat flow, Colin Ackerman. Had the pleasure of putting Colin through his level 2 coaching badges over the winter. It was good. So a few of the boys. George Drizzle was on the same course. This one's tucked away into the leg side for a single.
It's a pretty common pathway, isn't it, for players to...
I think it's just giving yourself options, isn't it? I think actually doing the course is just... I mean, their knowledge of the game is pretty hot, but just the way that you might need to approach it differently, and rather than you knowing and telling everybody that you know, is to, how can you draw that out of your players? So just some of the philosophies around coaching would definitely help you as a player as well. Had former Durham players as well, Sol Bell and Ross Whitfield were on that course, so there was it was a nice one to run.
So Ross has got his own...
Yeah, Ross is doing good. Got his own little
batting
coaching business going on there. He's had a few of the lads in for hits over the winter. Used him myself on a couple of courses. He's done good.
Emilio Gay is not going to miss out on a short ball when he's on 110.
Yeah, that's nothing from Everson. It's a real captain killer, isn't it? You're trying to get him to pitch the ball up and swing it, and it's almost a free hit. Sorry, really swore there. Had to stop myself. Getting mixed up between shot and hit. You can see where that might go wrong. But yeah, to a man on 110, you're not going to miss out on that.
There's the ball that is pitched up, and Gay drops it to point 211 for 4, and as if by magic.
Oh, that was perfect timing on the replay.
Absolutely perfect camera work and vision mixing from Ross.
He knows what's going on. Not Ross's first barbecue.
Stearman, it looks like it's going to go again. 13 overs, 2 for 48. His figures read with 4 maidens.
Indeed, Rex, indeed. Yeah, I think actually the light switch is in its own little room. Not that it's a special light switch or anything like that, but there's a utility room out behind the ground, so they've got to actually manually go out and turn the lights on and off. So it might have been a relay from the umpires to go and get somebody to actually physically go and flick the switch. Ackerman presenting a beautiful straight bat.
Just been thinking for the last couple overs.
Oh,
Actually, it's a dangerous task.
I thought I could smell something.
But we've seen Colin Ackerman now used in a few positions. I think when he first joined after the promotion year, it was 3. It was 5, and I've seen him at 6. He's a very talented player. Would you say it is somewhere in that middle order where he's best?
That's such a good question.
That's why I stewed on it for a few overs.
Yeah,
I wanted to make sure it was worthy.
He's probably a victim of his own versatility, that he can slot into those. And let's be honest, he wasn't actually in the squad this morning, so he's slotted in at 6, and he's just the kind of guy who'll grab this opportunity as well. He can bat anywhere in that top order, without any question. Really, really talented ball striker. We've seen some incredible stuff from him in the T20.
What was it? Knots last year?
Yeah, it was.
Where he just went stir crazy and ended up
insane.
With 80 off 30, or
insert swear words and other things. He did all of that. Yeah.
You know, I think he scored twin tons first game of last year against Notts. I think that would have been him batting 4 while we waited for Beddingham to be available. Then I think dropped down to 6 because Robinson was in at 5. So you can end up at some point the versatility becomes a little bit of a gift and a curse.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just finding your role, isn't it, in the team, and how you can best influence what's going on out in the middle. But like I said, he wasn't in the squad this morning, and there's no doubt he'll have woke up, come to the ground, maybe a little bit disappointed, but then knowing that he was going to get an opportunity in the end. These are the kind of things that you, as a player, you need to jump all over and make sure that when the team gets picked next week to go to Gloucester, that you're on the bus. Oh, never. That is the most horrible way to go. Off the thigh pad, onto the glove, and then trickles round onto the stumps. Wow. Can pick up 5. Durham at 211 for 5. Colin Ackerman incredibly bold. Off his thigh pad, and it just trickles round onto the stumps. You'll take that all day from a Kent point of view. But for Colin Ackerman, you've got to feel for him there. Big wicket for Kent. Pick up their 2nd point. No, they don't. They've got to get 6, don't they? My bad. 211 for 5. Sorry if I sound really flat after that, but that's really knocked the stuffing out of me there. I hate to see that. And former Kent man, Ollie Robinson, coming out to the middle. He joins Emilio Gay out there. And Durham in need of another partnership right now between these two. Got the all-rounders to come.
Yeah, Robinson coming in, I think for the first time, not in his normal position for Durham. Sort of since he's moved from Kent, it's pretty much been exclusively the number 5 in the team.
Check on the back gauge there.
Yeah, slight rejiggle at the start of this year. Sees him in at 7 today, but again, another player that is very adept to a lot of spots in that middle order.
Yeah, he was a huge part of that promotion year, wasn't he? Batting in that engine room, as you called it earlier. Absolutely hammered. I think the wind really picked up there in Everson's defence as he was running into bowl, but it was dragged down, and Emilio absolutely punished that through the offside for 4. He's played some super shots so far today, Emilio Gate. Keeper up to the stumps. Around the wicket. And they're just putting a sweeper back now on the offside. Rob's gone to the yearbook. He's going to stat us in a minute.
I was curious to see what his best score for Durham was. It was against Worcestershire last year of 161.
Well, I Hope he gets to that and beyond today. So far, so good. 118 to his name off just 130 balls. Again, we've seen that so many times today. Tucked off his hip. He'll pick up one and come back for two. Excellent running. Takes him on to 120 now, Emilio Gate. Just squares him up a touch. Yeah, bright sunshine here, and the wind has definitely picked up in this session. Did get very, very fresh in that Durham University game last week, but where the members and the players sit is in pure shade. Again, tucked away off his hip nicely. He'll pick up a single. So although it's closest to the cricket to watch, you might be better off migrating across to the eastern side of the ground and sitting in some sunshine.
Get in the bottom of... Get all the top tier of the LNER stand looks pretty well bathed in sunshine.
If you can hide out of the wind, yeah, for sure. Robinson's first delivery solidly in behind it. That will end the over. 7 from that Everson over. It's been a little bit on the expensive side today. None for 55 to his name from 10. If we'll see a spell from Stewart here. I'm going to see a change at this end. I think we're going to see Dudgeon into the attack. As the ground announcer is bang on the money. I'm wondering if it's time to see a little Grant Stewart action from the Lumley end. 3 wickets to Stearman. 2 to Dudgeon. Make up the 5. The 2 overseas signings. Both South African, both from Boland. Almost. If I had hair, it'd be rinse and repeat.
At least they've got people back out there to defend it, but it's not worked for the 121 runs Amelia Gay scored previously, so why would it work? Why would it work now? And I get, as you say, or as the live stream comments point out, LBW risk, but the guy's 122 unbeaten. He's seeing it pretty well right now.
He's going okay. The Moose is back. Yeah, you missed a wicket, mate, even. And he says, can we have a shout out to the Nonnington Cricket Club? There you go, mate. Just done it for you.
Ooh, well dug out by Robinson there. Fired Yorker from Dudgeon.
That wind really whipping up now. Tell you what, Nonnington Cricket Club is a long walk from here.
4 days?
Oh, plus fat. A little bit of nip back off the seam. Yeah, in between Canterbury and Dover. So, yeah, you don't have to just get to Canterbury. You've got to keep going.
When does the club season start? May?
We've got 18th of April is our first game at Chesley Street. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that really is coming fast.
Yeah. We've got the famous Ashington Cricket Club at home, first game.
So is that 2 weeks tomorrow?
Yeah. Friendly next week against Durham's Cricket Academy. And hopefully I'm playing in none of it.
Lovely looking shot, but won't get any reward for it. I can just see at the bottom of my eyes some of the covers are now flying up and down. Yeah. In front of the advertising boards, they're taking a bit of a beating right now.
Yeah, that's the North East Premier League. So yeah, we start on the 18th. I'm not sure if the other leagues start in line with that, whether they're a bit more forgiving and start a week later.
Dudgeon's just sent a man
out and in.
Not even halfway. He's not even halfway. He's now walked back to his original position at point. And that will really annoy him, seeing that one trickle just wide of the slip corner for 4, 223 for 5.
Hey, Ollie Robinson, another one who'll have been disappointed with his season last year. Really dangerous player. Like I said, in that promotion year, is a huge catalyst for Durham being promoted. He seemed to make runs with
I remember
him and Graham Clark.
Yeah, I was about to say those two had so many partnerships. I think I remember one time, what was it, Leicestershire maybe? I think one of them barbecued the other. I can't remember who.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Can't remember who barbecued who, but overall, those two, I'd love to know what their average partnership was in that 2023 season. You know, I bet I put quite a bit of money on it being 50 plus.
Yeah, they were dangerous.
Just when you think you had a way back into the game, those two would end up moving it back away from you.
Gay drives down the ground, trying to fulfill that wagon wheel.
Someone's passed a message out from him.
Right, you just keep doing what you're doing. Got a message saying that North Tyneside Cricket League starts on the 18th as well. Lawrence Davey, hope you're well, mate. If that's the one I think it is. Oh, guided down. There is a third man in place. Touches, thinks about a second. And rightly decides against it. Scoreboard keeps ticking. 224 for 5. Run rate has just dropped below 4.5. Today, what have we got? Still 19 minutes up until tea. Kent will be desperate to have Durham 6 down. I think if Durham go into tea at 5 down, they'll be relatively happy. They'll be disappointed in losing Clark and then Colin Ackerman the way that happened. It's a bit of a freak dismissal. That's beautifully clipped away by Ollie Robinson. He'll pick up just a single.
I don't want to dash your hopes, but do we play to 20 to 4 or is it until 32 overs are left?
No, it's normally 32 overs, but
because of the bad light?
Because they went off for,
no reason.
Well, yeah, bad light. They went off for that has restructured the day.
Right, okay.
Glorious, does it get through? It does.
That might be shot of the day.
That's great balance. As a left-hander, if you can hit an on-drive, you're in perfect balance. A little bit of shape from Everson. Back in. Emilio Gay up tall, driving beautiful straight bat for 4. Doesn't get much better, Rob.
Why is that? You mentioned it there. If you can hit an on-drive, it shows you're in balance. Is there a bunch of technical stuff behind that, or is it just?
I think your head position. You tend to, sometimes if that ball's full and swinging in, you just tend to fall over a little bit and you might try and play it a little bit squarer.
Okay.
But if you're perfectly balanced, you're able to just ease into that and just push it back down the ground almost where it came from. And I think any batter will tell you that that's if you're hitting those, you're feeling good. You're feeling good. Oh, a little bit of extra effort there from Everson. Who again, he's gone for 7 in this over again. Be disappointed, really, with his day's work. He's just been a little. Here we go. Ground announcers just telling us exactly that. Thank you very much. 340. If I got that totally wrong, I was blaming Sam anyway. Sam fed me that earlier.
Like you say, I was trying to remember. It's normally 32,
Yeah,
but
mixed, mate. Yeah, 100%. Trying to work off the 2 hour, 2 hour blocks. Yeah, but I'm not sure we're going to get those 2 hour blocks today. Well, we're definitely not.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
It could be a mammoth final session.
And the Dorset Premier League doesn't start till the 25th.
So that's an extra week.
Yeah.
3 slips await Ollie Robinson.
This is just as a fielder. First game of the season, those legs just start to get a little bit achy. I feel he's missed out there, Ollie Robinson. That was very full. Thick inside of the bat. You can't just see behind Ollie Robinson at the moment at the top of the screen. I think that's Vic.
Yeah.
Almost playing tug of war with the Toblerones on the boundary. On the boundary, trying to peg them down and make them behave themselves.
Short, wide, 4.
We've seen a lot of that from Ollie Robinson, a real strong area of his, and I hope we see a lot more of that this summer.
Just asking to be hit.
Glorious shot. Disappointed he hasn't put that away full toss. Still a reasonable crowd in. They're just starting to migrate a little bit further round into the sun, which is totally understandable. Got a message from Dominic here on the live stream saying he was Emilio's captain when he was only 13 or 14 at Bedford Cricket Club. He says he was, even at that age, opening up for the first 11. Seriously talented player, and even at that age, he was a standout batter at the club. There you go. That doesn't surprise me. It's definitely making everybody at the club proud at the moment. Sitting on 127 not out. So that ends the over. There you can see the beautiful blue skies that we have here in Chesley Street. And you can see the little bit of wonkiness on the old Toblerones away to the right hand side there due to the wind whipping up every now and then.
Those Simpsons clouds are back again.
Not far off, is it? It's that Simpsons blue, that's for sure. Excuse me. Here we have Grant Stewart. I didn't think it would be long before we saw him into the attack. Got the 5-seamers. See, Everson's just leaked a little bit today.
Was it 0 for 61 off 11? Just
I think you're bang on, yeah.
not able to. Just couldn't quite find the straps.
Yeah, in these conditions, that's really disappointing from as a captain's point of view. Okay,
Looking for
away. Yeah.
looking for 2 straight away. I think right call to just settle for 1.
Really whipping up, isn't it, that wind? I haven't got a headset on and I can still hear it through the other headsets that are down on the desk. Thought it might have been blown from one ear to the other through you, but it's definitely picked up out there, isn't it? It's wicked.
I'm very glad we're inside.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of toe bones, the ones behind Chris Benjamin just blown back probably a solid 5 metres.
Yeah.
Do not envy. I think it's Barry that's gone out and joined Vic.
Yeah.
It's down at the far end from where we are. Think that's going to go down as a leg by.
I think it was glove, maybe.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't race off the bat, did it?
No.
It was one maybe in a white ball game that you'd even try and hustle through for 2 out to the edge of the 30-yard circle, but they'll settle for a comfortable single.
There we go. They're all at it now. Mark and Ben have been.
This is where they might even take them off. Oh, fourth catch. Fourth catch for Zach Crawley. Good catch low down, and that brings the end of Emilio Gay for 128. Grant Stewart with the breakthrough. And Durham lose their 6th wicket, 235 for 6. ...141 balls, 22 boundaries. Fantastic innings, and we'll let the clapping do the talking for us here. There you have it, Emilio Gay up to the balcony. Goes for a beautiful 128. But a big wicket, that for Kent. 10 minutes before tea. Just had a nice little period there, haven't they, of 3 wickets. Getting themselves back into the game after a good partnership between Clark and Gay was broken. And now there's 2 new batters at the crease with Casey Aldridge on Durham debut.
Just another one really that's come out of nowhere. Another Graham Clark one, just Durham were ticking along. And
that might be the nature of the pitch, Rob, that there's always potentially a ball there with your name on it. Another, is that 4 catches now for Crawley, I think? Let's have a look at the old scoreboard.
I think you might be right. Fizzed in leg side.
Yeah, 4. Alex Lees earlier today was caught by Crawley off the bowling of Dudgeon. Emilio Gay there, caught by Crawley off the bowling of Stewart. Bedingham, Crawley, Dudgeon, Graham Clark, Crawley and Stearman.
Just 2 from the over, but more importantly, the batter that Kent have been trying to get out all day is finally gone. 235 for 6. Durham still 15 runs away from a first batting bonus point. They're staying as is for this year. So a point for every 50 runs between 250, I think it's 550, or would it just be 5?
450.
450. As long as they are completed in the first 110 overs.
Yeah. And yep, 3, 6 and 9 for the wickets. Dudgeon to continue from the Finkel end. Short and wide, but just nipped back a little bit off the seam, which is why Ollie Robinson didn't time it. He's disappointed. A little huff and puff of the shoulders there as well. He'll feel like he's missed out on a scoring opportunity, but it's just done a little bit off the seam there. 6 minutes, so we'll probably get this and one more over before tea. That's floated up and driven beautifully through extra cover. And we'll race away for 4. Ollie Robinson not missing out twice in a row.
This is the beauty of Durham having a deep batting lineup of, it's not just 6 batters and then an all-rounder and some bowlers. It's 7 frontline batters. Definitely 2 all-rounders in Aldridge and Rain. As we know, Potts isn't a slouch with the bat,
No,
and neither's Kemar.
Just a blustery win there, going to be very difficult. As you can see. They are on the right side of the boundary, just for the record. They're just trying to be as low as inconspicuous as possible, which is difficult for Mark.
I think Ben's just given up because it's his birthday.
Yeah, why not? It was beautiful actually seeing it. He was playing with his baby daughter earlier out on the outfield. It was nice. Robinson into another drive, but won't beat mid-off. I'm sure he's just getting a message now saying he's been caught on the stream laying down. 3 balls left in the over, lads. And then we'll have one more, which will take us up to the tea break. Thick outside edge won't beat point, but a bit of a misfield. And Ollie Robinson and Casey Aldridge scramble through for a single. Barry's joined the party down there now as well.
It's like penguins huddling for warmth.
It's been nervous time for Casey Aldridge. He'll be obviously wanting to start off his Red Bull career here with Durham in fine style. One of the reasons he came to the Northeast was because of the lack of opportunities that he got with Red Bull down at a very, very strong Somerset side. Came up on loan for the T20 Blast last year and impressed. And signed a 3-year contract to join us on a full-time basis, which he's definitely made the most of his time up here so far, training hard in the winter. I'm looking forward to seeing how he goes about his business over the summer. He gets a bouncer. He ducks under comfortably. That ends the over, and the lads can stand up now. Where are we? You can see them scrambling to try and get the Toblerones back in the right places. 240 for 6 Durham. Robinson 15. Casey Aldridge just faced the 3 balls yet to get off the mark. 4 balls, sorry.
Currently, Session is 115 for 3 compared to 125 for 3 in the opening session of the season. So that one is taken well down. Like, so I think I would lean more back towards where you were going into lunch, 50-50. I think Durham will be happy to have managed to keep that run rate going, still sitting above 4. Yeah. But ultimately, Kent will be very happy that when Durham have looked like there's a potential partnership building or a bit of a dull spell, that they've been able to claw back some wickets and some momentum.
Yeah, I think Kent might go into tea a little bit happier because they've had probably the better last, 40 minutes of play. They've picked up 3 wickets. Going up until that point, Durham would have been very, very happy, but the wickets of Clark, Colin Ackerman, who again was so unlucky, and that of Emilio gave right on tee, probably has Kent the happier of the 2 sides going in. Oh, that could be another one. And they'd definitely be happier now, and that will be tee. As Ollie Robinson shoulders arms to a ball that nips back and was no doubt in my mind cannoning into the stumps. And Kent will definitely be happy because Durham is 7 down for 240. Grant Stewart picking up his 2nd wicket in an excellent spell for him. And Daniel Bell-Drummer might be just thinking I should have brought him on back a little bit earlier. But he has 2 for 26 now, and Durham will go to tee. 240 for 7. 3 wickets for Stearman, 2 for Dudgeon, 2 for Stewart. And the highlight from a Durham point of view was a magnificent 128 from Emilio Gay. But that just gives Kent a little bit of energy, because what you want, having won the toss and put the opposition into bat, is you don't want to still be bowling at stumps. And at the moment, Kent are on track to knock Durham over. Durham is still 10 runs away from a first batting point. But as we hit tee, 240 for 7, and we'll be back in around 15 to 20 minutes. Well, welcome back to the evening session of day one of the Rothesay County Championship game between Durham and Kent. Kent taking a little stranglehold on the game here, picking up 4 wickets in that session. Durham went to lunch at 125 for 3, end of the session, with the wicket of Ollie Robinson on 240 for 7. Zach Crawley with 4 catches. Who else have we got? We've got Sturman with 3 wickets, Dudgeon with a couple, Stewart with a couple, and a century for Emilio Gay are the highlights so far from day one. Kent having won the toss and put Durham into to bat first. Maybe they've batted that way, but we'll be happy that they've got them 7 down, because halfway through that session, Durham were really on top with the partnership between Clark and Emilio Gay going really nicely. And Kent have fought back well, which will please their hierarchy. Just when the going got tough, the wind picked up and the bodies all started been getting a little bit tired. They've picked up 4 key wickets to have them on top as we start session number 3. Grant Stewart still has 3 balls left in this over. Ollie Robinson leaving the last one and was trapped dead in front. And it'll be Stewart to continue from the Lumley end. Ben Rain, the new batter, solidly forward. And Rob, you'd have to feel that Kent are the happier of the 2 teams going into tea.
Yeah, very much so. That wicket off the final ball, just adding that final accentuation to it. We were talking just in that break of just whenever there was that little bit of a lull or...
Oh, my goodness. Well, Kemar Roach is in the team, but Ben Rain decides to deliver his own Caribbean flair with that one. Absolutely lamps that one through the offside for 4.
So good, almost lost my train of thought.
Yeah, wow.
It's just whenever there was that little bit of a lull or any point you thought that, you know, the Durham batters were really on top of it and in control, they would pick up wickets. And it kind of goes to what you were saying in that morning session, that there's going to be a ball with your name on it. And this pitch is looks like it's got something in it for everyone, which is exactly what you want. And that's how you respond.
Yeah, it's a good finish to the over. A wicket taking over for Grant Stewart. Ben Rain beaten, but not before he was off the mark with a boundary. 244 for 7. Durham closing in on their first point of the season. Just 6 runs away. Kent already with 2 on the board. I tell you what, they're miles behind on the over rate. We still have 41 overs left in the day. And from the grey and steely skies that we had earlier in the day, we've got nothing but beautiful blue skies above us here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Here with me, Ash Thorpe and Rob Rush to take you through Championship game number 1 here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bathed in sunshine, shadows starting to get long, and Matt Milnes returns to the attack.
Yeah, back at the Finkel end. Started the day from this end, then switched to Lumley. Now back. I think if you're Daniel Bell Drummond here, you probably want to plug Milnes in for a longer spell, seeing if you can try and wrap this innings up as quick as you can.
Yeah, you want to get off this ground as quickly as possible now, and it's up to Durham's lower order to really frustrate Kent and keep this innings going for as long as possible. We know the batting capabilities are more than reasonable with the lower order. It's about putting that into practice here on day 1. Zach Crawley on 4 catches. Missed one as well. Real tempter there for Aldridge, who leaves that one through to the keeper. They're the kind of shots you hit indoors all day. Yeah, I'm hitting them on the up beautifully, but when you get out there on the grass, it's a different world. There's a little bit of nip. And you would think that this pitch will provide that nip for the full extent of the match.
For still getting this nip and carry on Monday, it's a very, very good cricket wicket. Nice little flick.
That's 4.
It is as well. Casey Aldridge off the mark for Durham in first-class cricket.
That's a beautiful shot. That good bottom hand whip. You'll enjoy that, and it's a good feeling, that getting off the mark. Ease a few nerves for Casey. Some youngsters shouting there. Nothing bad, I hope.
I think they're playing one hand, one bounce.
Ah, just carrying on the wind.
Yeah.
Love it. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Having kids down to the cricket. You can hear them smacking the bat off the floor, that is for sure.
Let's double check there whether it was them or whether it was Casey Aldridge out in the middle. Again tucked away, but the man at mid-wicket will see to that. Durham 248 for 7.
Yeah, I think whoever wins this session, I know it's Captain Obvious time, but wins this session wins the day. If Durham can get this total up towards 300 or beyond, and if they are bowled out, maybe pick up a wicket or 2 before the close of play, they'll be happy. Kent will be wanting to get off this field as quickly as possible and start their innings. Grant Stewart continuing. Stewart just wanting to drop the fielder back from mid-wicket out to deep square. If nothing else, just to put it in Ben Rain's mind that he's got that up his sleeve. Ben Rain just has a little wander down the crease.
It's a game of bluff.
Yeah, I like it. 2 wily cricketers. Some nice positions, Ben Rain. Started off life as a batsman. Turned himself into a very, very handy bowler. And then more into an all-rounder. At the back end here. Left Durham to spend some time at Leicester, and that did him the world of good, and has come back and been an absolute phenomenal player for Durham. Grant Stewart does let him know that I've got that up there. Some rain allows that through to the keeper.
Also, vice captain for this year.
Yeah, good choice. I mean, he was a natural leader. natural leader anyway. Great character. Closing in on some milestones with the ball that we'll cover later. And that is a solid maiden over. I think both players will be happy with that. 248 for 7. 57 overs done. Ben Rains on 4, and so is Casey Aldridge at the other end.
What's the mentality here from a Durham point of view? Obviously 250 is well within reach, but beyond that, what do you think the thinking is?
Bat for as long as possible. Keep them out there. That ball's what now? Nearly 60 overs old, but yeah, try and get 300 plus, then you've got a couple of bonus points in your pocket. You can see there's still a little bit of movement. No doubt Kent will put the heavy roller on when it comes to their turn to bat, but then after that, Durham will be looking to take wickets. Getting that new ball moving around, they'll hope to bowl in better areas than what Kent have. I think Kent have, we've got the crew back, trying to put the boundary right. Big drive from Aldridge through to the keeper. This time the gaffer's back to keep an eye on them. There we are. The boundary has a mind of its own at the moment. Wandering to and fro with the wind. Just picking up those little triangles. Really hear the wind whipping up there. So Aldridge defends. Yeah, so Durham will be wanting to, try and push this score north of 300. And then, like I say, try and create some opportunities with the ball. Whether that happens tonight or hopefully that happens tomorrow morning. I think there's enough grass on this pitch that there'll be movement throughout the whole game. And what you don't want is your ball to get wet. So will there be weather around tomorrow that influences that as well? It's a pretty tidy start after tea, isn't it, so far?
It's exactly what you want as well, just after getting that breakthrough and getting that upper hand, just to make sure you don't let go of the rope immediately after a break, and two brand new batters at the crease, making sure they've got to work for everything and earning yourself a bit more leeway in the process.
Absolutely. That's what good teams do. They identify the moments where they really need to step up. I'll be pleased because so far it's just been the 2 scoring shots, a boundary each for the 2 batters after tea. You've got a feel for the groundsman, haven't you? That's just where that had all the covers on this morning. You can see them down in the bottom left-hand side of your screen there. They're now trying to reinforce by putting probably some horseshoe tent peg-like things over the rope, which keeps them in place. Just when they should be putting their feet up, and that they have to wait till the end of play and they've got to get out and cover pretty much the whole square. So yeah, all the fun and games of being a groundsman. Seed.
He's done well to miss it.
Yeah. Good areas. And yeah, Ben Rain just holding the line and praying that he hasn't nicked that one through to Benjamin, who's yet to take a catch. 4 of them. And another chance have gone straight to first slip. Zach Crawley has took 4 catches so far. I'm not going to ruin Rob. Rob's gone and done some research, so I'm not going to steal his thunder if we get to that point.
You say I've been doing some research. Steve upstairs has been doing
Steve's
some research.
Absolute guru. Another bouncer that Ben Rain just sways out of the way of. Yeah, I was telling the guys in the tea break that we hosted a Durham quiz a couple of years ago. And Steve, who was the archive guru for Durham, absolutely blitzed it. Yeah, she's windy. There's no ball. A couple of runs for Durham, and that equals a batting point. So, no doubt that Durham will have a plan of how many points they want and need to get where they want to be this season. Well, they've now got the first of those points on the board. Ben Rain wallops that with a flick off the legs. Goes all the way for 4. Beautiful timing.
It's just the sort of guy you want out in the middle in this sort of situation where the game's there to be.
He's dangerous. He's a
wrestled.
dangerous player, yeah. Just walked across his stumps and whipped that away. Incredible shot from a number 9. This one takes the outside edge all the way along the floor, and they'll come back for a couple just to get that scoreboard moving again. It's 8 from the over so far. First batting point in the bank. Hopefully from a Durham point of view, the first of many. As these 2 strong sides looking to get out of this division. Rain defends this into the offside. That ends the over. Over number 59 done. Still 37 remaining. Durham 256 for 7. Ben Rain into double figures on 10. Casey Aldridge on 4.
You would think, looking at the squads this week, going through all the previews that everyone's written, that these 2 probably do start off as 2 of the stronger sides in this division.
Along with Lanks.
Lanks up there as well. But overall, I'd remark on the fact that overall the quality of all the squads in Div 2 look really strong this year. Some very good quality overseas players littered with squads. Game's in a good place.
Yeah, nothing's going to be handed to you in this division, that is for sure. It's all about getting that momentum, getting points on the board early, getting some wins, getting confidence, getting belief, and getting a method in your play that you know that works. And Durham, like I say, a couple of years ago, was it 23 in that promotion season, did that beautifully. That's definitely a blueprint that they can follow this year. There's no question of the talent in the squad. And I think Kent will probably look at their group and they'll think exactly the same.
First real bit of width offered to Casey Aldridge, and he cashes in.
It's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Lovely bit of timing from Casey Aldridge. Picks up his second boundary, moves on to 8.
Next one's full in straight and a good tumbling stop, I think, by Keith Dudgeon.
Yeah, he used a bit of gravity there, didn't he? That's definitely the way to go. Let gravity do the work. But Casey Aldridge will have been brought in by Durham to be that man who balances the team. He could bat at 6 or bat at 7, depending on how they wanted to attack it. Today he's batting at 8. They've chosen to go with the extra batter. And they'll be hoping for big things from him. And no doubt he'll be expecting big things from himself. Incredible fielder. I know I hate to just brandish people saying that they're incredible fielders, but he is right up there with the best of them in English cricket, I would say. Be interesting to get the thoughts of somebody from the club. Hopefully we'll get Ryan or Marcus in at some stage to chat through, and they can talk to you more about what attracted them to Casey Aldridge. But I have no doubt that it'll be that he's basically he's a good batter, good bowler, and a good fielder. He's somebody that you can really, like I say, put in at 7, put in at 8, and you can know you're going to get something really worthwhile out of him. So, brilliant athleticism in the T20 with his fielding, and if you haven't seen, he took an incredible catch at slip. I think it was off Luke Robinson in the Durham Uni game. It was flying through. He took it left-handed, one-handed only. So yeah, big things expected. 260 for 7 on the board. Sorry if we're boring all of you Kent fans out there with Durham drivel, but that's what you've got for the next 4 days. If you've got anything that you'd like to throw in from a Kent point of view, well, all ears. I've been in touch with Simon Willis today, who gave us a little snippet of his thoughts. Former Kent player and academy coach. Dudgeon into the attack. It's edged, and I don't think it's carried. Northeast tumbling away. I'm just going to have a look at the replay to see whether that did carry or whether it was dropped. There wasn't a lot of fanfare or celebration.
I think I reckon that would drop just short.
Almost on the Yorker, wasn't it? Trying to just come up a little bit closer. Dudgeon into the attack. Finds the edge. Replacing Grant Stewart. Now the Kent boys are up and about.
Yeah, Kent definitely enjoying the better of the last hour or so of play.
Yeah, 100%.
Now you start to see the change bowlers are also now are able to back up those opening bowlers that they weren't. Maybe from one end you could get that as Rain will flick this round the corner. Maybe from one end there would be good backup, but maybe not so from the other end. Now having your change bowlers at both ends able to keep up the good work, just bringing everyone together and making sure that when you come back for that, when those opening bowlers have that break and then come back for the next spell, they're still able to bowl their best ball all the time rather than thinking, I've got to do a bit of damage limitation here first up.
Yeah. Seems to be one of those that hits the bat hard, Dudgeon. Strong boy. Looks to hit the pitch.
I reckon there's a bit of inside edge on that.
I think there was a lot of inside edge on that. Yeah.
Scarpa through for 1.
Just makes things happen, this lad, doesn't he? He's been a good bowler today, and I think he'd be a good signing for Kent. I know the Kent fans are excited to have him back.
Just 2 from the over, 262 for 7.
Yeah, this is what you want from Durham's point of view. They've just established a little partnership here. And look to continue to try and frustrate them. You feel that you look up as a bowling unit and you've got 7 wickets on the board. You're like, right, we're nearly through them here. Can we pick up a couple of quick wickets and knock them over? This is where this pair will be trying to keep them out there for as long as possible. Big partnerships still possible. Still some talented batting to come for Durham with Potts and Kemar Roach. Milnes is going to continue here from the Finkel end. 262 for 7. There's Casey Aldridge in his sights. This is what you want as a batting unit as well, is that you want to get these bowlers into their 3rd, 4th, 5th spells of the day. Make them earn your wickets. Still, it feels like we've been here forever, but there's only been 61 overs bowled so far today. Which still leaves, the best part of 35 in the day's play. Aldridge just moving across his stumps there, trying to open up the leg side. Just holding a little bit. Very blustery wind still blowing across the ground here. Full and driven beautifully. It clips the stump, but that will make no difference as that races away for 4. Gorgeous shot from Casey Aldridge. Saw one from Emilio Gay earlier. Cannon into middle stump and he got no reward. But this one Aldridge gets exactly what he deserved. Moves into double figures.
Lovely shot, that. Took the step over, slightly exposing the leg stump, but with the line that Milnes is attacking, he's probably feeling confident that that's the channel that he's going to stick in. So using the bowler's plan kind of against him and making sure he's able to access that. And we mentioned it earlier, when you can play on drives, you're normally getting your balance pretty good.
Yeah, that was a good straight drive, that one. That wasn't bad at all. I think any batter would be happy with that. Especially an old hack like me. time again, he works across his stumps and whips this one into the leg side. He'll pick up a single and he'll keep the strike. Milne's interested just for a moment. That was full, it was straight. But Durham end over number 62, 267 for 7. Ben Rain on 11, Casey Aldridge on 14. Still 34 overs remaining in the day's play. As you can see from that picture, beautiful blue skies here, very blustery, not particularly warm. It could be a lot worse, and I think we will see a lot worse than this over the weekend. .27 so far this partnership.
Aldridge, lovely. Through backward point, got on top of the bounce. Carves that one away, he moves to 18.
31 this partnership. That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? And he has that advantage, isn't he? Being, 6'5", 6'6". He's got up tall, used his height, punched that away beautifully through point for 4.
It's not even it's not. It's about 4th, 5th stump, not particularly.
Yeah, I think he's bowled a lot of balls in that area today, Dudgeon, and he wouldn't have expected that result. That's where your margins for error just a little bit different. Timed that nicely as well, didn't he?
That one picks the fielder out.
It's an interesting question, isn't it? If you were to go back at the toss and gone, right, if you forecast yourself to the end of the day, what would you be happy with?
I think if you break it down into sessions, definitely at lunch, Durham would have been happy with 125 for 3. Probably at tea would have been disappointed to lose 4 in a session. Would have wanted,
no doubt,
no more than 3.
Especially the way the session ended. I mean, Durham dominated probably two-thirds of that session. And then Kent really roared back in the last 40 minutes.
This time a bit fuller and Aldridge rocks onto the back foot.
But yeah, the first thing as a bowling unit is you do not want to be walking off this field at the end of the day still fielding.
Short ball with Aldridge's barely has to rock onto the back foot, can almost play it on the front foot with how tall he is. Moves himself to 19.
No ball as well, I think. Or maybe not. Thought I saw the umpire extend his arm there for some reason. Yeah, he did. Just checking. You get to my age, things go wrong quickly. A little bit more venom in that one, wasn't there?
Channeling from the frustration.
I like this guy. I think he's a good bowler. Probably shows the strength of South African cricket at the moment. That he's one I've never heard of before, and he's come over. I'm really impressed.
Lovely balance from Rain. A push through cover point And he'll move himself to 15 to end the over, 278 for 7.
That's a killer, isn't it? You give away that no ball and the last ball of your over goes for a boundary. You know, your captain's looking at you and you just, oh man.
What's that, 11 off the over?
Lovely shot from Ben Rain. Good square drive. Slightly over pitched. And put away. 278 for 7. 38 now, the partnership. He clipped in, I think, of 2, but I think they'll settle for 1 as the skipper does the fielding. Daniel Bell Drummond.
Speaking of the strength of South African cricket, we know about that from last year. Coda Youssef, again, another one I don't think many in this country would have heard of, and then joins Durham, bowls really well, gets a call up for South Africa, now he's a test cricketer.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Now playing at Hampshire this year after... think they were trying to get Jaden Seals, but
that fell through last minute, didn't it?
Granted by the appropriate boards.
What's going on with the other one? Is it Swanepoel or something?
I can tell you because I've just been looking over it. So it looks like he's being disciplined by not only Cricket South Africa but his South African side as well.
Yeah, did he bail in the middle of a match?
It was the domestic final.
What are you doing? What kind of person leaves halfway through a match? And like any match, let alone a final.
So he bowled his...
Never playing my team again.
He'd bowled a 10 over stint, took 3 for 44, walked off the field with 8 overs to go to catch his flight to come over and play for Worcestershire. Ben Rain will pick up another boundary. Run starting to flow a little bit more now for Durham. Maybe, as you say, Ash, getting the bowlers into their third and fourth spells. Just Daniel Drummond looking to try and get another wicket and maybe a little bit of tiredness. Or
and this is the thing as a captain as well. You want to get off this field, but you also know that these lads are capable of, well, more than capable batsmen. So this partnership's already at 43. It's happening pretty quick time as well. Ben Rain's dangerous. Sure. Kent, I guess he was probably in the North group, so Kent might not have seen a lot of him with these Leicester days, but he was opening the batting in T20 cricket for Leicester. And often takes a pinch hitter role for Durham.
Because we've seen him bat 3, 4, even as most recently as last year.
Absolutely. And he's streetwise, isn't he? He's that kind of cricketer. He's been around the block. A real leader for this team, and mentioned earlier he's got the vice captaincy. To 83 for 7. Shadows just starting to lengthen a little bit. Thinking of a single. Not sure Casey Aldridge was, as he planted his bat back in the non-striker's crease. 283 for 7. Ben Rain 19. Casey Aldridge 20. And now we hit the 32 over mark, which is when tea is normally taken. And we're about an hour behind.
Yeah. So just finishing off on Swanepoel. Claimed 3 for 44 from his 10 overs. Walked off the field with 8 overs to go to catch his flight. He plays for the Lions in South Africa. They had no knowledge of his plans and his NOC, which I think is his no objection certificate.
Correct.
which basically allows players to go play franchise cricket and
so
play overseas.
your national board has to give you no objection
just permission.
Yeah.
And that had only been presented to the Lions on the officials on the eve of the match, and it was unsigned.
Well, you're not signing it after that, are you?
Absolutely not.
Wow, what a hole to put yourself in. Dudgeon to continue. Short, wide, punched off the back foot. Big dive out there in the outfield. It's hauled in. And they only get the 2. I thought they might have got back for 3 there, but... Decision, I think that's Everson out on the boundary, did the fielding.
Yeah, so he's... Again, just the final touch. He's undergoing 2 separate disciplinary processes, one initiated by Cricket South Africa and the other by the Lions. He is not expected to contest them. I'm not sure you've got a leg to stand. You've not got a leg to stand on.
Well, surely that means he just doesn't play for Worcester at all then.
Yeah, that looks like the likely. Looks like the likely outcome. I think it's whether he wants to discontinue his domestic career in South Africa.
Okay.
That would be the only...
Wow. What a decision that is to make.
That would be the only way. So, yeah, a very sticky situation.
Mate, it's all his own fault, isn't it?
Exactly.
Good luck dealing with that. And what team would want you after that if that's your attitude? Just going to touch on the last ball that kept it a little bit low there while you were just going through. That's the first one that we've seen in Marnus's world. It would have been a lowie. But yeah, first real bit of variable bounce.
It's been pretty good carry all day, especially early on.
That one scuttled through, didn't it, to the keeper?
And if these two get it for Aldridge Rain, you get it as a double-edged sword of... It's a horrible ball to deal with a batter, but you know when you're going to get your chance to bowl on this wicket at some point.
100%. You just hope they're not straight.
Good running.
And that's a positive cricket, isn't it? That's Ben Rain's mindset. That he's always looking to score. I mean, it wasn't even him that's hit the ball, but he's called immediately there from the non-strikers end and called Casey Aldridge through. It's excellent cricket.
It's also, again, it's just the Monday thing of backing up. Just making sure that you're in that position ready to call it. You know, if Rain is just sitting on his bat handle and not really paying attention.
Oh, that's the easy option, isn't it? That's being passive in the game, but that was excellent. That'll please the coach, those little things like that. Just demonstrate attitude.
It's what you need from your leadership group as well.
100%, mate. A nice bouncer from Dudgeon.
Just wonder as well if, as you say, Rain is just maybe trying to steal an opportunity. Just looking around the outfield there, a few of the Kent boys, hands on hips.
Yeah, and this you're right. This is where you don't expect your 8th wicket partnership to kind of get into this territory where we are now. 46, the partnership. And now the captain's gone from coming out at tea with everybody being buzzing, thinking, oh, we could be off the field here in half an hour. To that half an hour has now turned into, what, nearly 40 minutes.
And Durham are now starting to find some scoring options.
Absolutely. And has he gloved that down the leg side? He has. Finger goes up. And good planning and good bowling. 2 men out in the deep. Ben Rain, like we were just saying there, every time Durham just seemed to get on top, Kent find a way. And this time Dudgeon picks up his 3rd. Glove down the leg side. Chris Benjamin takes the catch. And Kent have wicket number 8.
Yeah, very good. We saw it. The movement of the field. Bell Drummond just moved himself from mid-wicket into that sort of leg gully position we saw at certain points for Emilio Gay. The 2 men back on the deep. Go on then. We'll bang it in short. See... Doesn't have to be caught on the deep, but can we get him doing something that we want him to do, which is playing out that short ball? Did it, and just the tiniest Feather through in the opinion umpire. Ben Rain, I don't think, was particularly happy to see the finger go up.
I mean, I might be 100% wrong, but it looked pretty straightforward to me, that one. All the Kent boys seemed pretty convinced it was regulation. Matthew Potts, the new batter to the crease. Remember back in the day, Matthew Potts was an opening batsman as well. Then he grew and went from bowling about 60 mile an hour to 80 mile an hour in the space of a couple of weeks, and we all realised there was something really special about to come from him. He strides out now. Durham 286 for 8. Ben Rain going for 19. Caught Benjamin. Bowled Dudgeon.
What's that, 4 now for Dudgeon? 3?
3, I think. Yep, 3. That's his third.
Matt Milnes out of the attack. Glenton Stearman back in for his first stint at the evening session. And now this is really, if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond, you're looking at trying to keep Durham under 300 in the perfect world.
Yeah, bang on.
Casey Aldridge on strike. Still 2 men out. This one on a length.
This is where Casey's got to trust Matthew Potts and go, okay, I'm going to back you. You go about your innings. So still Kemar Roach to come, who we've seen in the Test match arena can be very stubborn at times. We've seen the opposite of Potts in the Test match arena, who has just sometimes gone in and tried to hit every ball for 6. Let's see what we get today.
Good take.
So 3 wickets for Dudgeon, 3 for Stearman, 2 for Grant Stewart. That wind is really whipping up. I'm sure you can hear that through the effects mics.
Tucked away for 1. See what the plan is for Potts from Kent. It looks like they're going to keep the 2 out. I'll be very surprised if the slip cordon isn't reinforced with at least 1 more.
Bell-Drummond turning to his 2 overseas bowlers, brought in for this reason, identifying the moment. Lots of discussion here between the 3 of them. In the shadow of one of the light towers down in front of Chris Benjamin. Big winter for Potts didn't have great success on that Ashes trip, but got married. So from a personal point of view, married his lovely wife Holly over the winter. And Matthew Potts is a kind of lad, and I felt for him because if you know Matthew is a kind of lad who needs to bowl a lot of overs, and sitting on the sidelines and then being thrown into Test match cricket was no good for him. Hopefully we get to see him get back-to-back games here for Durham early in the season, and we see the benefit of that. No doubt we didn't see the best of him over there in Australia. Well, you could say that for quite a lot of them, to be honest. But
I'd pigeonhole it as more being you need to be set up to succeed rather than set up to stumble.
There you go.
That's how I would. As you point about it there, if you know Potts, you know, as you say, he's at his best, as I think most bowlers would say when they've had a bit of time in the middle, overs under the legs, to sort of feel that sort of rhythm. I'm not entirely sure part of a 2-day warm-up game, a three a day-night game, 3 days of that, I'm not entirely sure that's really suitable enough time in the middle to get ready for an Ashes test, but you can only deal the card. You can only play the cards you've been dealt.
There you go.
But yeah, like you say, it's just a lot of opportunity. You know, you and Vic were talking about it, just around all that sort of test squad. You know, there's only really a few places you would say are absolutely cemented after that Ashes tour. 2 of them being 4 and 5 in Root and Brooks. Stokes obviously is captain. Aldridge will trust Potts here, taking a single off the first ball. So, you know, that's 3 spots. You'd think, based on games played in the Ashes, that Carse is one that the England management really like. The only bowler to the only seam bowler to go all 5. Yeah. You know, there's definitely an opening for a spin bowler. Then a lot of it hinges on the fitness of Archer, Mark Wood. You know, but there's definitely openings in the majority of that team, you would say. If someone really sticks their hand up early the season, there's opportunities there to stake your claim, and talking about Potts is one of those.
Yeah, can't argue. Got some breaking news here from Durham that we're going to read out to you in just a moment. Some sad news, actually. Just wait till the end of this over. It's been passed on to us from Phil Collins. Not that Phil Collins, but Durham's Phil Collins, and Aldridge pulls that around the corner and will pick up a single. In fact, I'll do it now. So former chairman of Durham, Clive Leach, CBE, has passed away at the age of 91. He joined Durham in 1960, representing the county for 4 years as a player, having previously played for Warwickshire in the late 50s. He returned to the North East in 2004, having been appointed chairman of the county, and took on that role, having spent 30 years in television working with ITV Tyne Tees. And Potts has struck on the pads, and more sad news for Durham is that Potts is out LBW to Dudgeon. That looked out, and as soon as he was struck, I was looking at the umpire waiting for the finger to be raised. So Durham lose their 9th wicket. Potts goes for 1. 200. Where are we? 289. Oh, 290. Sorry, I can't see the scoreboard with all the sun. 290, I think, on the board for 9. And a third bowling point there for Kent. So sorry, yeah, just to continue. Clive carried out that role at Durham for 12 years. Under his leadership, Durham achieved promotion in 2005 and enjoyed a record 11-year run in the top flight, along with staging of the 2013 Ashes Test match here in Chesley Street. The club also enjoyed 5 trophy wins, starting off with the Friends Provident in 2007, and we would like to extend Durham Cricket's sincere condolences to the family of Clive. So some sad news breaking there. The passing of former chairman Clive Leach has died at the age of 91. Kemar Roach, the new batter to the crease. His first day of cricket in Chesley Street. That's full and straight. And bunted back by Kemar Roach. Dudgeon with his fourth. Kent closing in on knocking Durham over here late on day one. Durham would love another 10 runs to pick up a second batting point. This one kind of plays, kind of leaves. Is still kind of there. Ends the over. Another successful over from Dudgeon. He's got 4. Kent have 9. Durham 290 for 9. All eyes will now be on Casey Aldridge to see how he takes up the attack with just Kemar Roach as his partner.
Well, unsurprisingly, Kent are going to gift Casey Aldridge a single if he wants it. Just the one slip and everyone dropping back either to the boundary or the edge of the circle. Obviously trying to entice him to go big or go home.
Curious look there. I'm not sure at what in the end, but maybe thinking that, geez, that's close to leg stump umps. If that hits him on the pad, he's out, you know. Kind of psychology that these bowlers play. Oh, they're going to get two. Oh,
Kemar Roach has slipped. That was a better throw.
Wild throw, wasn't it? He did slip over though, Kemar. I was like, oh man. Casey Aldridge made that look so easy. Kemar Roach, not so.
Just check you got the spikes in, Kemar.
Clever batting that though, wasn't it, from Casey Aldridge? You knew immediately what he wanted. Pick up the 2 and retain the strike. The fielder's out on the leg side in the deep. We've all just crept in another 5 metres.
Wonder if we might try tempt him with a short one here. Gonna be just one.
No, relax. Relax. Back Kemar to face 2.
Just thinking that's probably the split, isn't it? The max split you'd want is 4 and 2.
Yeah, it's just games within games, isn't it?
Very accurate throw from fine leg.
Not sure it's exactly what the keeper wanted, but you're right, it hit the stumps. Daniel Bell-Drummond's navy blue cap. Not looking so navy blue these days.
I think Crawley's as well is another one that's
gone almost like a maroony colour, hasn't it? Oh, give Kemar the strike. What's the problem?
he's off the mark. First class cricket. And the ultra annoyance of Kent, he will get 3 and get off strike.
What do they do here with Aldridge? Does Aldridge now try and hit a boundary off this last ball with the field up?
I think if you can, I think you just keep it. You don't mind if it's a gain. If you get whacked for 4 or 6 here, you'll take it knowing you've then got the tail ender on strike at the beginning of the next over.
It's really interesting just looking at the game awareness of some of the Kent lads, and they've gone really deep in the ring, and then Zach Crawley, to his credit, is reeling them all back in to get nice and tight to try and keep Casey Aldridge on strike.
You got to hang this outside off stump.
How was that Mr. Stumps?
296 for 9. The game within the game.
I love it. I love what it's throwing up there. Look at that beautiful blue sky here in Chesley Street. 296 for 9. 4 runs away from what would be a second batting point, which I don't think is a bad effort here on day one. I think if you'd have given that to Ryan Campbell at the toss when they'd lost it, and you could put 300 on the board, you'd be pretty happy. Kent will be pretty happy because they've got 9 wickets, so they've got all their bonus points in the bag, but they'll be looking to get out there and bat and start to eat into that Durham total. And there's still 28 overs.
Again, just the simple things from...
We're going to be here for 3 days, just for day one.
The simple, just like you say, the game awareness there. You talked about Zach Crawley being game aware in terms of reading the guys back in. Casey Aldridge there, making sure if there's any possibility of a quick single, he's there.
Yeah, and even his shot off the last ball of the over shows that he knew the field's in. I'm going to try and hit a boundary, and if he hit a boundary, then we get that bonus point. So, just wasn't executed, unfortunately. Dudgeon searching for a 5-foot. I'm sure Kent fans are enjoying seeing what he's produced so far today. The ground staff are in no doubt that Kent want the heavy roller. She's out there ready to go. Kemar Roach solid in defence. And not only with the ball, but this is an area who can really add value here if Durham can get that next batting point. And he'll feel he's added some value today. And he can get that brand new Dukes in his hand and hopefully do some damage to this Kent top order. So now Kent playing the mind games. 2 sweepers going out, one at point and one at deep square. Roach happy to take the single, which will bring Aldridge on strike and no doubt all the Kent fielders back into the circle. Deep point again, having to be told to come in. I think it's Grant. Is it Grant Stewart out there?
I think it's Ben Compton.
Maybe, yeah. But Zach Crawley still deep at point. Very deep.
That gap between slip and gully just closed
Yeah.
a little bit now by Sam
Yeah.
Northeast.
That was the bowler's just signalled for him to go in.
So there was the option to run it off the face. You can very clearly tell what mode Casey Aldridge is in.
Yeah.
Annoyed with himself to not make any meaningful contact on that. Dudgeon's wait for a 5-foot goes on for another over. 297 for 9. Durham desperately trying to get to that second batting bonus point.
It's been a great day's cricket so far. I think both sides will have felt at certain points they're in the ascendancy. That is the beauty of it, isn't it? That one partnership or a couple of wickets can really, really change a day's play. And I think at points, like I said, Kent won't have been happy with what was happening out in the middle.
Looks like we're going to get a short leg. Or is it leg slip coming in really close? Nah, let's get a short leg.
It's a deep short leg, but it is a short leg. 3 pitches away. Not sure he's supposed to walk in with the bowler at short leg, but he did. He's come in a full pitch length there. Not sure his helmet was even on properly, or he's literally just out of your shot on the right hand side there, in line with Kemar Roach's shadow. To 97 for 9. Dies on the way through. He might have even hit him in the chest. There's a few questions on the stream there around the scores. 300 isn't bad. Some saying it's a par score. Oh, driven gloriously by Kemar Roach. That brings up a second batting point and brings up the 300 for Durham. Casey, I've got this covered, he says. Just relax at the other end. Yeah, I guess the best way to answer that question it will be when Kent have batted and finished their first innings.
It's a cliche, but it's true.
Indeed.
Oh, lovely.
Kemar Roach. Where have you been all my life? Picks up a couple. But those, even in one ball, that's psychological, that getting that second batting point, and Kent will be almost like, oh, and Durham will be like, come on. And you could hear the crowd get up, and you know the crowd's pretty knowledgeable here. They'll understand what's going on out there. I reckon 80% of the crowd are now in shade. Oh no, there's a few more over on the LNER stand
a few have migrated.
Yeah, it's a bit further away, but I bet it's about 10 degrees warmer. Kemar Roach solidly in behind that one. One ball left in the over. And these things as a bowling side just start to annoy you as well. Like, you're tired, it's windy.
Opening batters as well,
Yeah.
not entirely knowing when you're going to be able to run off. You've been thinking for the last, 15, 20 minutes that it's any ball it could be, and it's still out there, especially for Crawley. He's been in the slips all day. I've still got to be on the top of it in case something comes my way, but you're already thinking about how you want to go about your innings with the bat. 6 from that over and a second batting point. 303 for 9, 10 overs till that second new ball. I don't think Kent will want that. They'll want that. They'll want it done within there to save those turnovers. But yeah, it's just like you say, it's just the annoyance of having to still think about field placements and everything when you thought you
and a bit of fatigue, Rob, as well. There's 70 overs now they've got in their legs out there, so you want to put as many overs in their legs as possible. This is Dudgeon's 19th over now. Stearman's bowled 17, Milne's 16. So you want to make sure you're putting 20 overs into their bodies every time they go out on that field. South African boys probably a little bit hardened. They're coming obviously off a full season of cricket there. Just having a look at them stumps. So them stumps look level to you. I was going to say this. You'll have to wait for the umpire to move next ball. Unless it's my mind playing tricks, which absolutely could happen.
Pretty interesting, Ash. The guys back on the leg side to Aldridge aren't all the way back. They're a good 10, 12 metres in.
Yeah. They want to stop two. They literally want to try and give Aldridge one and get...
That's what I'm thinking. Surely you're not hoping for a miss hit because, as we know, when Aldridge hits them, they stay hit.
Absolutely. Helped on its way round the corner, and that will go away for 4. Lovely batting and important runs. Aldridge moves on to 33, and this will make him feel good as well. Make him... What you want to do when you move to a new side is make everybody in your team, I can do this and I'm going to add value to what you guys already have. So important.
Well, we spoke about leaders, something I found very interesting when speaking to Ryan last week. Casey's already been voted into the leadership group.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Over the winter, so that kind of says everything. If a new signing can come straight in and make himself known as a leader. Again, it's a case of follow me.
Absolutely. And getting to those milestones, and you try and work to a blueprint of what's going to give you success, and you want as many contributing towards that as possible, and especially as a new lad, like I say, you want to go to bed at night knowing that everybody that is taking the field with you actually backs you and goes, yeah, he's a good player, he's going to give us something.
Short leg going to go back in? Or are they looking to run the helmet off?
No, I think he's going back in. I tell you what, Kent are going to get nailed with that over rate here. Oh, that's 4 more.
Is it buys?
Yeah, a little miss maybe, yeah, by Benjamin. And again, that could be tiredness as well. Pretty straightforward take down the leg side for Chris Benjamin. Didn't get anything on that at all. 312 now for 9. There's still 25 overs after this ball remaining. The scheduled close of play is 6:06.
Don't think we'll be closing at 6:06.
Sam's definitely getting his money's worth out of us today. Good bouncer. Probably a bit of frustration in that one from Dudgeon. Ends the over 312 for 9. Roach on 10. Casey Aldridge on 34. 25 overs still remaining in the day's play. This partnership annoyingly is 22.
I'm just trying to look that up, and this
Yeah.
is, again, we've spoken about that promotion campaign of 2023 when Durham, most people remember it for the blitzing run rate of being up 4.5 and over. The run rate has been consistently 4+ today, but it was also the lower wicket partnerships that, really just when you're able to blitz with that, top order and middle order, and then your bowling side, you get the top batters out and you think, we're into the tail now. But the ability of guys like Rain, Potts, Cass in that squad to just stick around and be really annoying to get out and make it, not gift the wicket away. That's another thing that I think Ryan would have spoken about, wanting to get back to that Durham way of the lower order runs are just as vital.
Yeah, look at the close games that we were in last year, and an extra 10, 15 runs may just make that difference.
What was it, the 2-dayer down at Somerset?
Yeah, let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, think about the opening game of last year, Notts away.
Some tight ones, but you just want, Ryan is a big thing for Ryan, isn't it? Problem solvers. He wants people to solve problems and come up with solutions to situations. This is about just little things from Kent here. All the fielders spread so you're not around your teammates, and rubbish throws are coming in, and just little things like that start to creep in.
Yeah, you got to avoid the sleepwalking.
Yeah, literally just going through the motions.
So overall, they'll be happy picking up. After, as we talked about, you win the toss and bowl. You definitely want to pick up as many wickets as you can.
Yep.
Captain obvious, but making sure you've come away from today with all 3 bonus points is good. But this will definitely be the frustrating thing for skipper Bell Drummond. They should stop 2 here. Throws coming in.
Mate, he's rapid between the wickets as well, isn't he, the big fella? You just see whoever that is down there has just got cramp. The fielder.
I think that might be Grant Stewart.
Literally gone.
Grant Stewart's definitely one of them out there.
Yeah. He's gone into a big hamstring stretch.
He's, like I said, just finishing off. I think Bell Drummond obviously will be happy with the reward so far, but this is definitely the annoying part of.
Yeah, you want to take advantage of your advantage of winning the toss, and I guess, like I said, time will tell whether that's happened here today. Glorious shot. He'll pick up another single. Moves on to 37, Casey Aldridge. 3:15 now for 9. See what Zach Crawley's getting a lot of grief on the live stream. You can tell the Durham fans that are on. That's a back foot noe. Very close if it's not. Really bowling wide of the crease here. It's one of the near impossible things for an umpire to pick up, because you're kind of focusing on the front foot, you're focusing then quickly on what happens at the other end. He's really, really cutting that return crease. As the field spreads now, last ball of the over. It's a slower ball. Roach says, I'll keep the strike. I'm happy. Casey Aldridge says, get back. So Stearman finishes the over with a slower ball. 72 overs done, 315 for 9. Roach on 10, Aldridge 37. Partnership is up at 25. Joey Everson.
It's been a very long spell for Dudgeon.
Yeah, they're tired. They've bowled really well. I think these two in tandem. And as a captain, you really do go to who you think are your best bowlers, and them two today have been definitely that. So you can't blame that from Bell Drummond. But yeah, that both of them did start to look a little bit tired at the back end of that spell. I mean, dare we say it? There's 8 overs to the second new ball. Every time we've kind of big Durham up, something's happened. So, but that's facts. There is 8 overs to the second new ball. 24 left in the day. Interesting there. Aldridge happy to take the single, but refused the single at the end of the last over. Maybe he feels that Everson v Roach. I think Everson's just having that chat with him as well. Why are you giving him a strike to me, mate? Be interesting to see who we see next, whether it's another little burst from Grant Stewart, who's been the least used of the seamers today. Actually, I'm just going to back that up by having a cheeky look at the scoreboard. Yeah, he's only bowled 8 overs. He's picked up 2 for 38.
Quick shift around on the offside as well for Roach, reinforcing the cover region.
That is a solid forward defence from Kemar Roach. Oh, the Moose is off to training, mate. Enjoy. Definitely takes pride in his work, doesn't he, Kemar Roach? Got to earn his wicket.
Interestingly, field is not really moving back for the last ball of the over. There could be 2 there. Should be 2. Is 2. I think Kemar got hit there, didn't he?
I don't know what was going on there. Him and Chris Benjamin getting a little bit tangled up. Yeah, I think that's a very stiff-looking Grant Stewart chasing that one. I wouldn't be surprised if he's about to come on and bowl here.
No, I
Or
think
is it
going back to
Milnes?
Mount Milnes.
Yeah. It is indeed. Very interesting, that Grant Stewart. Just the 8 overs today. And I've done him a disservice. It was a very stiff-looking Matt Milnes who chased that ball, wasn't Grant Stewart?
Well, the pickle then, Matt Milnes.
So again, we talk about getting overs in bowlers' legs.
Well, it's 4th. This is now his 5th stint, I think.
Yeah, 16 overs already for Milnes. Three. 18 for 9. I think he's bowled some good balls today, Milnes. Maybe just not enough consistency in. And this is where, you go through phases like this. All your bowlers are right-arm seamers, so there's nothing really new coming at the batters. There's no left arm. There's no spin, whether that's off spin, leg spin, left arm spin, whatever. There's just no variety. They've picked 5 bowlers of the same ilk.
Yeah, look for 2. I don't think it's going to be on offer.
He's timed that too well.
It's gone too quick.
To be fair, Durham have gone down a similar route. They do have Colin Ackerman up their sleeve who can bowl some off spin.
Milne's gone for here 2 slips, gully, backward point, sort of extra cover it looks like.
Bat pad coming in.
Yeah, looks like it. Mid on, mid off, and long leg.
That wind again really whipping up, coming from the west southwest, going from mid off to fine leg. Bit of extra bounce there from Milnes, yeah. Nicely played. Mieye still has that snood. And Toblerones at the north end of the ground, the Lumley end, are going absolutely flying. I think they're just starting to take them off. Just be the bare boundary ropes tomorrow. We'll see if that wind. Good old Storm Dave. It's blowing in a lot of blue sky, which I'm quite happy with. But yeah, she's pretty strong wind out there.
One ball left. Daniel Bell-Drummond sends his fielders back.
Beautiful cover drive for 4. What a glorious shot. Overpitched and put away by Kemar Roach. Put them all back on the boundary. That hurts as well. Like 323 for 9 at the end of over number 74. But the mind just starts playing tricks on you now. You just want to get off this field as quickly as possible.
Say partnership. Been together now 7.2 overs. You're just thinking when you get that 9th wicket of Matthew Potts, a couple of overs here, and
it's up to 33 now as well, runs wise. So you're putting a bit of fatigue on the Kent bowling attack and fielders, and you're also adding value to the scoreboard. And Durham start dreaming of 350 and a third batting point. Benjamin now up to the stumps. Aldridge punches nicely. He finds the gap. He'll get at least 2. Bit of confusion out there in the outfield. But they do manage to sort it out. Skipper having a little chuckle to himself out there. But Aldridge picks up another 2. Moves on to 41 now, Casey Aldridge. 325 for 9.
This is exactly it. As a captain, when that final wicket goes down at 287, or that ninth wicket goes down at 287,
290, yeah.
You're thinking, great, we are ahead of the game here. We've done well on this, and then suddenly half an hour passes, and you're thinking, this is a bit more. This is more than we would have wanted to give them.
This is where we're kind of talking about too, wasn't it? That 320, 325 mark. I think Durham are pretty satisfied with it. It shows it's still a pretty good pitch, but the ball is a lot older now, so it shows the value of really making damage with that new ball. Aldridge drives that beautifully, and that'll probably be another one at least, and they'll settle for one. Roach says, I've got this. Don't stress. Archie says, get the skipper on with medium pace with the keeper up. I've got that now pretty much anyway with what Everson's delivering. I think talking to the Kent guys that have come up to say that Miyeyu bowls a little bit of off spin. Zach Crawley bowls some dodgy leg spin, I've heard. But apart from that, they've picked 5 seamers. So that's what we've got at the moment. Big shout, but there's a lot of willow in that. A shout in desperation more than hope of taking a wicket. Got a question there. Will you think Gay or McKinney will open for England in the summer? I think we've got to score some runs first. There's a big shout, but that's sliding down the leg side. Be a leg bye.
Another leg bye to the total. 327 for 9. 5 overs till that second new ball, which at this current rate, Daniel Bell-Drummond looks like he's going to have to turn to.
Potentially. But it would be quite England-like at the moment, wouldn't it? If Emilio Gay batting at 3 for Durham then went and opened the batting for England. But, I mean, the man is an opening batter. There's no getting away from that. So I wouldn't... Mate, I hope they all get a crack. I would love that. Obviously, I'm heavily invested in what Ben McKinney does. But Emilio Gay hit the ground running, hasn't he? First championship century of 2026. Milnes is going to continue. 327 on the board for Durham.
I think as well, the other thing just to touch on that is that there seems to be a focus from the Durham coaching group this year to make sure people are focused on the county job first and foremost.
Well, then everything the rest should take care of itself.
Yeah, exactly that. If you take care of your performances in the here and now, the future will play out how it should do.
Kemar getting a little bit flamboyant there.
So...
yeah, you can't argue with that logic, can you?
No, we can throw all the cliches out, but I think that's just the thing that this coaching group have tried to... It was one of the things they've probably looked to right over the winter, in that, you know, it's definitely not bad to harbour international ambitions. If you're not harbouring international ambitions, you can probably maybe have a think about your headspace and where it probably is it in the right spot, but you shouldn't be going too far one way and not focusing on the day job.
Can't argue with that, mate.
I think it'll be exactly the same for Zach Crawley. Focus on scoring runs for Kent and the rest will take care of itself. Obviously lots of heavy fire over the winter. Partnership ticking up towards 9 overs in terms of time together at the crease. especially coming off the winter as well. The first day of the year sort of is just a little added extra of.
It's a marker, isn't it? Early doors. It's good. That's what you want. You want to be out there performing, and like you say, if you take care of business at this level, hopefully people are taking notice of you at the next level. Been a lot of accusations thrown around in the last couple of weeks that isn't the case, but who knows?
That could be an entire day's commentary in itself, Ash.
Indeed. Nicely played again by Roach. Another over, about to tick by, 76 on the clock. Still 20 overs remaining. I hope I don't come across as sounding bitter, because I am. At 25-6.
Toblerones are off again.
Mate, she's blowing out there, I tell you. Good Yorker to finish. Ends up in a maiden over, and you can see the frustration on Milnes. He's like, I just want one wicket today. I deserve a wicket. And I'm still out here bowling. And Sam says that Kent need to get me AE on. Definitely the best of the part-time spin options.
I think as well, Ash, in terms of, you look at Durham now just gently now ticking over, but the fact they went so positively in the opening two sessions means they're not even at the second new ball mark, and they've got the 2 batting bonus points, which allows them now to take their time in terms of if they want to look at that 350.
Yeah, it's getting value out of the game, isn't it?
It's not as if they're at 100 overs.
Yeah.
And they're at this point and thinking, we do want 350, so we kind of got to get a move on. It's like, no, we've still got absolutely plenty of time if the game will allow us to go that way.
Still well over 4 and over.
It's completely understandable why they are just now moving along at this point, 9 down. But that's the little adage of sort of if you approach the game the right way, it'll come back to you later on.
Yeah, it's just come up there, 4.3 and over the run rate. And if you can bat for a long period of time, like Durham into the 77th over, that's going to put you in pretty good stead. They'll have liked that to gone to 100 overs. Still might yet. Roach tickles that away and tickles it away fine. And a misfield. There you go, you're talking about fatigue. That was a simple piece of fielding. But a tight and stiff body bends down to pick it up and misses it, and Roach picks up another 4. 3:32 now for 9. Roach moves on to 20. Frustration for everybody out there with the dancing horse, either on head or on chest. There's another big shout there, but that's absolutely smashed into the inside edge.
Partnership's now up to 42.
It is indeed. Another single. I don't know if it's a leg bite. It is indeed. But one more to the total. 3-3-3 for 9. A little changeover of the cameraman on the roof. Ross has come in from upstairs looking like an absolute Eskimo.
How many layers, Ross?
All of them. Aldridge will pick up another comfortable single there out to the leg side. 3:34 now on the board. Yeah, I don't envy the boys being up at a height in the shade as well. Apart from that, it's a pretty easy job. You just point this thing at it that shoots pictures and comes downstairs. I'm sure they've had worse nights than that at the football. The lads do a lot of Newcastle and Sunderland games as well. Stylish from Roach. He'll pick up at least one, and they'll settle for that. And Kemar Roach is happy to continue to pick up the strike. He moves on to 21. Durham 3:35 now for 9. 77 overs done. Sam's just given us a stat. He says, on the brand new yearbook, this is a record 10th wicket partnership for Durham versus Kent at the Riverside. If you have the new yearbook, it's on page 256.
All that hard work gone into the stats,
Brilliant.
the research, and first day of the season. It's already out of date.
It's a pretty yearbook, but it is now obsolete.
Grant Stewart finally
Yeah.
back into the attack.
What has he done right or wrong not to have bowled so much? The wind causing him just to abort mission in the run-up.
It's just another kicker. You finally get the edge. It doesn't carry.
I think that bounced twice. Sorry, I think that bounced twice before it got to northeast there in the slips. Real effort to pull that from Stewart, wasn't it? He looks stiff walking back to the top of his mark, so maybe there is a bit of soreness for him, which is why he hasn't bowled as much. The man who'd be looking to make a difference with the bat as well. Picked up 2 wickets today. That one does carry, and that's a sharp catch from Sam Northeast. And Durham are bowled out for 335. Kemar Roach going there, caught Northeast. Bowled Stewart for 21. And I'm just looking at the umpire signalling there. In fact, I don't know what they're signalling. Trying to get him not to bring the heavy roller out, or is he asking him? Anyway, Durham, 335 all out. Kemar Roach, the last man to fall. Caught by Northeast off the bowling of Grant Stewart for 21. We'll be back in around probably 5 to 10 minutes with the Kent reply, bathed in beautiful sunshine.
Welcome back to the final stint of this opening day between Durham and Kent at Banks Homes Riverside. Durham finishing 3-3-5 all out after a nice last wicket partnership between Kemar Roach and Casey Aldridge, the two debutants. Me and Ash were just chatting while the mics were down. Who's taking the new ball? It looks like it's going to be Kemar Roach, and we'll wait to see who's taking it from the other end, whether it be Matthew Potts or Ben Rain. Who calls dibs, the vice captain or the England international?
Oh, the way Potsy's strutting about there, I reckon it might be Potsy. It's definitely Kemar. You're not going to bring in somebody that likes a Kemar Roach and not give him the new ball.
Ben Compton and Zach Crawley to open up for the visitors, and it'll be Compton on strike. It's going to be met by a slip cordon of Ben McKinney, Casey Aldridge. Is that Emilio at third slip?
It's a tall cordon, that, isn't it? We've gone from 6'7" to 6'5" to 6'4".
Got backward point. Alex Lee's the captain at extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket and long leg. Would that be Bellingham out there who's got to graze the long leg boundary?
Just trying to think. It potentially could be, you know.
Kemar Roach around the wicket for his first ball in Durham colours. Immediately finds the line and length.
And see how much movement's out there now that the heavy roll has been on there. Quite a lot.
There's your answer.
Quite a lot. You've got to play that as a left-hander. I mean, Compton will be pleased that's done plenty. If that carries on straight, it's probably hitting middle and leg stump. Nearly gone through. To McKinney at first slip, it's moved that much.
No ball and tickled away down to fine leg for the first runs of Kent's reply.
Got on here, that dancing horse comment didn't go unnoticed. Is it not a dancing horse on the badge? What is she? When there is so much movement, this is where you've just got to be patient, put the ball in the right areas and just trust it. But as an opening batter, like we saw earlier, you've just got to try and leave as many as possible. Be lucky. Right on the money there from Roach. Oh, that strikes him on the pad and he's given him. Roach strikes early. Compton goes. Roach makes an immediate impact for Durham. And Durham pick up their first wicket. Compton goes LBW for 4. Kent a 6 for 1.
What was it you said about putting the ball in the right areas, Ash?
There you go. It's interesting. I'd like to just have another look at that one. I'm just getting the replay on the stream. Not sure if that's high, you know. That struck Compton high on the back leg. From a Durham point of view, I'm not going to lie, you're going to take that all day, but
Ben Compton was LBW off the ball of Kemar Roach for 4.
it's a good ball in a good area. It's done Compton. And Durham strike early. Be interesting to see what the Kent supporters feel of that decision. We certainly felt aggrieved of Ben McKinney's decision earlier today. You can definitely see we've got one Durham fan in with the finger pointing skywards. But the perfect start for Durham. Compton being a prolific run scorer for Kent. And as a side, that's what you don't when you've toiled in the field and then you lose one early, and that can just set some shudders through the team. Sam Northeast.
Yeah, just a short break.
Yeah, back out there, mate. Took a really sharp catch to get rid of Roach.
It's got one ball left of Roach's opening over.
He drives to Matthew Potts at mid-off. It is much handier, you know, having the numbers, especially from the opposition. And I apologise to our Kent fans that I don't recognise it. Probably over the course of the game, I will start to recognise who's who in the field. But the numbers on the back of the jumpers make it look so much easier.
Well, we have our answer as who's won the battle between Potts and Rain. It is the England man.
Matthew Potts from the Lumley end.
The goal from the Lumley end, Matthew Potts.
So I'm just Googling the old Kent emblem now of being called Rude. Appearing in a leaping pose. So leaping, dancing. So the historic White Horse of Kent, or Invicta, represents the Saxon kingdom of Kent, with the horse symbolising strength and invincibility, often appearing in a leaping pose. There you go. Somebody's put prancing, if you will. Sorry, I apologise. I didn't mean any offence. Zach Crawley, the man of so many comments on this live stream. Always in the spotlight. Incredible player to watch in full flow. That's a lovely bit of shape, wasn't it, from Potts, just swinging away from Crawley. There's no doubt going to be so many demons in his mind now.
He has everything to lose, in a way. Or not everything,
Yeah,
but a lot to lose.
You know, he gets so much praise for his attacking play, and that's what everybody wants. But now if he tries to go into his shell and find some form, then he's...
Everyone then jumps on, well, this isn't what got you picked for England and stuff.
That thuds into the pad, but well down leg side.
It ends up being a case of damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
And I mean, these blokes are human beings as well, so there's definitely a lot of outside noise will be in his head, and he doesn't pick himself in that side either. That's another thing that I will say. But when you're on that international stage, you're there to be shot at and shot down. Sam Northeast played county cricket for a long time, former leader for Kent.
Yeah, Kent fans were understandably very happy to hear he was coming back as well.
I have no doubt.
He's got a job on his hands here. It looks like he's setting up middle and off.
Yeah, that back foot definitely looks like it. keen to see Potts and just have a look at his rhythm. Like I was touched on earlier, he's a lad who loves to bowl overs. Looks nice and relaxed there in his run up and his approach, hitting the bat hard. It's a good first over from him. It's a maiden. It's just the one leg by from the over. Kent 7 for 1. Roach v Crawley.
Yeah, it looks a decent opening 6 balls there from Potts. Seemed like he found the right area pretty quick.
Yeah, decent pace as well. That one, particularly the one that hit Crawley in the pad, that thudded into the pad. Let's see what Kemar Roach has to offer for Crawley. See if he'll try and get the ball to swing away from the right-hander. The answer is no. It swings in. You talk about games within games that we had at the back end. This is definitely one right now. And a moment that Durham will want to try and cash in. Got an excellent last wicket partnership. What was it, 45? Now can they pick up 2 or 3 wickets tonight to put them right in the driving seat? Goodness, driven in the air. But Crawley gets away with his first boundary. Not in control.
It's one of those as a bowling side you look at and go, as much as it's frustrating not getting the wicket, you don't mind seeing it.
Yeah, good for us and all of those kind of shouts. No doubt will be a ringing around as they can't find the ball at the moment. Seems to be stuck underneath the covers. Oh, we've got it. Hopefully it's not wet. It's the last thing you want. The no ball from Roach. I was going to say, if you talk about setups, Zach Crawley is batting with his back foot outside off stump in his stance. I don't know if that's just to combat the in-swing that Kemar Roach is bowling. It'd be interesting to watch that from the other end. But really unusual for a lad who likes to play the ball through the offside. Really closing that off. Maybe I've seen a few pre-season dismissals. That's a glorious drive. And a good bit of fielding from Potts. And a bit of confusion.
I think that's the furthest I can remember, like having seen Crawley stand across.
Never seen that.
Maybe that's something could have worked on since coming back from Oz, maybe as well.
Oh, potentially. I've seen him a couple of his dismissals in the lead-up games to the season. He definitely wasn't batting like that. Thick outside edge, but with control from northeast, and that will run away for 4. Down to a more backward point than third. But Roach asking questions here of these Kent batters early doors. 18 now on the board already. Flies away and a good tumbling take from Ollie Robinson. Yeah, we've got, not to disparage Potts' pace, but I'm sure being able to hit Crawley in the pad, it wasn't just because it hit Crawley in the pad, it was actually the pace that he bowled the ball. Crawley even getting grief there. $18 for 1. So healthy run rate. Early loss of Compton. LBW to Roach in that first over.
Potts has Crawley in his sights again. And that's what we're talking about. That's a lovely shot. There is not many better than Zach Crawley to watch when he's able to play shots like that.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful shot. Flowing off drive. And again, it's just really interesting to see his starting position there. If you watch his back foot, I know they're big feet by the look of it. If you have a look at that back foot, his toes are definitely peeking outside of off stump. This one's maybe on off stump. Oh, play that. Play that. That's the one where you just, as an opener, hope you don't nick it. Too good.
This could be a nice little battle between these two.
Yeah, no doubt. Potts will want that prize scalp. And Potts will want to send a message out early doors that he is still in England's thoughts. Oh, hello. Hello. Gone.
That battle doesn't last very long. Matthew Potts has his first wicket of the county season, and it's Zach Crawley who has to walk back for 9. Kent lose their second. Durham looking in the ascendancy.
Great bowling from Potts. Got a few to shape away. And that one trapping Crawley right on the crease and looked good from the moment it struck him on the shin. Durham pick up 2 big wickets here tonight, and there's still plenty of cricket left. There's still 12 overs remaining in the day after this over.
Contrasting emotions. That'll do one England player that went to Australia the world of good.
Indeed.
And the other, like you say.
Do you know what it is? I'm an Aussie supporter as much as anyone through and through. You probably can't tell from my accent anymore, but I'm born and raised in Australia. But I feel sorry for the bloke. I genuinely do. I don't know what the answer is, whether he just needs to take a break from it or what, but he's just having a horrible time of things at the moment. I don't know him, never met the bloke. Might be the nicest bloke in the world, might be an absolute whopper, but I honestly, I feel for him. He just doesn't know whether he... Yeah.
I say
We'll just leave it at that.
There's the human element behind
Yeah,
it,
and that's
which a
what I
lot
see.
of people tend to forget.
Yeah, that's what I see. You know, I'm delighted. I love Matthew Potts. I've known since he was a little creature, and he's now a big creature. But and I love the bloke to death, and I'm thrilled that he's picked up that wicket. But, geez, Crawley, man, where do you go from here?
Twanda Mayeye in at 4. Kent need a partnership.
Oh.
A glorious 4, but an LBW to follow it. 22 for 2 off 4.
It's been all action, hasn't it? 22 for 2. Wicket for Potts, wicket for Roach. Trailing by 313, Kent. Glorious evening here in Chesley Street. This will probably be the best weather that we get over the weekend. As Roach takes up the attack from the Finkel end. Late swing, but swings beautifully onto the bat of Sam Northeast, and Potts chases that hard.
Oh.
Did brilliantly, and then not so brilliantly. And then Superman dived over the Toblerones, and it went away for 4. Lots going on there, but Durham bowlers prepared to pitch it up and be driven, let it swing. Risk and reward Northeast.
Was what we saw with David Bedingham earlier, hitting those 3 4s in 4 deliveries, and he went for it the 4th time and paid the price.
The game seems to be in fast forward right now, which is good because it's late. Didn't swing back. Roach not quite feeling his rhythm at the moment.
Roy Robinson there has just gone sprinting to his captain.
That's good. You always want input from your senior players. Causing absolute havoc out there with the bowlers' run-ups.
Welcome to Chester Street, Kemar.
Oh my goodness!
I gotta say, I just lifted.
Howling
I
through.
lifted one ear off my headset and realised just how much I've got the wind turned down.
Howling through. Just checking the footholes and the wind and everything. He's thinking, this isn't Barbados. And he's right. It's Chesley Street on a wild and windy afternoon. But the sun's shining, Kemar. That one strikes him on the pads. It's swinging too much, too noises. There's a lot going on there.
From my point of view, I reckon that was 2 noises.
Not sure if he's hit his bat into his pad here. Yeah, too much. Maybe outside the line as well. Everything going right and wrong with that one. And understandably given not out. one's driven off the back foot nicely through cover point by Northeast. And Alex Lees will do the fielding. Keep it to 2 as he tries to throw the ball in as flat as possible with the setting sun away over the Jeff Cook Pavilion. 2 more runs. Yeah, I'm just having a look at that Crawley LBW and almost rocking and rolling it. And yeah, it looks pretty good. Trapped on the crease. Maybe if you can say anything, it's done on the angle. But yeah, if I was bowling that, I'd be screaming for that. Durham on the hunt. I smell a bit of blood in the water here. Already picked up 2 wickets late here on day 1. Can they turn that into 3? Still plenty of time left in the day's play. And the man you wanted to watch bat me, at the crease, Rob.
And this is where, I'm not going to say it's away from his natural game, but it's not the situation he would have pictured himself coming into. But you're professional, you adapt to the situation at hand, and, it's something that it's a good test for him going up against Potts. Sounds like we say someone who arguably should be on England's radar, but maybe not in this format. But
is he qualified to play for England yet? Oh, there you go. Not internationally qualified. Okay.
Do you think if the returns kept coming, it wouldn't be too long once that qualification
absolutely
has come through that it'd be worth a look at?
Edge,
that is
and McKinney drops an absolute sitter.
That was a beauty from Potts.
He wrestled it 3 or 4 times.
I think Potts was already off in appeal mode.
I don't think I've seen Ben drop a catch like that before, ever.
Yeah, he gets a life.
Oh my goodness. It's a great delivery. An appeal from keeper and bot. I'm not sure Ollie Robinson was as convinced as Matthew Potts, who has ended up in the gully. Not sure whether that's just through frustration. .28 for 2.
Should have had a wicket as Potts comes to the end of his 3rd.
Oh my goodness, it's a good leave. It's a great over from Potts. It's a maiden. Deserved to be a wicket maiden. Miyeyu survives. Three overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4 for Matthew Potts. Both opening bowlers taking a wicket, which vindicates the decision. to keep Ben Rain under ice for right now. Northeast looks in good order here. Reading the swing of Kemar Roach.
And so he looks like he's got everything in order.
Been a good player for a long time, hasn't he? There's not been many situations in a game of cricket that he hasn't seen or been through. As you would expect, good energy from the Durham crew at the moment.
Not the most sympathetic
No.
throw from Potts into Robinson there.
That was awful. Swings is tucked away nicely.
Oh, Graham Clark in the floppy hat.
Death taxes and Graham Clark in a floppy.
So respect the dedication year round. Who else? Rain and Beddingham have been known to have the floppy hat out and about as well. Definitely not shy to it.
Yeah. McKinney got one on. Gutsy in this wind. Just falling off that shot a little bit there, Northeast. No ball from Roach, overstepping, much to his disgust. Especially now it's costing me an extra run. There's some hearty souls wrapped up still watching this cricket. Respect. Really battling with his rhythm and the wind here. He's thinking, what have I done? What have I done? Good delivery to finish the over. 32 for 2 Kent. Northeast on 12. Miea yet to get off the mark. Still 9 overs remaining today.
One for 4 off 3 for Potts should read 2 for 4 off 3. Lovely bit of carry.
Yeah, he looks in good rhythm at the moment. Still shaking his head. I'm not sure if something's been said or if he's still thinking back to that missed opportunity.
Oh.
This is good from Potts. Wonder if we see Ben Rain. Kemarich doesn't look in the happiest of rhythm at the moment. I wonder if we see Ben Rain come on here from the Finkel end the next over. I'm just trying to spot him in the field. Where is he? Mid on.
Yeah.
Mid on. Let's see if he starts warming up.
Fourth slip. Now in. Ackerman joins the cordon.
Oh my goodness.
This is some spell from Matthew Potts. He had a few of these last year as well. Just didn't quite have the wickets to back up the returns. But this is a lot more reminiscent of what he can do at his best.
Yeah. I'm not sure he needs to be playing at that though, Miei, but you've mentioned his white ball skills. He might just be one of those batters who likes to feel bat on ball. Not content to keep leaving deliveries. I mean, it was full, but it definitely swung. Bless you, whoever that was.
Do you think as well maybe Miei after that dropped catch is just looking to try and get himself off the mark to start with as well? Just
There's nothing.
just a little
It's a
burst.
horrible
little
feeling
burst.
being on zero. You're really keen to get off there, but you'd be disappointed with that. Is that Callum Parkinson out there?
Yeah.
Is Roach gone off for probably about
No, it's
5?
Bedingham.
Is it?
Yeah.
He's coming back down the stairs. He might be going into bat pad for Ben Rain, putting on the shinies and helmet, etc.
Final ball of Potts' fourth over. Another good one. Not the best end, but it's another maiden for him. Another testing one for Miei to try and get through 32 for 2. And Ash, you called
Here
it.
we go. I think he'd be the worst bowler to face on this pitch, if I'm honest. Another maiden over for Matthew Potts. 1 for 4 from 4. 3 maidens. And just that one blazing Zach Crawley cover drive even. But here we go. Ben Rain into the attack. Scored 19 earlier today. Useful contribution down the order. A lot of movement from the umpire there as that ball was delivered. That wind is absolutely wicked out there. Just a little bit back of a length. Be looking to get that a little bit fuller. We've seen the swing so far from Roach and from Potts. It'll be more off the seam for Ben Rain. And that's his areas all day long. Goodness me, that wind is howling out there. Driven back to Ben Rain on the bounce, I think. Keeps changing direction, the wind as well. At the moment it's blaring straight from the north right at us, and then it's switching around to the west. Short, tucked into the leg side. Might have thought of a single as Bedingham does the fielding. Ollie Robinson again tumbling away. You can really tell when that wind swings around, it whistles through. Even our windows are whistling. This one's tucked away nicely. It'll be a single for Northeast. Moves him on to 13. I tell you who'll be the happiest at that. It's Miei, who's at the non-striker's end. You go right, Sam Northeast. You can face Matthew Potts.
Absolutely, you said it earlier. The best place. It's a lot. Well, not the best place, but it's a lot easier to bat at the non-strikers end.
Mate, when it's talking like this, it is for sure. Tell you what, we'll have to. I mean, we're pretty lucky here, aren't we? We're sat behind some nice double glazed tinted windows in pretty relative comfort, right? And you've got Stevie and Ross who have had to get up there on the gantry there with them cameras. So shout out to the media company boys there, because they've done a brilliant job bringing you these pictures in some not fantastic conditions, I must admit. Hopefully they can't hear me. I don't like to be too nice to them.
Big appeal.
I think he's hit that.
I also think there's two noises on that.
Yeah, runs given.
But overall, again, this is still a very challenging spell, and he's got Mayeye back in his sights.
Yeah, that was good work that from McKinney, actually, just to keep that down to 1. And a good decision from the umpire, in my eyes. I thought I heard a scratch on that.
Back to 4 slips now. Durham really sniffing a third Kent wicket.
Oh, squares him up.
Just an underlying feeling that something's got to give. Whether it's a blazing shot to get off the mark or
There's something building, isn't there?
a wicket.
Would love to have 3 by close of play. Skipper providing some energy there in the field. Durham have been up and back. Oh, God, up and about. Get my teeth in for tomorrow. I tell you what, them bales must be heavy. They must have the super, super heavy bales on today.
Mieye finally off the mark. A nice clip through mid-wicket. He'll get a couple.
Yeah, 16th time of asking. I think Potts just needs to keep it simple. Keep just challenging that 4th, 5th stump line. Be interesting to see how many overs he bowls here tonight. 1 ball away from his 5th. I don't think he'll get the ball out of his hand, if I'm honest. That's the area. Just keep bowling it there. Stay patient. 36 for 2 after 10. Ben Rain to continue from the Finkel end. Oh, I thought he nicked that. Sam Northeast flashing at a wide one. I think in a bit of disbelief that he's missed that, but I thought I heard a little scratch there, but thankfully for Kent, no one gets through to Robinson behind the stumps without any intervention from the willow. This one nips back. Rain's just a little bit short at the moment. So Ollie Robinson's hat goes absolutely flying. That's where you want to be, Ben Rain. .36 for 2, halfway through, over number 11 on the first evening of the County Championship season. That one strikes Northeast on the pad. He's a long way across, and it will go for 4 leg byes.
I think it's probably going down leg.
Agree. Definite shout in hope more than expectation. He did get a long way across. Ben Rain just letting the umpire know that as well on his way back to his mark. Gee, it must have been, tell you what. It's 4 leg byes. 40 for 2, Kent. Oh, that's jagged back an absolute mile, and a nod of approval from Sam Northeast. Last ball of the over. Ben Rain just starting to find his range. Oh, and that's hit him, but I think he's outside the line. Ben Rain not impressed. Not impressed. It's a good shout. It's hit the back leg, but for me, he's outside the line of off stump. Ben Rain not convinced at all. It's a good over. It's a maiden over for Rain. And we'll see that quite a lot more over the coming months. If he survives.
Potts lines up me yeah again. Ackerman again joins the cordon.
4 catches there.
Graham Clark also in sharp at point.
Goodness me.
Something's got to give. Something's got to give between these two.
That was a scoring opportunity, wasn't it? A little bit of width. Miyehu went right after that. I like the intent.
Interestingly, Ackerman has now jumped back out to point. After that one, maybe
it's a horrible place to field that at the moment.
Yeah.
The low setting sun right in his eyes. It's Casey Aldridge there at second slip. You can see half of him. He's going through a couple of phantom deliveries, just letting the captain know I'm ready when you want me, Skip. Let's see if Potts gets anything after this over.
Just thinking that it's a long opening spell for him, but his bowling has warranted it. It's one of those he's hit a rhythm nicely, and so as we're talking about, you need to let him ride that wave. But just wonder, as you say, 4 overs left after this one's bowled.
He's also only got 4 overs left in the day, so he gets
I'm gonna say max of 2. Do you just let him bowl out and then come back again tomorrow? And
if you ask Matthew, he'll say yes. I want to keep bowling, and he's probably earned that right at the moment. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, keep going, mate. He's very similar to Ben Stokes in that comparison. Is that when they get on a spell, good luck trying to take the ball out their hands.
Absolutely. Deserves another one, doesn't he?
Yeah. Remember, what was it? The Somerset game here that ended inside 2 days where Stokes was hooping it around, and I think there was one after about his 5th over, Scott Borthwick just kind of looked his way and it's kind of like, that's enough, mate. And Stokes just, I don't think any words were exchanged. Stokes just shot a look.
Yeah,
and the message was across.
Right on the money from Potts. It's been great stuff from him tonight. And these kind of spells set the tone, hopefully, for the season. He'll have no doubt been disappointed with his return last year to pick up that wicket early, especially the scalp of Zach Crawley. Had a catch dropped. That's a gorgeous shot. An appeal from the crowd. I like it. Northeast scrambles back into his crease. That ends another over and another Matthew Potts maiden over. It's normally Ben Rain doing these kind of things. He's bowled 6 overs and 4 of those have been maidens. He has 1 for 7. Like I said, unlucky not to have picked up more.
I think at this point you leave him. I think you give him the 2. You give him the final 2 from the Lumley end and just let him go.
Lees is having a chat with Potts there. I guess that We'll keep our eye on Casey Aldridge throughout this over, and that'll give us a better indication. But I know what answer Matthew Potts will have given Alex Lees there. Northeast missing out there. Fulham wide. Ben Rain. Another one through to the keeper. Does it seem like there's been more plays and misses tonight than there was for Durham early?
Oh, I would.
Or is that just in my head?
No, I think I would. I think I would co-sign that statement.
Oof. Excellent. Maybe you could guarantor it, so if it's not right, it falls on you.
I think as well, like you mentioned, it's just consistency. I think Durham have just found a little bit more consistency, but Kent were, as we talked about, Kent were very good at when there was a lull, at bringing themselves back into the game and making sure that nothing really got too out of reach. Obviously, Mino's Gay's knock is to stand out, but you look down the rest of that batting card, a lot of starts and a lot of like mini partnerships and partnerships started, but before they got too out of hand, it was nipped back in the bud.
Another play and miss. Northeast just probably drawn into balls that he doesn't want to play at, but feels that there could be enough seam movement that he doesn't really trust it not nipping back. I don't know if that makes sense, but it does in my head.
He's worried about the one. He's worried about the one coming back in as well as
like
taking the outside edge.
Yeah, earlier on. Good work. Captain in the covers. Three overs and one delivery remaining in the day's play. Can Kent survive? Just two down. Can Durham pick up that third wicket? Can we be paid overtime for this long day? All serious questions that need to be asked and answered. And Ben Rain bowls another maiden over. 40 for 2, Kent.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Kemar Roach who's going to bowl the last two from the Lumley end.
There you go. Not going to lie, I didn't see that one coming. I'm not against it, but I didn't see that coming. It's been interesting there that Millet has played a lot. That ball swinging away from him. There's still three slips in place. Roach has predominantly brought the ball back into the right-hander. Fascinating period of play here. 3 overs. And he doesn't miss out on that. Short, wide, buried through point for 4. Little gamble this for me from Lees. I don't think Roachy took that wicket in the first over, but understandably, adjusting to these conditions, hasn't looked in the best of rhythms. Maybe he feels that he goes back to his overseas trump card, trying to pick up that third wicket. And spits up a little bit. We might see that now that the roll is just starting to probably wear off a little bit now. Just one more go at the heavy roller for Kent throughout the rest of the match. As we were told by head groundsman Victor Main, who joined us earlier. And again, thank him for his time. Always value him and his input. Oh, and that one just gets a thick inside edge. And Miei will want to spend as many balls down that non-striker's end as possible tonight. That's the art of batting. Watch from the other end till tomorrow. But after a bit of a rocky start, thanks everybody for hanging with us today. It's been an excellent day's cricket. 12 wickets have fallen. North of 350 runs, what are we at? About 380 for the day.
Yeah.
That one strikes northeast on the thigh pad or the backside. And a bit of glove as well. And for day one, set up what's hopefully a great championship season for both sides. Good little partnership developing here for Kent. More importantly, not that bothered about the runs, but just the time here and wanting to get through the stumps, just 2 down. Who do you think will have had the better of the day's play?
I'll tell you after this ball.
Oh, here we go. Oh, hello. That wasn't a player screaming that, by the way. That was... I don't know if he's hit that or if that's 2 pads. I tell you what. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure everything's right. With that one, I'm definitely screaming for it if I've bowled it. And I'd definitely be asking the umpire why. He might not answer that, but I'd be asking. And another Ben Rain dot ball. Come on then. You've had your chance to think.
I think right now, if it holds as it does with no more wickets, I think it's just about Durham.
Okay.
In terms of that last wicket partnership. The 2 early strikes should have been 3. They have the runs on the board. They've induced a fair few false shots. So they get an outside edge here that runs for 4. That's not to say that Kent haven't had their spells, because they definitely had that 30-minute burst before tea, really pegging Durham back. And Northeast has looked at times to be settled as the 50's up.
Yeah, he's looked calm, hasn't he, at the crease?
Just a couple of occasions where you're slightly a little bit rushed, but that's always that you're allowed a bit of grace when you're in after, 4 balls of the first balls of the first innings after being in the field all day beforehand. Ultimately he hasn't looked particularly scratchy. He hasn't looked, like he's been maybe a little bit over keen, overzealous, or to try and get off the mark. He's sort of playing each ball on its merit. Miei, to his credit, has hung in there, which you spoke about at the beginning of the day. That's what Durham's batters had to do. He's more than hung in there right now to sort of still be there, albeit should be back in the pavilion after edging one to McKinney. So I would probably lean it just towards Durham. I'm not going to, if anyone, you can definitely make a case for it being Kent's day after winning the toss, putting Durham in. You've achieved the main goal of getting them all out. but you would have liked a bit more from your opening batters and everything. We off for light again here.
Wow. Just put the lights on. Absolutely incredible.
I think we are.
Cricket kills itself, doesn't it? Like, we've played nearly a whole day's cricket here. And yes, the ground is covered in shade. But they've never once asked for the floodlights to be put on. And now we're going off for bad light with the bluest of blue skies. Sunshine blazing. And yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. But there we are. That'll be the end of play. Kent will finish that at 50 for 2 in reply to Durham's 335. Stars of the day for Durham, Emilio Gay with 128. Casey Aldridge, 44 not out. With the ball for Kent, you had 4 wickets for Dudgeon, 3 wickets apiece for Stearman and for Grant Stewart. In reply, Kent, as I said, 50 for 2, wickets for Potts and Roach. And that ends an enthralling first day's play. Thanks to everybody for hanging with us. We hope you've had a really good day and a good start of the County Championship season. But from myself, Ash Thorpe, Rob Rush, the team from the media company, the men behind the curtain, we thank you for hanging with us today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.